Chapter 1. Konoha Uchiha, Japanese-style apartment building. In the stillness of the night, silence enveloped everything. A young boy, merely 6 or 7 years of age, sat alone on his small wooden bed, his hands forming intricate seals as he gradually summoned chakra energy. As his spirit shifted, a radiant aura, reminiscent of divine light, blossomed from the center of his forehead. His tender, slender frame exuded an air of ancient grandeur, occasionally manifesting golden currents of energy. The golden energy nestled within his mind's eye, the blue energy pulsating from his very cells, and the diverse energies flowing through the natural world. All three distinct forces converge harmoniously, akin to rivers merging into the sea, coalescing within the boy's lower abdomen. Through introspection, the child could vividly perceive the interior of his energy reservoir here. All forces, having been refined and purified, transformed into a liquid chakra, resembling luminous golden syrup. An endless expanse of this liquid chakra materialized, forming a miniature lake. Within this tranquil lake, a tiny golden dragon appeared to exist eternally, gracefully traversing the chakra of the child. From time to time, it would unleash its power, assisting its young master in absorbing the natural energies present in the world around him. The origins of this unique cultivation method, distinct from the conventional practices of the ninja world, must be traced back to the child's background. The child's name is Uchiha Shinwu, a member of the Uchiha clan and a traveler who has reincarnated into this world. Upon his arrival in this realm, a golden page materialized in his mind, inscribed with a multitude of cryptic characters resembling celestial script. Though he had never encountered these symbols before, Uchiha Shinwu focused intently on them and, to his astonishment, grasped the meaning of each character as if by instinct, effortlessly comprehending a profound technique. The name of this cultivation method is the Dragon-Elephant Prajna art. Dragon-Elephant signifies immense strength, while Prajna embodies wisdom. Together, they represent the simultaneous cultivation of both physical prowess and mental acuity. From the moment of his birth, Uchiha Shinwu has devoted himself to this practice, diligently training for 6 years, and 2 years ago, he reached the 4th level of mastery in this art. Through years of rigorous training, he has gained a substantial understanding of this divine technique. According to Uchiha Shinwu's analysis, the Dragon-Elephant Prajna art is divided into 13 levels, with the first 3 serving as foundational practices. Upon successfully cultivating the first level, the spirit within undergoes a transformation, approximately doubling in potency concurrently. His physical strength experiences an extraordinary enhancement, elevating him from the average human's capabilities to that of possessing the strength of an elephant upon successfully cultivating to the 2nd level. The essence within the body undergoes a metamorphosis, doubling the original spiritual force while significantly enhancing physical prowess, thereby bestowing the power of 3 manifestations. Upon reaching the 3rd level, one attains the might of 9 manifestations. Upon achieving the 4th level, one possesses the strength of 1 dragon and 1 manifestation. The 5th level grants the power of 2 dragons and 2 manifestations. This pattern continues accordingly. When the Dragon and Elephant Prajna Technique reaches its zenith, one can harness the formidable strength of 10 dragons and 10 manifestations. However, it is worth noting that all techniques are products of human ingenuity. Whether there exist further paths beyond a perfected state of the Dragon and Elephant Prajna Technique remains an enigma to Uchiha Shinwu at this moment. Suddenly, while immersed in his cultivation, Uchiha Shinwu felt an earth-shattering tremor, akin to a great earthquake, causing even the rooms in his home to quiver. Calmly, he directed all of his vital energy back to his dantian, exhaling deeply before opening his eyes. At that moment, his gaze unveiled blood-red pupils adorned with dark, swirling tomo. This was the manifestation of his inherited bloodline talent, the Sharingan imbued within the body he had traversed into from another world in this realm. Ninjas commonly refer to such abilities as bloodline limits. The Sharingan is categorized into various stages, intricately linked to the cultivator's mental state. According to Uchiha Shinwu's conjecture, one can only awaken the power of the Sharingan within their bloodline by possessing a sufficiently potent mental strength or by experiencing a unique circumstance that stimulates their spirit, leading to an abrupt mental outburst. Uchiha Shinwu was able to achieve this because he had mastered the techniques for cultivating his spirit, allowing for a relatively straightforward enhancement of his mental prowess. Thus, 2 years ago, at the moment he broke through to the 4th level of his cultivation, his mental power surged dramatically, invigorating his spirit and enabling him to awaken his single Tomo Sharingan. At that time, he was merely a 4-year-old child, which underscores the formidable and terrifying nature of his innate talent. Of course, talent and techniques serve only as auxiliary factors. Uchiha Shinwu's accomplishments in this lifetime are predominantly attributed to his tireless efforts. The influence of talent and techniques is negligible at best. At least, that is how Uchiha Shinwu perceives it. The single Tomo Sharingan existed only for a fleeting moment before vanishing into thin air with a furrowed brow. Uchiha Shinwu rose to his feet and gazed out the nearby window. In the distance, the previously dark night, illuminated only by a solitary moon, suddenly erupted into a brilliant blaze. A deafening roar reverberated through the night. Before Uchiha Shinwu's eyes, a colossal 9-tailed fox, towering at least 40 to 50 meters high, materialized, casting a shadow over the land. The state of this demon fox was exceedingly ferocious and savage. With a mere wave of its hand, numerous buildings and structures collapsed in quick succession. A single roar reverberated, instilling an aura of dread and power that resonated within the souls of all who heard it. In an instant, the entire Uchiha clan territory was illuminated as if by 1,000 torches. Kaibi the 9-tailed fox. Urgent cries and shouts echoed in the air, causing chaos to engulf the Uchiha clan. Is this the birth of Naruto, heralding the 9 tails turmoil? Uchiha Kinui, witnessing the scene before him, could not help but murmur to himself. The turmoil of the 9 tails was far from a benign event, particularly for the Uchiha clan. For instance, prior to the 9 tails chaos, Konoha and the Uchiha were merely strangers with a few underlying tensions. However, following the upheaval, Konoha and the Uchiha swiftly transitioned into a state of mutual suspicion, with one side casting doubts upon the other, leading to immediate declarations of guilt and enmity. In the aftermath of the 9 tails turmoil, the Uchiha clan would likely face severe ostracism and oppression from the entirety of Konoha in a remarkably short span of time. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Kimui was certainly not exempt from the impending turmoil. Yet, while the 9 tails chaos bore an abundance of disadvantages, it was not devoid of potential benefits. At the very least. For Uchiha Kimui, a traveler from another realm, there lay a glimmer of advantage. With resolute focus, Uchiha Kimui concentrated his spirit, harnessed the chakra, and summoned the divine dragon. The chakra coalesced, enveloping his body and skin as fair and resplendent as jade, intermittently revealing glimmers of golden light that flowed continuously. Simultaneously, within his meridians, a faint yet distinct sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar erupted, barely perceptible. A diminutive dragon, scarcely a foot in length, seemingly a mere bubble of chakra, bubbled forth from Uchiha Shinwu's channels. The golden dragon emerged, hovering before Uchiha Shinwu with an expression of bewilderment, as if its intellect were rather limited. Residing within the dantian of Uchiha Shinwu, this creature, possessing a semblance of wisdom akin to that of a tailed beast, could be effortlessly manipulated by him. It was named Huangda. Due to Uchiha Shinwu's cultivation of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, the chakra, or true chi, he generated was extraordinarily unique. Upon reaching the 4th level, his technique began to resonate with the natural laws of the Naruto world, enabling him to harness the immense power of chakra, or true chi, to nurture the consciousness of an energy entity. From the 4th level onward, each enhancement of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique would give rise to a dragon spirit. Should he attain the pinnacle of this technique, he could manifest 10 dragon spirits. Before him, the little creature, though seemingly insignificant and lacking in apparent strength, had indeed grown considerably since 2 years ago when Uchiha Shinwu had reached the 4th level of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, at which point it had measured merely 2 inches in size, according to Uchiha Shin, This individual possesses the remarkable ability to absorb the ambient energies of the world, such as the power of tailed beasts or the exceedingly pure natural energy. Even the cells of Hashirama can be consumed to enhance one's own strength. Simultaneously, during this enhancement process, it can also provide a degree of nourishment to its own essence as Uchiha Shin perfects the dragon spirit's profound techniques. The strength of the dragon spirit will grow increasingly formidable, approaching the legendary status of the divine dragon. At this very moment, the Nine-Tails Fox wreaks havoc in the Hidden Leaf Village, saturating the entire village with an abundance of its chakra energy for both Shin and Huangda. This presents an immense opportunity. How could one possibly overlook such a boon? However, due to Huangda's somewhat limited intellect, if Shin were to carelessly release a dragon to forage, it might inadvertently fall victim to the ninjas of the Leaf Village. Yet, even if it were to be vanquished, it is of little consequence. The dragon spirit, much like the tailed beasts, appears to transcend the laws of nature, inherently immortal and indestructible. Nevertheless, there exists a slight distinction. Should a tailed beast perish in battle, it will seek out a suitable habitat to randomly revive itself. In contrast, if Shin's dragon spirit were to be slain, it would merely reawaken within his dantian. Death is inconsequential, for revival is possible. However, it must be noted that revival does require consumption of energy, does it not? Each resurrection severely impacts Shinwu's cultivation speed, making it impossible for him to act carelessly and allow Huangda to venture out and endanger his life. After a moment of contemplation, Shinwu resolved to allocate a portion of his consciousness to oversee Huangda's resource gathering with Huangda's innate talent combined with Shinwu's wisdom. Though not infallible, their chances of survival would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Shinwu concentrated his consciousness, enveloping the small dragon before him effortlessly. He infused a fragment of his spirit into Huangda's being. Once he assumed control of the dragon spirit's form, he immediately employed its initial innate ability, dragon concealment. A mist erupted from its mouth, an endless cloud of vapor enveloping the entire dragon. The small dragon that had been visibly present before him suddenly vanished from sight. This ability, reminiscent of the stealth techniques found in the world of Naruto, may appear trivial at first glance, yet it is far from such. The smoke it produces encapsulates all chakra attributes from the Naruto universe, while simultaneously absorbing refined natural energy, allowing for a seamless fusion with the elemental energy of that realm. Not only does it evade all ocular techniques and probing ninjutsu, but it also offers a formidable means of concealment. Simultaneously, the chakra attributes composed of clouds and mist could be adjusted to traverse various barriers of the ninja realm. The fourth tier of the divine technique, the little dragon, possessed merely the talent of dragon concealment, exhibiting strength akin to that of a unique bloodline limit. Just as Kim Yui had prepared everything to control Huangda's departure and set forth towards the location of the Nine Tails, an abrupt sound echoed, bang. A small door before him was suddenly flung open. A young man, clad in the vest of a Leaf Village jonin, with a resolute visage exuding confidence and a hint of pride, burst in. Upon seeing Kim Yui, he let out a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Kim Yui, quickly don your attire and accompany your mother to the family's refuge. A peculiar disaster has befallen Konoha. Father must rendezvous with the comrades of the security division." This unexpected, alarmed young man was none other than Uchiha Kimui's father, Uchiha Nagayoshi, a notable genius within the Uchiha clan, known for his rebellious spirit and a touch of arrogance. Yet he possessed extraordinary influence and a formidable background. Uchiha Nagayoshi's father, Uchiha Kazuhiko, was one of the four esteemed elders of the Uchiha clan, holding the fourth rank. The four elders had two sons. The elder, Uchiha Seihu, was the captain of the 5th Squad in the Leaf Security Division, while the younger, Uchiha Nagayoshi, led the 13th Squad. All were prodigies of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kimui was the third grandson of Uchiha Kazuhiko and the first son of Uchiha Nagayoshi, as they spoke. Kimui followed Nagayoshi outside and beheld a gentle woman emerging from another room. With gracefully arched brows, fair skin, and a cherry-red mouth, she radiated an aura of tranquility and kindness. One must not overthink. This was Kimui's mother, named Uchiha Junyu, who had once been an exceptionally capable Uchiha Chunin. However, women of the Uchiha clan tended to be virtuous, often choosing to retreat from their shinobi lives after marriage and childbirth, dedicating themselves to nurturing their families. This serene woman cradled a newborn, seemingly just a month old, named Uchiha Tangwu. Although concerned about the battles outside, Junyu's primary focus was on her two children, and no matter what. Uchiha Junyu gazed at Kinui and Tangwu, silently vowing, "I will do everything in my power to protect them both." With a swish, Uchiha Nagayoshi prepared everything and, after a brief exchange, transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, Uchiha Junyu donned her shinobi vest, securing Tangwu with a cloth strap across her chest, and beckoned to Uchiha Kimui, saying, "Follow your mother." As she spoke, she grasped Uchiha Kimui's hand, gathering chakra beneath her feet, utilizing the body flicker technique to swiftly depart. Uchiha Kimui, channeling his energy, mirrored Junyu's movements, expediting his own chakra flow to move rapidly. His speed was astonishing, rivaling that of Uchiha Junyu. It is noteworthy that although the fourth tier of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique aligns closely with that of a genin, due to his physical training, Kimui's physique was comparable to that of the Uzumaki clan, and his chakra was undeniably abundant. Furthermore, his training allowed him to absorb natural energy, the essence of heaven and earth. Thus, Kimui's state was akin to that of a genin from the Uzumaki clan, augmented by Orochimaru's cursed seal in its complete form. To be frank, if he unleashed his full potential, even a genin could make a jonin question their existence. Uchiha Junyu, at her peak, was merely a chunin, and her proficiency in the body flicker technique was not particularly profound, hence she could not exert pressure on Kamui. Yet, Junyu herself felt a profound astonishment. She had exerted her utmost speed, yet Kimui appeared utterly unfazed. With a gaze that occasionally wandered towards the children beside her, Junyu pondered. Since Kamui began his training 2 years ago, despite his extraordinary talent, whether it be the speed of chakra refinement or the Uchiha fluid techniques, his prowess was overwhelmingly remarkable. However, he remained merely a 6-year-old child. How could his body flicker technique be so effortless? Surpassing even my own, I've heard that the heir of the clan leader, Uchiha Itachi, is also 6 this year, and many genin are no match for him. Truly, this generation of Uchihas is brimming with talent. Just recently, Shui emerged as a prodigy, and now Uchiha Itachi is rising to prominence, while Kamui reveals extraordinary gifts. Perhaps this is not entirely a favorable development. Thoughts swirling, Uchiha Junyu suddenly halted, turning to Uchiha Kimui, stating, "Kimui, let us moderate our speed. There is no need to rush." Their pace slowed in unison amidst the turmoil of the Nine-Tails catastrophe. The two members of the Uchiha clan moved, as if strolling leisurely through a serene garden. Uchiha Junyu remarked, "Kimui, you have perfectly mastered the body flicker technique, the clone technique, foundational Uchiha Taijutsu, and the great fireball technique, have you not?" Uchiha Kimui pondered momentarily before humbly responding, "I have merely grasped a bit of the surface." Surface? Uchiha Junyu found herself momentarily at a loss. Although she yearned to inquire about the extent of this so-called surface, it was evidently not the right moment. Junyu secretly speculated that Kimui's mastery of basic ninjutsu likely exceeded her expectations. In the future, it would be necessary to find an appropriate opportunity to assess his abilities in the blink of an eye. The trio had arrived at a village encased in a protective blue barrier, where many elderly, sickly, and young individuals had gathered. Uchiha Kimui surveyed the area, noting several young mothers accompanied by children of various ages, while the elderly appeared troubled, and the women's gazes were blank, with many children displaying a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Kimui's eyes nearly glazed over as he beheld several serene and beautiful young mothers. He could scarcely suppress the drool at the sight, this was the Uchiha clan's refuge. So many beauties. With an appreciative gaze devoid of any ill intent, he surveyed the scene. He did not harbor any inappropriate inclinations. He was merely a staunch aesthetician, admiring the beauty before him, that if the opportunity arose, he certainly wished to marry a stunning Uchiha beauty. Uchiha Kimui silently resolved. I, the esteemed Uchiha Kimui, am a dignified transmigrator. Is it too much to desire a few exquisite beauties as my wives? The Uchiha clan boasts exceptional genetics, while the Hyuga clan seems commendable as well, and the Kuruma clan is quite distinguished. There are also the Kazama clan and the Kuratsuchi. Uchiha Kimui found himself ensnared in an unshakable reverie. After a considerable time, he wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth. Regaining his focus, he redirected his attention to the task at hand. The young man, enhancing his strength, was the priority. After all, even if one admired a beauty 100 times, she would still remain a beauty, and it would never make her his own. Only through the diligence of training could he achieve the strength necessary to surpass his peers and ascend to the ranks of the strongest in the ninja world. Kimui steered Huangda, gradually ascending from Uchiha territory. Naturally, they encountered the protective barriers of the Uchiha clan. However, these barriers were akin to flowing water, allowing the dragon spirit to pass effortlessly, the water returning to its original form without a trace of disturbance. Upon exiting the barrier, Uchiha Kimui commanded the dragon spirit to soar into the sky. Due to the dragon spirit's still nascent power, even in flight, it could only ascend to a height of 40 to 50 meters. Yet this altitude sufficed. After all, what ninja would have the leisure to continuously employ sensing ninjutsu to monitor the airspace above 40 meters? Along the journey, the ethereal dragon spirit, cloaked in invisibility, observed a multitude of leaf ninjas rushing about. Their cries echoing incessantly, it paid them little heed, instead pursuing its own path towards the position of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails had emerged, engaging fiercely in combat with the ninjas of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly arrived at the scene. Unleashing his signature technique, the Five Natures, Great Rasen no Jutsu. Behold, fire dragons, water dragons, and earth dragons all surged forth towards the Nine Tails' face. The Nine Tails, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of chakra, felt the impact of the assault. Causing a few tufts of fur to disperse, a swirling mass of orange-red mist, reminiscent of clouds, drifted into view. The dragon spirit promptly darted forward, opening its mouth to inhale, and with a distinct sound. It could clearly sense a warm yet remarkably comforting power entering its being. Upon entry, this energy was refined through its digestive organs into pure vitality, aiding the dragon spirit in achieving a notable degree of growth. Significantly enhancing its physique, simultaneously, a portion of chakra, through a unique transformation, gradually manifested within the Dantian of Shinwu, bestowing half of its power back to its original form. With a sudden rush, Uchiha Shinwu closed his eyes. Attuning to the position of his Dantian, it felt as if the sky had torn open, and a torrential flow of orange chakra cascaded down like a flood. Although this greatly augmented the quantity of chakra within Uchiha Shinwu, the chakra that had emerged from the void and was birthed in his Dantian was unmistakably that of the Nine Tails, distinctly contrasting with the golden chakra cultivated through his own training. It required meticulous refinement to assimilate fully. Contemplating this, Shinwu was unconcerned with the chaos enveloping Konoha, where every individual was gripped by fear. He nonchalantly commenced his practice of refining the tailed beast chakra. Utilizing the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, the chakra within him swiftly coursed through specialized meridians, completing a full cycle in a mere instant. Shinwu keenly sensed a strand of chakra belonging to the Nine Tails being refined into his own power. One cycle, 2 cycles point 1 strand of chakra, 2 strands point 1 force of the elephant, 2 forces of the elephant. After enduring the passage of half the night, Shinwu suddenly felt his Dantian boil, his meridians swell, and even his spirit seemed to undergo a transformation. An involuntary urge to manifest a portion of his power surged within him. Quickly, Shinwu interrupted his cultivation. Based on past experience, every time he broke through in the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, his spirit would externalize, illuminating his entire being like a golden deity. That moment, the Uchiha refuge was bustling with ninjas. If it were to be seen by any Uchiha, the consequences would be dire. Shinwu halted his progress. Simultaneously, a part of his spirit, utilizing the dragon spirit's body, ravenously consumed the chakra of the Nine Tails drifting in the sky. The orange-red chakra, dense and cloud-like, transformed the night sky into a sea of orange hues. The dragon spirit, immensely satisfied, let out a hearty belch. This moment, Despite having consumed not even a fraction of the wandering energy, its once diminutive form had inexplicably expanded multiple times, akin to being viewed through a magnifying glass. In just one night, it had grown into a small dragon measuring over a meter in length. However, it could consume no more. The original body could not undergo a breakthrough, and even if the small dragon devoured the Nine Tails chakra, it would not gain further growth. Its physical strength had reached saturation, and consumption would neither be digested nor transferred to Shinwu's dantian. After a moment of contemplation, Shinwu, still unwilling to concede, directed the dragon spirit to continue consuming the Nine Tails chakra until its belly was swollen like a balloon, before gradually retreating with the assistance of the dragon spirit. Upon returning to his dantian, Shinwu surveyed his surroundings, realizing it was now the dawn of the second day. The ominous Nine Tails had vanished, and the calamity that had befallen Konoha was over. The women, children, and the elderly within the Uchiha refuge all wore expressions of joy. "Wonderful!" exclaimed a woman cradling her child, tears of happiness streaming down her face. "The disaster has passed." An elder added, "Let us hope our Uchiha have suffered minimal losses." Another quickly interjected, "It should be that the entirety of Konoha experiences no significant losses." Shinwu's ears caught the murmurs of the crowd, which left him utterly astonished. Perhaps it was due to his reincarnation as an Uchiha that he instinctively sought to exonerate himself. Amongst the voices, Uchiha Shinwu discerned little innate malevolence. Senju Tobirama had once asserted that the Sharingan and the power of the mind were synchronized, leading to rapid strength enhancement. As hatred within grew, so too did the power of the Uchiha clan, making such individuals prone to a descent into darkness. Each Uchiha was deemed to be the epitome of evil. Shinwu scrutinized himself. Surely, he could not be included among the Uchiha deemed by Tobirama as inherently evil. Shinwu then gazed at the elderly, women, and children nearby. Were they also innately malevolent? After listening for a while and pondering, he earnestly felt that Tobirama's words were somewhat flawed. An one was born evil. Those who are wicked can be guided towards goodness through education, while the virtuous may succumb to malevolence through temptation. The crux lies in the environment and guidance. Those who indiscriminately condemn all are unworthy not only of leadership, but of being human. Shinwu lifted his gaze towards the Hokage office in the distance, hoping that Tobirama's disciples, who inherited his will, would possess enough discernment not to trouble him and his family. Just as Shinwu nurtured a glimmer of hope, it was swiftly extinguished. Expecting the four giants of Konoha to spare an Uchiha was utterly implausible. Such a notion was nothing short of folly. What was he contemplating? Faced with the four giants of Konoha, aside from confronting them head-on in brutal combat, did he have any other path to tread? Just as Shinwu mused that the four leaders of Konoha would not easily let an Uchiha slip by. Indeed, as the Uchiha lifted the barrier and many sought to return home, a cadre of root ninjas descended from the heavens. "Apologies," a ninja clad in a black vest and mask, devoid of any visible expression, coldly declared, "You cannot leave." "What?" A woman could not help but gaze in astonishment at the ninja before her, asking, "Who are you? Why are you stopping us? Has the disaster not already passed?" On the surface, it appeared that the calamity had dissipated. However, Shinwu was acutely aware that while the disaster in Konoha had vanished, the calamity for the Uchiha was imminent. The root ninja, expressionless, stated, "We are members of the Hokage's Umbu, dispatched under the orders of the Hokage himself. The disaster has indeed passed, but the Uchiha are suspected of orchestrating this calamity. Anyone possessing Uchiha bloodline power is subject to intensive scrutiny." "What?" Almost all Uchiha displayed expressions of bewilderment. An elderly man murmured, "We cannot leave. We cannot return home. We are suspects." A child near Uchiha Shinwu could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, "What kind of joke is this? If we truly bear suspicion, then when that monster appeared yesterday, why did we not fight alongside it?" "Apologies," though the root ninjas employed apologetic language. Their tone was frigid, regarding the Uchiha as if they were merely a collection of corpses. "Where is our clan leader? Where are the members of the police force?" The remnants of the Uchiha clan, comprised of the elderly, the weak, women, and children, voiced their protests loudly, yet their cries fell on deaf ears. Stripped of the protection once afforded by the police force, these vulnerable individuals resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. A multitude of root ninjas emerged in relentless waves, after several of the elder Uchihas were met with a severe reprimand. A hush fell over the crowd. Do not fear. Do not fear. Uchiha Jinyu anxiously clutched Kamino to her side, her own trepidation palpable. The root had separated and detained all members of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps due to Uchiha Jinyu being merely a woman, and the youth of Kamino and Team Mu, they received a modicum of preferential treatment, confined within a single prison cell. How could this be happening? As a member of the Uchiha, Jinyu was acutely aware of the characteristics of the Sharingan. She knew all too well that on the fateful night of the Nine-Tails Rampage, the appearance of the three-tomo Sharingan in the beast's eyes stood as irrefutable evidence of its control. Yet, she could hardly fathom the severity of Konoha's actions. How could they so brazenly detain the clan's vulnerable members? Were the police force? What were they doing? If the police had absolute confidence that they could not rebel, Konoha would never dare to act in such a manner. Hence, the police must have either been compromised or reached a tacit agreement with Konoha. The latter scenario would be preferable, but if it were the former, the consequences would be dire. Even the frail and powerless were subjected to such stringent scrutiny and investigation. It was only logical that the more robust and battle-hardened members of the police force would face even harsher treatment. Junyu's thoughts turned to her hope that Uchiha Naruhin would remain unscathed. After a moment of contemplation, she felt overwhelmed by panic and helplessness. In much the same vein, Kamino too was lost in thought regarding their predicament. The current situation was dire. Regardless of how Konoha twisted and scrutinized them, the Uchiha had no capacity for resistance whatsoever. He had anticipated that things might be bad, but never to this extent. Did the Uchiha truly lack the strength to fight back? It was inconceivable. After 6 years in this world, Kamino had developed a certain understanding of the Uchiha clan. Presently, the Uchiha population numbered over 1,300, with approximately 400 ninjas, nearly all of whom were elite. Roughly 40 had attained the rank of J-Nin. Given that Konoha's total number of J-Nin barely exceeded 300, the prowess of the Uchiha was evident. Furthermore, even if the Uchiha did rise in rebellion, they could not simultaneously contend with all of Konoha's J-Nin. After all, aside from a few die-hard supporters of the Sarutobi clan, many of the great clans would surely conserve their strength. It remained uncertain whether the Kurama and Hitaki clans would intervene. The two most formidable clans, the Sarutobi and the Shimura, would undoubtedly refrain from taking decisive action, as they too needed to preserve their power. Thus, should a true confrontation arise, the strength of Konoha's J-Nin would be nearly matched by that of the Uchiha. It was widely known that Uchiha J-Nin possessed exceptional combat prowess and were adept at breaking through in battle, rendering many of their contemporaries ineffective adversaries. With such strength, it was utterly confounding that they remained passive in the face of such circumstances. Kamino could not fathom what the Uchiha leadership was contemplating, nor what the warriors were thinking that if they did not resist even this level of suspicion, the scrutiny they faced would only intensify and the oppression would become increasingly brutal. Who was leading this refusal to resist? Kamino pondered silently. At this moment, I am merely at the 4th level of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, equivalent to a Genin, with chakra levels comparable to an ordinary J-Nin. Even if I were to soon break through to the 5th level, my chakra would only rival that of an elite J-Nin. Why combat capabilities are unlikely to grow swiftly. I must seek out a group of trustworthy individuals who can safeguard me and form an alliance. A single chopstick can be easily broken, but a bundle of 10 or 100 would require substantial effort to snap. That is imperative to consolidate the strength of the Uchiha. Currently, I find the Uchiha leadership utterly untrustworthy. Should I be released this time, I must find a way to forge a supportive alliance. After this incident, Kamino gradually came to understand an important truth. Though he is a transmigrator endowed with a golden finger, that power is still in its nascent stage and must grow. He needs to acquire the strength to protect himself. While strength speaks volumes, in the absence of power, survival hinges on wit. Initially, he had assumed that Konoha would merely document their presence and release everyone within a few days. However, that was far from the case. Kamino had been imprisoned alongside Junyu and Team Mu for over 10 days. Konoha showed no signs of releasing them. The only small comfort was that there were no signs of escalated intentions. It seemed that negotiations were underway. The Uchiha would never abandon their elderly and vulnerable members, and Konoha's leadership would not dare to escalate matters to a point of mutual destruction, thus igniting further conflict between the two factions. Both sides found themselves ensnared in a stalemate. Suddenly, a member of the Umbu appeared before the prison door, opened it, and addressed the three of them. "All right, you may leave now," Junyu inquired. "What has transpired? Have they found the true culprit, or has our suspicion been lifted?" The Umbu ninja offered little in response, merely stating coldly, "Konoha and Kumovikure have gone to war." "What?" Uchiha Junyu exclaimed in disbelief. Less than a year since the Third Shinobi World War, and two villages are at war again. Kamino regarded Junyu's astonishment with disdain. What mattered was not the duration of 1 year, but rather that Konoha had just lost a powerful Hokage, and the Jinchuriki had perished. They had displayed abysmal weakness and ineffectiveness during the Nine-Tails incident. If Kamino were in the position of Kumobikure's Raikage, he too would initiate hostilities. The timing for war was exceptionally favorable. Moreover, if Kamino's predictions were correct, why were they being released? Did they truly believe that their suspicions had been lifted and that Konoha held affection for them? The Raikage of Kumobikure had undoubtedly exerted considerable effort in this matter. If it were not for their brazen provocation of a war of aggression, would Konoha so readily relinquish their internal strife with the Uchiha? One must give thanks to Kumobikure. Long live the Raikage. As the prison doors of Konoha's Umbu swung open, a throng of Uchiha clan members emerged. Kamino, alongside his mother and brother, stepped out to behold a gathering of figures resembling a military formation. Clearly, those waiting outside were all elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Among them was Uchiha Naruhin, Kamino's father, who approached the trio with an expression of exhaustion and guilt, quickly offering words of comfort. "Do not fear. All is well now. It is all behind us," Uchiha Junyu inquired. "What about you? The Umbu did not treat you poorly, did they?" Uchiha Naruhin shook his head and replied, "On the night of the Nine-Tails incident, we were summoned by the clan leader. Everyone gathered to support the fourth Hokage, but the root ninjas suddenly appeared, claiming that the Uchiha were implicated in a conspiracy and monitored us all closely. Elder Tenka, Elder Yuichi, and my father all argued earnestly. But in the end, the clan leader intervened, and under duress, everyone was forced to comply with the root's arrangements. We had no choice but to watch and wait. After the Nine-Tails incident, the root was ordered to investigate the Uchiha members and their territory. The clan leader urged everyone to cooperate with the investigation. Uchiha Naruhin continued, "We followed the clan leader's orders and did not resist. We underwent inspections and registrations. However," Uchiha Naruhin added, "out of concern that the village ninjas might seize the opportunity to attack us, the 13th Division of the Security Department did not easily separate us to prevent any disputes. After we completed the registration and inspection, there was almost nothing left to address. Instead, it was your group and the Uchiha clan that faced even more stringent scrutiny and differentiation. Such meticulous investigation." Uchiha Junyu, slightly curious, inquired, "Has the behavior of certain individuals been uncovered?" "No," Uchiha Akihiko asserted with conviction. "On the night of the Nine-Tails disturbance, all 1,389 members of the Uchiha clan remained quietly within the clan's territory, with not a single individual missing or unaccounted for. It was not the Uchiha from Konoha who controlled the Nine-Tails that night. Not the Uchiha from Konoha." Uchiha Junyu expressed his astonishment. "Are you suggesting that there exist other Uchihas within the ninja world?" "Indeed," Uchiha Akihiko replied decisively. "Although it seems implausible, such a possibility cannot be dismissed. It is worth noting that during the era of the first Hokage, there was an incident of Uchiha Madara's defection. While it has always been publicly claimed that Madara was killed, no one has ever seen his body, so it is not impossible for him to still be alive." Regarding the Nine-Tails disturbance, various perspectives arose within the Uchiha clan. The first theory suggests that it was the actions of Madara's descendants following his escape. The second posits that it was a frame-up by other ninja villages. After all, the Uchiha clan has been engaged in warfare for many years, and it is conceivable that some of their Sharingan ended up in the hands of others. Even though the transplantation of Sharingan comes with significant side effects, it is not entirely unfeasible for anyone to wield such power. Particularly, the Cloud Village appears to be a likely suspect. With Konoha recently embroiled in chaos, their village has initiated major operations, casting suspicions upon them. Of course, the higher-ups in Konoha could also be involved. After all, residing within the same village, it would be easier for Konoha's elite to acquire the Sharingan than for other villages. The third theory involves nefarious ninja experiments. Many scientists have conducted unethical experiments in the ninja world, and it is possible that some possess Uchiha bloodlines, allowing them to harness similar Sharingan abilities that in summary, the entire Uchiha clan firmly believes. It has nothing to do with us. Regardless of what transpired during the Nine Tails disturbance or what evidence may exist, it is entirely unrelated to us, and not a trace connects it to the Uchiha of Konoha. However, the higher-ups of Konoha hold a different perspective. Led by the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, they have summoned Uchiha Fugaku multiple times, seeking to ascertain whether the Uchiha clan possesses any hidden powers unknown to the rest of Konoha. Uchiha Akihiko candidly shared all recent developments, along with his thoughts, with his wife. Kamina, who listened intently, absorbed the information. Concurrently, similar scenes unfolded across the Uchiha households. Everyone seemed to have survived a catastrophe, engaging in conversation as they returned to the Uchiha territory. It felt as though everything had settled, as if all was concluded. That night, Uchiha Kamina found himself alone in his room. He activated his single Tomo Sharingan, awakened for nearly 2 years, and scanned his surroundings to confirm there were no signs of surveillance ninjas. Only then did he exhale in relief and close the curtains. He then returned to his bed, formed hand seals, and began practicing the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique he carried. Golden energy, magnificent and ancient, manifested upon his fair-skinned as Kamina's chakra circulated. The golden chakra sea within his dantian surged like a tempest, expanding nearly 5-fold in an instant. His chakra energy also increased 5-fold in that moment. Moreover, the golden chakra sea triggered a transformation in the dragon spirit, enhancing its color from a pale gold to a more vibrant hue. The dragon spirit birthed a second powerful talent, manifesting as a size-altering ability. It could shrink from its current 1-meter length to merely a couple of inches, or expand to nearly 5 meters in length upon further enhancement. The chakra sea produced a second golden dragon spirit, measuring a full meter in length, resembling the original dragon spirit. Kamina named it Huang Air. He exhaled deeply. After concluding his practice, Kamina felt an uncontrollable surge of energy, radiating an extraordinary golden light, reflecting on the recent despair and helplessness he experienced while imprisoned in the Roots facility. Along with his yearning for change, Kamina suddenly felt a chill in his eyes. Upon reopening them, he discovered that his eyes had transformed into dual Tomo Sharingan. This moment, having cultivated the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique to the 5th level. Uchiha Kamina's physical condition was remarkably robust, comparable to an elite jonin. His chakra was abundant, akin to that of a seasoned jonin. His body was solid, and his strength formidable. With the aid of his 2 Tomo Sharingan and the 2 dragon spirits, his overall power was on par with an ordinary jonin. Assessing his situation, he recognized that among his peers, he was indeed extraordinarily powerful. However, with such a realm and strength, Kamina felt an acute sense of dissatisfaction. The Uchiha clan was fraught with peril, and even figures like Uchiha Shinwu could perish in an instant. With such limited power, he could scarcely protect himself. The Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique has very low requirement for aptitude and is relatively easy to begin. However, once one commences training, it becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. For instance, reaching the 1st level takes 3 months, while advancing to the 2nd level requires 6 months, and a full year for the 3rd level. Continuing in this manner, Kamina thoughtfully considered, at my current pace it took 2 years to successfully reach the 4th level. Without the fortuitous circumstances of the Nine Tails disturbance, I would have needed to adhere to a steady regimen for 4 years to potentially break through to the 5th level. Given this trajectory, achieving the 6th level and effortlessly awakening the 3 Tomo Sharingan would require 8 years. while breaking through to the 7th level and awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan would demand 16 years. 8 years? 16 years. A bitter smile crept onto Uchiha Kamina's face. By the time 24 years pass, the world of Hokage may very well come to an end. I must hasten to cultivate the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique to the 7th level and awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan to attain the ability to protect myself. Achieving this goal appears daunting, yet it is not insurmountable. Beyond a steady training regimen, resources can be employed to facilitate advancement. Moreover, reaching the 7th level of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique merely makes the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan more accessible. It is not impossible to awaken it without the 7th level. There exists ample room for maneuvering within this process. Uchiha Kamina pondered earnestly. His immediate priorities were resources and protection. Acquiring resources to enhance his strength and seeking power to safeguard himself. After his training, he enjoyed a restful sleep. The following morning, Kamina awoke feeling refreshed. A knock resonated from outside his room, the voice of his mother calling. Uchiha Kamina emerged and shared a sumptuous breakfast with his family. Uchiha Akihiko smiled and remarked, "It has been quite some time since I witnessed your progress in training. Kamina, I wonder how your Uchiha Fluid Technique and Fireball Technique are coming along? Since I have some time today, I shall remain at home to guide you." Hearing Akihiko's words, Uchiha Kamina inquired, somewhat perplexed, "Is there no patrol duty for the police force today?" Uchiha Akihiko chuckled wryly and replied, "I don't know where such rumors originated," suggesting that the Uchiha clan plotted to control the Nine Tails and destroy the village, leading to our family being viewed with suspicion and hostility by the entire village. The clan leader is concerned that we might provoke further conflict with the village. Hence, he has mandated a temporary leave for everyone to avoid significant discord with the villagers of Konoha. Moreover, the Uchiha clan is currently under constant surveillance by the Root organization, rendering any need for patrols unnecessary. It would be prudent to remain at home and await the revelation of the truth. Shima nodded thoughtfully, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Father, who do you think might be the source of these so-called rumors?" Typically, a child of his age should not exhibit such extraordinary insight and wisdom. However, upon reflection, Shinwu recognized the abundance of prodigious talents within the ninja world. Take, for instance, the Uchiha clan. Was there not a genius who grasped the concept of Hokage-level thinking at the tender age of 6? At 6 years old, what harm could there be in displaying a modicum of exceptional intelligence? Uchiha Terahiko expressed mild surprise, followed by a smile. "At your young age, you may not yet comprehend that our Uchiha lineage is renowned for its Sharingan. On the night of the Nine Tails incident, the pair of Tomo and the beast's eyes served as a hallmark of its control by the Sharingan. It is thus entirely reasonable for the villagers to harbor such suspicions." Shinwu then inquired. At the onset of the great conflict, rumors detrimental to unity surfaced within the village. Logically, the higher-ups should have acted decisively to suppress them. Yet have the leaders of Konoha made any efforts to halt or counter these rumors? Oh, Uchiha Terahiko finally sensed something amiss, glancing at his son with a look of astonishment, and smiled. "What are your thoughts?" Shinwu replied. "I do possess a few thoughts. The rumors circulating in the village may indeed be spontaneous actions of the villagers. However, the fact that the higher-ups and the ninjas do not intervene or offer any rebuttal speaks volumes that I suspect that the village's leadership and other ninja clans are also questioning whether the Nine Tails incident was orchestrated by the Uchiha." Uchiha Terahiko's expression shifted slightly, but he dismissed the concern, saying, "Our entire clan has undergone rigorous scrutiny and documentation. None of us have any issues. Even if suspicions arise, without evidence, there is nothing to fear." Shinwu countered, "If there is nothing to fear, why then are there rumors? Why the surveillance?" This inquiry cast a shadow over Uchiha Terahiko's countenance, and he found himself at a loss for an answer. "Enough," Terahiko decisively redirected the conversation. "We agreed to assess your training progress, not change the subject. Adult matters are not for children to worry about. Focus solely on mastering the ninjutsu you are meant to learn." Without further ado, he lifted Shinwu and brought him to the backyard of their home. Uchiha Terahiko instructed, "Now, exert yourself fully and demonstrate your mastery of the great fireball technique for me." With a sigh, Uchiha Shinwu swallowed his thoughts and, following instructions, began forming hand seals. His speed was not particularly swift, yet possessed a certain rhythm and cadence. As Shinwu performed the seals, the chakra energy within him surged along a trajectory distinct from typical internal cultivation. Indeed, each ninjutsu embodies a unique mode of operation. Given Shinmu's adeptness in chakra control, he could have bypassed the seals entirely and executed the technique directly. However, to avoid appearing too prodigious, he opted to showcase his standard seals. Suddenly, he felt a searing sensation akin to flames rising from his lower abdomen, prompting an involuntary gasp. Shinwu opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of golden flames, imbued with an ancient and sacred essence. Whoosh! The golden blaze erupted from Uchiha Shinwu's mouth, coalescing into a dragon-like form, radiating an intensity several times greater than an ordinary great fireball technique. Uchiha Terahiko's eyes widened in astonishment at this sudden transformation. Golden flames? Moreover, the great fireball had spontaneously taken on a dragon's shape, resembling an even more formidable dragon fire technique. Uchiha Terahiko stared blankly at his son, feeling a twinge of peculiarity regarding Shinmu's transformation. The Uchiha clan is a prestigious family within the ninja world. All clan members, regardless of their parents' fates, are introduced to ninja training around the age of 4, approximately 2 years ago, when Shinwu was 4. Terahiko personally taught him the method of chakra refinement and introduced him to the first Uchiha clan exclusive ninjutsu, the Great Fireball Technique. At that time, Terahiko had already felt a hint of strangeness, as the chakra energy Shinwu refined was golden. Now, as he executed ninjutsu, it consistently gravitated towards this golden hue. If it were merely a matter of color, it would not warrant concern. Terahiko pondered the great fireball before him. The quality and quantity were extraordinarily powerful, making what should be a C-rank ninjutsu appear akin to a B-rank technique. This was indeed remarkable. Uchiha Terahiko felt both excitement and apprehension. The strength his son exhibited was astonishing, although slightly different from that of an ordinary individual. This difference was evidently beneficial. Yet he wondered why only Shinwu possessed such a transformation. Despite his curiosity, Terahiko did not seek answers from his son, for he believed Shinwu, being merely a 6-year-old child, could not possibly possess the wisdom or insight to comprehend his own uniqueness. To uncover the truth behind this phenomenon, Terahiko understood he must consult with older, more knowledgeable ninjas. Images of over 20 Uchiha elders began to populate his mind. First and foremost was his father, Uchiha Ko. Although Shinwu was Ko's grandson, Terahiko was acutely aware of his father's character, which prioritized the clan's interests above all else. If Shinwu's physique bore any special significance, it could lead to him becoming a sacrifice for the clan. This would be troublesome. After contemplating for a while, Uchiha Terahiko set this concern aside and retrieved a treasured sword from the shelf, handing Shinwu another blade. Uchiha Terahiko declared, "Next, I will assess your progress in physical combat." Unlike the conventional taijutsu of Konoha, such as the Konoha Whirlwind and Konoha's Might Whirlwind, which are purely martial arts, the taijutsu of the Uchiha clan predominantly revolves around swordsmanship. That it relies heavily on ferocious combat in the fleeting moments of life and death. Uchiha Chinyen, an elite jonin who has awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan, engages in battle with Kamui. On the surface, it may seem like a teaching moment, but in reality, it is a one-sided display of dominance. Uchiha Kamui does not harbor significant resentment towards this arrangement. After all, having the opportunity to engage in a taijutsu exchange with an elite jonin is a rare occurrence. Unlike others, he cherishes this experience of battling a formidable opponent. As Kamui unsheathes his treasure blade, he channels chakra throughout his body, an endless stream of golden chakra coalescing upon the razor-sharp edge of his weapon, emitting sounds reminiscent of a dragon's roar. It is as if the dragon's spirit residing within his dantian has fused with the blade in his grasp. In truth, while this is not entirely accurate, Kamui possesses 2 dragon spirits within his dantian, which have seamlessly integrated with his chakra to form a singular entity. The chakra flowing within his body inevitably undergoes a degree of draconic transformation, not only manifesting in his fire release techniques, which resemble a dragon's form, but also imparting a subtle dragon's roar in his movements. Though the Uchiha clan boasts the sword technique known as Sword Leap Flame, a fusion of ninjutsu and swordsmanship, none have achieved the perfect synergy with chakra exhibited by Kamui. As Chingyan attacks, he simultaneously gathers intelligence on Kamui. After an extensive training session lasting over half a day, Chingyan gains a certain understanding of his son. In his hand, he holds a card detailing his son's information. Name, Uchiha Kamui. Age, 6. Chakra quantity, exceeding that of an average Uchiha Jonin, comparable to that of an elite Jonin. Ninjutsu, Jinin, only proficient in body replacement technique and great fireball technique. Yet with tremendous power, taijutsu, comparable to that of a Uchiha Chunin. Overall evaluation, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Having compiled the necessary information about his son, Chingyan glances at the sky, noting that it is already getting late. He steps outside, not intending to rest, but rather to consult a few trusted elders regarding Kamui's unique circumstances. Watching Chingyan's departing figure, Kamui finds himself at a loss for words several times today. He has wished to discuss matters concerning their clan and Konoha with his father. Unfortunately, his tender age renders him voiceless, regardless of the questions he raises or the insightful comments he makes. Uchiha Chingyan pays him no heed. Aside from a keen interest in his son's abilities, he treats him as if he were invisible. Uchiha Kamui feels helpless. He has come to realize that being young within his household means lacking any semblance of agency. It is utterly impossible to voice his opinions and gain the acknowledgement of those around him. Yet, upon reflection, this may not be entirely disadvantageous. After all, the early bird often gets shot. Those who excel are often the first to fall, especially in a clan like the Uchiha, which attracts the ire of many. If he were to reveal too much of himself, it might draw the attention of the third Hokage or Danzo. With the risk of facing a deadly ambush, for a child like Uchiha Kamui, the prospect of being targeted by Shimura Danzo is daunting. Even if Danzo were to eliminate a few, what could the Uchiha clan say? Without irrefutable evidence, any death would be in vain. Moreover, if Kamui's suspicions are correct, Danzo possesses 100 methods to coerce Uchiha members into confessing guilt. Should Kamui perish, it would merely be a matter of internal strife within the Uchiha clan. Thus, while showcasing talent and wisdom may seem imprudent, it may indeed be a blessing in disguise. Had it been anyone else, facing such circumstances would leave them utterly bereft of solutions. However, Uchiha Kamui is clearly not an ordinary child. Confronted with the current situation, he harbors two urgent desires: to protect his strength and to acquire training resources. While safeguarding his strength may prove elusive for the time being, he does possess a rather unique idea regarding training resources. As he practices the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, upon reaching the 4th level, every subsequent advancement births a dragon spirit akin to a tailed beast within his body. These dragon spirits can detach from him, consume resources, and nurture his growth. Even from a considerable distance, they can bestow significant enhancements that in essence. To expedite his training in the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, there exists but one method: to leverage the dragon spirits to devour vast quantities of resources. Yet, does Kamui possess an abundance of resources on his own? The answer is obvious. He does, but not nearly enough. Therefore, why not seek out another individual to alleviate the burden of resource acquisition? Kamui recalls the dynamics between ninjas and tailed beasts in the ninja world. Take Naruto, for instance. He harnesses the power of the tailed beast, yet the tailed beast can also absorb the ninja's chakra to fortify itself. Furthermore, should the chosen ninja be fortunate enough, they could potentially acquire training resources through the chaos of war. It is rumored that the Cloud Village has initiated hostilities that end this conflict. Both Jinchuriki of tailed beasts are bound to take action. While Konoha has yet to express an intention to deploy the Uchiha in battle, it is common knowledge that their release is merely a precursor to their involvement in the fray. In that case, Uchiha Kamui muses, though sacrificing a dragon spirit may slightly diminish his strength. Such a cost pales in comparison to the long-term benefits. I shall release one dragon spirit as a tailed beast of an Uchiha genius, requesting its assistance in gathering resources. However, the choice of this genius must not be arbitrary. Selecting someone like Uchiha Itachi could very well lead to dire consequences. Instead, he must seek out Uchiha Kwame, known for her kind-hearted nature and gentle disposition. Now, in the year 48 of Konoha, November, Uchiha Kimui, despite being 6 years old, does not share the same intentions as Uchiha Itachi, with the aim of reconciling the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Enrolled in the Ninja Academy, for scion of a prominent family, joining the academy is not primarily for the sake of learning. Rather, it serves as an opportunity to enjoy life and forge friendships with classmates. Clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga typically have internal training programs for their members, often featuring multiple classes dedicated to various disciplines such as taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, sealing techniques, and medical ninjutsu. Young ninjas genuinely aspiring to become formidable warriors diligently train within their clan's facilities. In contrast, Kimui, focused on enhancing his strength and harboring no fondness for the village, finds himself more accustomed to learning in the clan's training programs. After all, the instructors there are all proficient Uchiha masters, and the training system is better suited to their growth, facilitating unity among kin. 2 days later, as Monday arrives, Kimui enters the family training base, keenly observing his surroundings, and finally identifies a target. The individual he selects is named Uchiha Shinwu, a 12-year-old who has awakened a single tomo Sharingan and excels in both the sealing and medical classes. It is said that her father is a renowned Uchiha Jonin, a possessor of the 3 tomo Sharingan, skilled in Uchiha-style taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu, as well as possessing a considerable degree of proficiency in sealing techniques. With an impressive family background, she is likely not lacking in resources, gifted with exceptional talent and a gentle disposition. She has an affinity for small animals. Most importantly, her family possesses sealing techniques, making her more amenable to concepts akin to tailed beasts. It is not that Kimui is unwilling to choose a male. After all, men are often more willing to fight to the death. However, what leaves Kimui feeling exasperated is the nature of the men within the Uchiha clan. It could either be an insider from the 3rd generation or a manifestation of an excessively paranoid disposition. Opting for an insider from the 3rd generation would readily expose oneself, while choosing paranoia might lead to immediate termination. Faced with this binary choice, Shinwu is reluctant to select either option as a compromise. He reluctantly decides upon a compliant girl, although the likelihood of encountering a tailed beast is minimal. Even if he indeed selects Uchiha Itachi, there is no guarantee that Uchiha Itachi can absorb the chakra of any tailed beast. The miracle of the 9 tails conflict might only exist once. Securing a second opportunity of such magnitude is undoubtedly exceedingly difficult, perhaps even an unrealistic fantasy. After much contemplation, Shinwu finally resolved to choose this girl. He activated the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, and a recently condensed dragon spirit materialized. Shinwu planted his consciousness seed within Huang Er's awareness. Subsequently, he followed Uchiha Xiaorong's direction in a somewhat mindless manner. However, with the presence of the consciousness seed, he could control Huang Er's awareness and senses at any moment. Indeed, the unhidden dragon spirit was quickly discovered by the young girl, being a talking creature. It startled the household next door into chaos. Nevertheless, Uchiha Shinwu, her father, was an extraordinarily powerful ninja with vast experience. Upon confirming that the dragon spirit was indeed akin to a tailed beast capable of enhancing chakra, Uchiha Shinwu wasted no time in sealing the dragon spirit Huang Er within his daughter's body. Even though the technique for sealing tailed beasts is exceedingly rare, the Uchiha clan, with its profound heritage, certainly possessed ordinary sealing techniques. Unlike the perfect sealing jutsu that had plundered the Uzumaki clan, which might be found in Konoha or in common ninja villages like Takigakure, Uchiha Shinwu exerted himself to perform a sealing technique reminiscent of the methods used by the Takigakure. Upon witnessing his daughter awaken, Uchiha Shinwu gently remarked, "While the sealing technique may not be flawless, your tailed beast is not one of the legendary 9. That this level of sealing technique is more than sufficient. Experience the power within you. See if your chakra has indeed been significantly enriched." Uchiha Xiaorong immersed her consciousness within the sealing chamber and immediately felt a surge of power akin to golden lava. Effortlessly, it bestowed upon her chakra comparable to that of an elite Uchiha Jonin. Uchiha Shinwu himself possessed chakra on par with that of an elite jonin, and with the addition of 2 dragon spirits. The level of chakra could only rival that of a special Uchiha jonin. However, combined with Uchiha Shinwu's chakra, it nearly equated to that of an average jonin's formidable strength. Furthermore, she had acquired 2 abilities from the dragon spirit, one being dragon concealment, and the other size manipulation. She reveled in the explosive surge of chakra, and her newfound abilities. Uchiha Shinwu was filled with indescribable joy. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that within her, a golden-hued dragon, radiating a divine glow, had opened its eyes, observing her with an inscrutable expression. This was an extraordinary state. Uchiha Shinwu felt as though he had split off a pair of eyes. Everything Uchiha Shinwu could see, he could perceive with clarity. He could also hear her conversations with everyone around her. However, the sealing techniques within the world of Hokage were incredibly robust, preventing him from controlling any of Uchiha Shinwu's actions or abilities. Likewise, he could not transmit his energy without explicit instructions that, of course, it is well known that the cages constructed by sealing techniques can be escaped. However, Shinwu had never entertained such naive notions. Throughout history, how many foolish-tailed beasts have genuinely escaped? Moreover, he relied on Uchiha Shinwu's identity and influence, that if the rising genius of the Uchiha clan were to be revealed as Uchiha Shinwu, it could likely lead to peril. However, if it were this Navi girl, even if she were to encounter danger, what concern was it of Uchiha Shinwu? Utilizing the dragon spirit's abilities, Uchiha Shinwu suddenly linked his chakra to Uchiha Shinwu's, drawing her consciousness into his realm. Uchiha Shinwu looked utterly bewildered. Upon recognizing the prison-like enclosure before her, she sighed in relief, realizing that the dragon spirit had no means of escape. "Did you bring me here?" she asked. "How could you bring me to this place?" The dragon spirit form of Uchiha Shinwu regarded her with an odd expression and replied languidly, "Uchiha Shinwu, correct? You appear to be a novice ninja utterly oblivious to the world." Novice ninja. The girl's demeanor shifted dramatically as her nostrils flared and her delicate ears ignited with flames. However, upon realizing that she was restrained by the seal, she felt utterly frustrated. Shinwu explained. "From the moment I was sealed within here, we have formed a symbiotic entity. On the surface, it appears that you can wield my power while I dwell in this shadowy prison. In reality, this symbiotic relationship is equal. If you perish, I gain my freedom. Yet if I leave, your demise is inevitable." Uchiha Shinwu replied thoughtfully, "I am not an ignorant novice. I am aware of what you just stated." Shinwu nodded lightly. "I heard it from your father moments ago. However, your father is merely a ninja with a lifespan of about 40 years, while I, the esteemed tailed beast, am not bound by the constraints of time. Thus, there are certain things your father knows that may not surpass my own knowledge." Uchiha Shinwu pondered for a moment, and genuinely felt that there was a kernel of truth in his words. Shinwu pressed on, "You may not realize that the tailed beast clan lives a profoundly miserable existence in your world. Many nefarious ninjas have devised various means to exploit tailed beasts. In comparison, the use of sealing techniques is a relatively mild approach. I have wandered the ninja world for many years, and, seeing your pure and kind nature, I have chosen not to continue my wandering, but instead to reside within you for a time. However, there is one significant concern." Curious, Uchiha Shinwu inquired, "I heard my father mention that as long as a sealed-tailed beast does not act out, there will be no issues." Shinwu replied coldly, "It is not a grave issue. It is merely your foolish demeanor that leads me to seriously doubt your survival. I am genuinely worried that one day I may awaken to find you assassinated by other ninjas." Uchiha Shinwu felt a vain throb on her forehead, responding with exasperation, "You are being utterly alarmist. Not only am I exceptionally intelligent, but I am also renowned as a genius of the Uchiha clan. Even if I were not a genius, I am a sealing ninja and a medical ninja, and I would not even step onto the battlefield. How could I possibly encounter life-threatening situations? Furthermore," Uchiha Shinwu asserted, "while my strength may be lacking, my father is no ordinary powerhouse. With him by my side, I need not worry. Even with you, a little dragon, he can protect you in any case, if you face any significant issues in the future. Be sure to consult me first and refrain from making impulsive decisions. Shinwu suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, "Do you have any military rations? Although I'm a tailed beast, I still require sustenance to enhance my strength as of now. I am in my juvenile stage and have quite the appetite that I need at least 10 military rations daily to satiate my hunger." 10 military rations? Uchiha Xiaorong calculated in her mind that in the world of Hokage, currency was not particularly valuable. A bowl of Ichiraku ramen costs 60 ryo. Meanwhile, a single military ration only costs 1 going a day without hunger. The price is not significantly different from a bowl of ramen, about 30 ryo each, totaling 300 ryo for 10. How affordable! Characters like Uchiha Xiaorong, who hail from a family with elite jonin, and who herself is an exceptional medical ninja and sealing expert, would hardly regard a sum of 300 ryo with any significance. Shinwu hesitated briefly, contemplating whether to disclose the fact that his appetite had surged exponentially following his breakthrough. After some consideration, he chose to remain silent, for the advancement of his Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique would likely take an extensive amount of time, no less than 8 years. By the way, Uchiha Xiaorong interjected, "There are no issues regarding food. However, even if I possess military rations, how can I deliver them to you? Unsealing them only to reseal them again would be quite the hassle. There is no need for such complications." Shinwu concentrated his chakra, allowing it to surge forth from the confines of his cage and merge with Uchiha Xiaorong's being that my chakra embodies the power of devouring. When the time comes, I shall lend you my chakra, and you can utilize your body to absorb it. After a thorough discussion, the two swiftly established a commendable rapport. Uchiha Xiaorong focused her consciousness outward, instantly feeling as if she had returned to her own body. Uchiha Xiaomu glanced at his daughter and inquired, "Have you encountered that unfamiliar tailed beast? What did it say?" Upon hearing her father's question, Uchiha Xiaorong candidly replied, "That dragon spirit mentioned that the outside world is perilous and it wishes to settle here." Such awareness. Uchiha Xiaomu was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. While the Uchiha clan had not engaged with any tailed beast for quite some time, he possessed some knowledge about them. He had heard they were notoriously savage, often at odds with humans. Why, then, was this particular creature so amicable? Ultimately, Uchiha Xiaomu could only attribute it to the beast's perceived weakness. Uchiha Xiaomu pressed further. "Is there anything else?" Xiaorong responded, "It informed me that it is a juvenile form and requires military rations to enhance its strength. Needing to consume 10 a day. To be honest, based on the price of a bowl of ramen being 60 ryo, 30 ryo roughly equates to 3 yuan, making 300 ryo approximately 30 yuan. Uchiha Xiaomu was unfazed and asked again, "What else?" After a moment's hesitation, Xiaorong continued, "It mentioned that should any significant events transpire, it must be consulted, as it has lived for a considerable time and prefers not to wake up one day only to find it must relocate." Uchiha Xiaomu retorted defiantly, "That is merely unnecessary worry. With me, Uchiha Xiaomu, here to protect you, who could possibly dare to harm even a single hair on your head?" Xiaorong nodded gravely. "I too believe it is merely fretful. This little creature has no inkling of the strength possessed by our Uchiha clan." "Very well," Uchiha Xiaomu declared with great satisfaction. "Regardless, today we have effortlessly subdued a tailed beast of lesser strength, which is a tremendous boon for our family. Let us celebrate at the barbecue restaurant. Unlimited grilled meat awaits." Both Xiaorong and the Shinwu within her felt invigorated by the prospect. They simultaneously thought to themselves how fortunate their appetites would be this time. Uchiha Chungyin pushed open the door to the dilapidated old house, where he encountered an elderly man, well over 60 years of age. The elderly man's wrinkled face bore a pair of curious eyes, which widened in surprise at the unexpected guest, prompting him to ask, "Chungyin Jonin, what brings you here?" "Uchiha Luin." Uchiha Chungyin greeted with an air of pride. He was aware of the elder before him. Though lacking in formidable strength, he was a learned and knowledgeable ninja, In his youth, he had conducted extensive research in hopes of harnessing the power of the Sharingan. But alas, he had failed. Now, while past 60, he remained unaccomplished. Due to his advanced age and diligent training, the guard department had granted him the rank of a lower ninja. This elder was Uchiha's strongest lower ninja. Uchiha Luin. Uchiha, Changyin began, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you that I hope you will keep it confidential and not disclose today's events to anyone. Should I learn that you have let this information slip, I will not let you off lightly. I understand. Uchiha Luin replied with utmost respect. What question do you wish to pose, Changyin Dano? After some deliberation, Uchiha Changyin inquired, I would like to ask you about a child from the Uchiha clan. Born with golden chakra. Golden chakra? Uchiha Luin paused, perplexed. If it is merely the color of the chakra that is unusual, it shouldn't be anything of great concern. Indeed, I recognize that the color alone is not alarming. However, the reality is far more complex. Uchiha Changyin stated with gravity. At merely 6 years of age, this child's chakra is already more robust than that of a Jonin, nearing the levels of those Uchiha Jonin with substantial reserves. Furthermore, the child's physique is remarkably sturdy, akin to that of a Jonin skilled in taijutsu. Everything about this situation feels quite abnormal. A T6 years old, possessing a body comparable to a taijutsu-trained Jonin. And chakra of such magnitude. Uchiha Luin took a moment to process this, his voice filled with excitement as he exclaimed, This is a genius, a top-tier genius of the Uchiha clan. What about the child's physical condition? Uchiha Changyin asked, a hint of doubt evident in his tone. Uchiha Luin, being a man of vast experience, dismissed the concern that a robust physique coupled with abundant chakra is not particularly unusual. What is there to find strange? Even among ordinary people, one may encounter a few extraordinary individuals. As I recall, around 30 years ago, a pair of twins were born to commoners and Konoha. One was named Wind God, the other Thunder God. They were born with the physical prowess and extraordinary strength of shadow-level fighters. If such anomalies can arise, what is so peculiar about a few sturdy family ninjas? By the way, although Uchiha Luin did not perceive this as a significant issue, noticing Uchiha Changyin's evident concern, he offered a comforting remark. Though I have achieved little, I am fortunate to have married a woman from a humble background in the village, who bore me a fine son. Uchiha Yangin has studied medical ninjutsu for a time and can conduct a thorough examination of the child's health. And no need for that. Uchiha Changyin seemed to have eased his worries, casually waving his hand before turning to leave. The first day passed quietly and smoothly. However, on the morning of the second day, as Uchiha Changyin and Uchiha Shinwu had just awakened, they were suddenly jolted by the urgent knocking of their colleagues from the guard department. Changyin Dano, the minister has issued a decree. All Jonin of the guard department are to proceed immediately to the police department hall for a ninja meeting. Siama Dano, the minister has issued a decree. All Jonin of the guard department are to proceed immediately to the police department hall for a ninja meeting. One by one, identical orders echoed through the households of every Jonin within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Changyu expressed her astonishment. What is happening? Why the sudden urgency? Is there a situation at the border? No one was foolish, given the recent proactive assaults by the Cloud Village on the border. Uchiha Changyu quickly formed a hypothesis. Sitting nearby, Uchiha Shinwu appeared contemplative. Konoha indeed intended to send the Uchiha clan to the battlefield, having released individuals the day before and allowing a day of rest. This likely served to apply pressure on Uchiha Fugaku. This morning, the pressure would undoubtedly be directed at Uchiha Fugaku and the rest of the Uchiha clan. In the conference room of the police department, 5 nominal elite Jonin and 38 Jonin of the Uchiha clan entered sequentially. In truth, according to the standards of power within the ninja world, any Uchiha clan member who possesses the 3-tomo Sharingan and has mastered several A-rank ninjutsu, such as Kagetsuchi and Kagami Tenkan, could be considered an elite Jonin, endowed with chakra and combat abilities comparable to that rank. However, the dynamics between the Uchiha and Konoha are well known. Attaining the title of elite Jonin is far from simple, as evidenced in the original narrative. The renowned prodigy Uchiha Shursui, who rendered great service to Konoha, remained merely a special Jonin even after awakening the Mangeki Sharingan. Among the Uchiha, possessing the three-tomo Sharingan does not guarantee easy ascension to Jonin, let alone to elite Jonin status at present. The Uchiha clan boasts 27 pairs of three-tomo Sharingan. Yet, only 5 individuals hold the title of elite Jonin: the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku and the 4 elders Uchiha Tenka, Uchiha Yuichi, Uchiha Hakadai, and Uchiha Kazuhiko, who have scarcely managed to attain this title due to their renown and seniority. All 13 captains of the police department, including Uchiha Shinjin, are of elite Jonin caliber, donned in Jonin vests. Furthermore, several elite Jonin from the sealing and medical teams, akin to Uchiha Shursui, also wear ordinary Jonin vests. This disparity in status has bred a sense of discontent among some high-ranking Uchiha, who persistently scrutinize Konoha from various angles. Uchiha Fugaku did not enter alone. He brought along his 6-year-old son, Uchiha Itachi, honorable clan leader. Upon Uchiha Fugaku taking his seat, the 43 elite and ordinary Jonin stood in reverence, bowing respectfully, manifesting the clan's deep respect and trust in their leader. Uchiha Fugaku's somber visage remained as impassive as ever, devoid of any discernible emotion. He merely raised a hand to gesture for everyone to take their seats. Once all were seated, Uchiha Fugaku addressed the assembly. Esteemed members, Konoha has existed for a full 48 years. For 48 years, my Uchiha clan has been in gradual decline. Once a great clan with over 3,000 members and nearly 1,000 ninjas, we now find ourselves diminished to a mere 1,000 souls, with only 400 ninjas remaining. This is merely a reflection of our dwindling numbers. What pains me more as the clan leader is the honor of the Uchiha. At the founding of Konoha, our clan boasted 37 elite Jonin. Yet, today our family has dwindled to a mere 5 elite Jonin, a disparity that speaks volumes about our decline and the erosion of our legacy. If we, the Uchiha, wish to revive our clan and reclaim our former glory, we cannot continue down this path. We must enact change and actively strive for it. We must take the initiative, seek merit, and restore the honor of the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku's impassioned speech instantly stirred the spirits of the gathered clan members, erupting in a fervent roar. We must take the initiative, seek merit, and restore the honor of the Uchiha. The resounding voices echoed throughout the conference room of the police department. The current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, could not help but show a hint of satisfaction on his typically stoic face. Indeed, just the previous evening, Uchiha Fugaku, as the current clan leader and concurrently the head of the Konoha Police Department, had been summoned by 4 high-ranking officials of Konoha, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. These individuals were either confrontational or offered gentle reassurances. Due to the appearance of the 3-tomo Sharingan in the eyes of the Nine Tails during the recent turmoil, Danzo Shimura, the leader of the village's roots, insisted that the Uchiha must atone for their perceived transgressions by leading all available forces to repel the invasion of the Cloud Village. Failure to repel the Cloud Village would not absolve the Uchiha of the suspicions arising from the Nine Tails incident. Cold sweat trickled down Uchiha Fugaku's brow as he feared he might face the dire predicament of being both a clan leader and an enemy of the village. Fortunately, the 3rd Hokage, true to his reputation, was both kind-hearted and amiable. Intervening to temper Danzo's aggressive stance, he granted the Uchiha clan significant opportunities. Uchiha Fugaku distinctly recalled the 3rd Hokage's gentle voice. That is excessive. While the Uchiha do bear some suspicion, I believe that the majority remain loyal. Although I, as the acting Hokage, place my trust in the Uchiha, you are aware of the current situation in the village. The Uchiha must show a clear stance. I do not require you to prove yourselves. All I ask is that you shed blood and make sacrifices that I am confident that once the villagers witness the Uchiha's blood and efforts, this matter will surely pass. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku's mind was singularly focused on one thought. He must find a way to ensure that the Uchiha clan beneath him shed blood and make sacrifices. He could not betray the trust of the 3rd Hokage and must exert every effort to dispel the suspicions stemming from the Nine Tails incident. Regarding the aftermath of these sacrifices and how to inform the villagers of Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku pondered that there was only one conclusion. They must unwaveringly believe in the 3rd Hokage. Trust in the 3rd Hokage Rewards and accolades shall surely follow. Standing behind Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi small. Melancholic eyes glimmered with satisfaction, as Uchiha Fugaku had never concealed his intentions from his son regarding Uchiha Itachi being his successor. Itachi fully understood his father's predicament. Initially filled with concern, he was surprised to see Fugaku devise such a strategy. Framing the Uchiha's need for atonement in a manner that invoked solidarity among the clan members was indeed impressive. His father, after all, had been the Uchiha clan leader for nearly a decade. He was formidable, and there was much for Itachi to learn. However, Uchiha Itachi also noted that despite the fervor of most Uchiha, a significant number remained sullen and unresponsive. Among the four elders, Uchiha Tenka wore a grim expression. Uchiha seethed with anger, and Uchiha Hokage shouted with all his might, yet his eyes betrayed his concerns. The remaining elder, Uchiha Kazuhiko, appeared deep in thought. This is troubling. Uchiha Itachi mused inwardly. The fervent words of his father seemed to have failed to sway the four elders before him. Filled with anxiety, Uchiha Itachi observed that Uchiha Fugaku had anticipated this outcome. After all, the Uchiha were proud, not foolish. Especially those who had lived to the age of the four elders were not easily swayed. The tricks Fugaku employed might fool the younger generation, but they were far from sufficient to convince the elders. Nevertheless, he took solace in the unwavering support of Uchiha Hokage, the third elder. Uchiha Fugaku smiled at Hokage, appreciating his steadfastness. Cough, cough, signaling for the emotionally stirred crowd to calm down. Uchiha Fugaku continued, I have sensed your fervor to achieve merit and restore the glory of the Uchiha. Oh, be candid. Konoha currently stands on the brink of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, offering everyone a chance to gain merit and elevate your statuses. The assembly gradually settled. The eldest elder, Uchiha Tenka, scoffed sarcastically. The opportunity you speak of, clan leader, wouldn't it be the battlefield on the border between Konoha and the Cloud Village? Is it truly that place? Immediately, Uchiha captain inquired loudly, we can go to the battlefield, fight the enemy, and earn merit. However, how can one ensure that merit will invariably lead to promotion? The members of the Uchiha clan in the conference room appeared as though they had been doused with a bucket of cold water, each one of them calming down. Indeed, this is not merely a matter of achieving merit. The question is, does such merit guarantee promotion? Ladies and gentlemen, Uchiha Fugaku declared, please, I implore you to trust me. Even if you harbor doubts about Konoha or the third Hokage, you must believe in me. As long as you all contribute your due merits, I will spare no effort in assisting you to attain promotion. Although Fugaku was aware that this confrontation was primarily to redeem past failures, he believed that if everyone genuinely accomplished sufficient merit, the kind-hearted and benevolent third Hokage would surely be moved, would shed tears, and would offer the Uchiha clan a measure of compensation. Therefore, there will be rewards and accolades will follow. With unwavering faith in the third Hokage, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Fugaku made a promise in advance. Uchiha Tenka and Uchiha Itachi visibly relaxed. If elevation and status were indeed attainable, then defending Konoha against the hidden Cloud Village would not be out of the question. Moreover, through battle, the Uchiha's reputation could be established, easing tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha. Truly a situation where everyone benefits. The crux of the matter is that as members of a combat-oriented clan, the Uchihas have never shied away from battle. Ahem. Uchiha Fugaku spoke in a deep voice. If there are no objections, let us discuss the personnel for this mission. Uchiha Hokage expressed his concerns. Let us proceed with the standard configuration, 5 ninja squads, along with 1 sealing unit and 1 medical team. What do you think, clan leader? According to the customary arrangement in the ninja world, a ninja squad consists of 4 members, while a police unit comprises 28 individuals. Thus, 5 ninja squads would amount to 140 members. For the Uchiha, this represents a considerable force. Furthermore, the sealing and medical teams are similarly structured, each consisting of 28 personnel, given the Uchiha's shortage of sealing and medical talent. The clan possesses only 1 sealing unit and 1 medical team. Deploying both would undoubtedly inflict significant damage. If misfortune were to befall them, the repercussions for the Uchiha clan would be nothing short of catastrophic. Uchiha Hokage felt immense pressure regarding this force. As an elder of the Uchiha clan, he understood all too well what it would mean if the conflict did not go favorably, that it would lead to further weakening of the Uchiha, perhaps rendering them incapable of even maintaining the facade of being the foremost shinobi clan. Yet, in the face of Hakuda's trepidation, Uchiha Fugaku remained resolute, slowly shaking his head. This time, I, Uchiha Fugaku, will serve as the overall commander on the battlefield at Konoha's borders. Thus, our Uchiha clan shall be the main defenders of Konoha. Merely 5 squads are far from sufficient. We must mobilize 10 squads, along with the 2 sealing units and the medical team, to withstand the onslaught from the hidden Cloud Village. 1 clan against 1 village? What a jest! Uchiha Tenka and Uchiha Itachi erupted in anger simultaneously. This was utterly outrageous. Did Konoha truly regard the Uchiha clan in such a light? They were there to achieve merit, not to be sent off to their demise. No one is a fool. This demand is preposterous. Uchiha Tenka fumed. This is absurd. I refuse to participate. I, along with my 2 ninja squads, will not deploy. If you wish to fight, then do so on your own. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, pulling back a chair and turning to leave. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes bored down fiercely upon Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku, the rare elite jounin of the Uchiha clan, finally revealed his formidable side at that moment. When his fierce gaze fell upon the Uchiha clan members, even the 4 elder statesmen felt a chill run down their spines. The fierce-eyed Fugaku may not have a significant reputation in the outside world, but within the Uchiha, he was undeniably renowned. Uchiha Fugaku slammed his hand on the table, glaring furiously at the disgruntled Uchiha members, and bellowed, "What are you doing? What do you mean by this? I have already stated that I, Uchiha Fugaku, will personally lead this mission. Do you not trust me? With my presence, how could I allow harm to befall our clan members? Everyone be silent," Uchiha Fugaku declared with unwavering authority. "Now, let me clarify the personnel for this mission at this moment." Uchiha Fugaku had only one thought in mind, to steadfastly believe in the 3rd Hokage. There will be rewards, and there will be accolades. The Uchiha Jounin meeting concluded in a manner filled with indignation and frustration. Clan leader Uchiha Fugaku and young clan leader Uchiha Itachi were exceedingly satisfied. However, Uchiha Tenka seethed, Uchiha Itachi was enraged, and Uchiha Hakuda was alarmed, with a dark cloud hanging over the Uchiha clan. Internally, the influence of the faction advocating for radical changes among the Uchiha had evidently begun to expand. Uchiha Akihiko stormed out of the police department as conference room, returning home to prepare his belongings for the upcoming mission. Suddenly, a heavy arm fell upon his shoulder. Turning to see, it was Uchiha. Uchiha Akihiko's expression turned to one of confusion. "Akihiko!" Seihu smiled brightly and said, "It has been a while since I visited your father's home. There's no time like the present. Let us go together." Uchiha Akihiko felt somewhat troubled and responded, "I have been chosen by the clan leader for the combat unit and need to prepare quickly before departing." Upon hearing about Akihiko's combat mission, Uchiha Seihu's expression turned cold. "Konoha is not solely our Uchihas. Konoha, you think that without us, the hidden Cloud Village would invade? As long as we can achieve merit, what does it matter if we delay a little? Without accomplishments, clinging to those few rules is of no use. My father's intention is that we postpone this combat plan. There is no need to rush." Uchiha Akihiko pondered for a moment and replied, "That sounds reasonable. It is indeed time for my son to begin training in new ninjutsu, and I ought to mentor him properly." Uchiha said joyfully. "Speaking of your son, I am reminded of little Timu. He must be nearing his 1st month, right?" Akihiko replied. "He will be 1 month old in 7 days, and he's been eagerly awaiting your generous gift as his uncle." Seihu beamed and said, "Absolutely. I will prepare a generous gift for my nephew, ensuring he knows of his uncle's goodwill." Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi spoke up, calling back Uchiha Tenka, who was about to leave. Seeing 2 elders depart together, a multitude of Uchiha Jounin quickly dispersed, selectively choosing to exit. Captain Yamaki, several Jounin from the sealing unit looked towards their captain and teacher. Leading the medical unit was a strikingly beautiful and alluring kunoichi named Uchiha Yui, who approached with a smile and remarked, although clan leader Fugaku has managed to suppress all the clan members with his personal prestige. Any clan member with a shred of sense can see the reality of the situation. Jounin Yamaki, Uchiha Yui nonchalantly stated, I doubt this mission will be straightforward. Over 70% of the Uchiha Jounin will not support this deployment. Uchiha Yamaki responded, even if our sealing and medical units were to head to the front lines, we would undoubtedly be stationed far behind the troops, under the protection of all clan members. Thus, we need not worry, nor is there a need to convene a meeting. Let us wait and see the outcome of the debates between the clan leader and the elder statesman. Uchiha Yui nodded, exchanged pleasantries, and then set off towards her residence. Clan leader, in a hurried manner, Uchiha Hokage approached Uchiha Fugaku and respectfully stated, I noticed that Elder Tenka and Elder Yuichi have left together, and a large number of hawkish jounin have gathered around them. It appears that there are considerable dissenting opinions regarding this expedition. Accompanied by Elder Xiong and his two sons, it seems they are rather dissatisfied as well. Xiaomu and Yu showed no inclination for conflict and departed on their own accord. Uchiha Fugaku nodded nonchalantly and remarked, these are all foreseeable outcomes. I had anticipated this long ago. Tianhua and Xiong have consistently been obstinate. They harbor significant grievances towards Lord Hokage and possess a distinct aversion to the villagers of Konoha. Moreover, there is a hint of skepticism regarding this war, as they suspect it is an attempt to weaken our Uchiha clan, which naturally elicits a vehement reaction. However, Uchiha Fugaku confidently stated, with the combined strength of you and me, we can certainly handle them with ease. The Uchiha clan prioritizes the greater good and, unless absolutely necessary, will not support internal strife within the family. He wishes to negotiate, while Xiaomu and Yu are particularly averse to politics, preferring to remain detached from matters that do not concern them, as long as we can win over Tianhua and Xiong. This decision will pose no issues whatsoever. It must be said that Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, has ample room for improvement in his leadership capabilities, that he lacks judgment and insight regarding external affairs. Simultaneously, he is fostering division within the clan, exacerbating internal conflicts, and weakening the family strength, all while mistakenly believing in his own exceptional cunning. Such a leader is merely relying on his own limited perspective to hold things together. When Sheng Yin departed in the morning, Uchiha Shinwu had already foreseen the events that would transpire today. Undoubtedly, it is war. Moreover, if all predictions hold true, this conflict will be exceedingly unfair for the Uchiha clan of Konoha. The higher-ups desire to see Uchiha blood flow like a river. The various ninja clans wish for the same. And even the common folk yearn for it. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shinwu would naturally stand with his family. At this moment, the Uchiha clan is already sufficiently weakened, and we cannot afford another significant loss, especially in the frontline battlefield, where casualties will be publicized and known to many. Therefore, in this external conflict, the best course for the Uchiha is not to expend more than others, but rather to match their efforts. Otherwise, what justifies our greater contribution? Is it truly the case that the Kyubi incident was solely orchestrated by the Uchiha, prompting this fervor of guilt among you? Should we surpass others in our sacrifices? It would practically equate to an admission of guilt in the eyes of others. Uchiha Shinwu remained alone at home, waiting anxiously, but Sheng Yin did not return. However, another aspect of his consciousness awaited the introspective return of Uchiha Xiaomu at Uchiha Xiaorong's residence. Father, Uchiha Xiaorong exclaimed with great excitement, is the Uchiha clan heading to the battlefield? Who will be going? Will I be among them? Uchiha Xiaomu cast her a glance and replied, it is still uncertain. But if circumstances do not change, it is highly likely we will be deployed. This time, our Uchiha clan may very well mobilize the entire force, including the sealing and medical teams. Every ninja bearing a title will be involved. What? Even a child like Uchiha Xiaorong sensed something amiss, though her youthful naivety led her to be merely surprised by the scale, soon filling her with excitement about making a name for herself and proving her worth. What? Uchiha Xiaorong was undoubtedly thrilled about this matter. Yet Uchiha Shinwu, who perceived everything through her senses, could not help but change countenance. What nonsense is this? If he heard correctly, this situation was instigated by the Cloud Village. Does the Uchiha clan need to mobilize everyone because of that? Did the Sarutobi clan mobilize their entire force? Did the Shimura clan? Did the Hyuga clan? In Konoha, aside from the Uchiha, which larger clan has ever fully mobilized? Whose foolish plan is this? Is it not sheer folly to make such a decision? Do they not fear suspicion and reproach from Konoha's higher-ups, ninja clans and commoners? Are they not placing the blame for the Kyuubi incident squarely on their own shoulders? Uchiha Shinwu was utterly speechless and, leveraging the power of the dragon spirit, summoned Uchiha Xiaorong's consciousness before the dungeon. Huang Shinwu spoke hastily. What is going on? What has happened? Are you truly going to the battlefield? Relax, relax. Uchiha Xiaorong, merely a 12-year-old girl, appeared utterly unconcerned, dismissing the matter with a carefree demeanor. I will be participating as a member of the Uchiha sealing team. Even if I go to the battlefield, I won't truly be fighting against the enemy ninja. Rest assured, no matter what happens, I will be fine. I promise I won't let you change houses so soon. Huang Shinwu was at a loss for words. Such confidence is not enough in matters of war. Who can predict the outcomes on the battlefield? How strange, did you not just engage in a large-scale conflict? Huang Shinwu speculated, could it be that the recent rampage of the Kyuubi has weakened your village's strength, giving other ninja villages an opportunity? Uchiha Xiaorong furrowed her brow in contemplation. After all, she's a genius and not so naive as to overlook such considerations. It is known that the Uchiha clan's prodigies are well-rounded. Not merely arrogant figures, but rather capable individuals. If someone would provide guidance and articulate reasonable arguments, their intelligence would undoubtedly shine through. Uchiha Xiaorong agreed. Perhaps this is indeed the case. Huang Shinwu felt a surge of joy and continued. During the Kyuubi incident, the emergence of the three-tomo Sharingan suggests that, under suitable leadership, the best course of action would be to avoid combat, to prevent further suspicion, and to steer the clan away from irreparable consequences. As members of Konoha's leadership, they should consider allowing the Uchiha to withdraw from the battlefield to avoid potential conspirators infiltrating the conflict, which would be detrimental to Uchiha. We should strive to eliminate any suspicions against us, ideally remaining passive in the face of change. What kind of fool concocted such a plan to send the Uchiha to the battlefield? Is this not a blatant act of self-incrimination? What do you mean? Uchiha Xiaorong looked at the dragon before her with confusion. Is it not obvious? Huang Shinwu spread his claws. This course of action is essentially a means of taking responsibility for wrongdoing, openly admitting to being the orchestrators of the Kyuubi incident and attributing all losses incurred during that chaos to your clan. Huang Shinwu spoke fervently, seizing the opportunity to deliver a vivid lesson in political education to the Uchiha prodigy before him. Uchiha Xiaorong, possessing keen insight, raised her questions one after another, and Huang Shinwu diligently provided answers. Before long, Uchiha Xiaorong fully comprehended Shinwu's thoughts and intentions. Awakening from her daze, she anxiously turned her gaze toward her father and solemnly inquired, "Father, should our Uchiha clan refrain from intervening in this great war?" Uchiha Xiaomu looked at his daughter with curiosity, somewhat perplexed by her strange line of thinking. The clouds of invasion loom. Yet we Uchiha can choose to engage in battle or refrain from it in the event of a great conflict. We may earn military accolades while simultaneously heralding the glory of the Uchiha clan. Should we opt for peace, we can still convey to the denizens of Konoha that it is the Uchiha who define Konoha. Without us, the rest would possess little value. Uchiha Xiaorong hastily articulated this theory of apparent innocence. Uchiha Shimu's expression shifted dramatically, a stark transformation. "Xiaorong," Uchiha Shimu declared, "remain here. I must step out for a while, and it may be an extended absence." In the midst of his words, Uchiha Shimu, without the luxury of changing attire, employed the body flicker technique to vanish in an instant. Uchiha Shimu first sought out his close acquaintance, Yui, and subsequently proceeded to pay a visit to Uchiha Heiyu, before finally gathering a group to meet with Uchiha Hakadai. Uchiha Hakadai's countenance was equally grave. The Uchiha were undeniably in need of a true sage capable of piercing insight. It was only after someone pointed it out that everyone began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The four elders, two sealing teams, the medical team, and all those beneath Uchiha Fugaku reached an unprecedented consensus. Without receiving any notice from Uchiha Fugaku, all the Jonin congregated once more, arriving at the entrance of Uchiha Fugaku's abode. When the door was knocked upon, Uchiha Mikoto, who answered, displayed a slight change in expression, gazing in bewilderment at the suddenly arrived Uchiha assembly. Uchiha Itachi, too, could not help but reveal a look of wariness. Seated at the center of the room, Uchiha Fugaku lifted his gaze to see his supporter Hokage amidst the crowd, along with a multitude of his trusted allies, quickly realizing that something was amiss. A shadow of gloom flitted across his features. Nevertheless, he gestured for everyone to take a seat. Uchiha Heiyu was the first to speak. Patriarch, we Uchiha cannot participate in this border battlefield. At Heiyu's words, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, becoming unprecedentedly grim. We Uchiha cannot partake in this border confrontation. What does this imply? Undoubtedly, the once neutral Uchiha Heiyu had betrayed his original stance, fully aligning with the hawkish faction that opposed the Hokage and the village. The Hokage entrusted the Uchiha clan with this opportunity to redeem themselves, allowing all the villagers of Konoha to witness the Uchiha stance that it was a gesture of faith, hoping that the Uchiha would seize this moment to demonstrate their allegiance, leaving no room for doubt. Yet the individuals before him blatantly defied the Hokage's expectations, deeming such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity detrimental to the Uchiha. The clan members were astonishingly audacious and foolish. They squandered the trust of the third Hokage. Furthermore, they conspired to confront a singular individual who genuinely contemplated the well-being of the clan. While Uchiha Fugaku seethed with internal fury, he remained composed on the surface. Hearing Heiyu's words, he did not immediately react with anger, but instead chose to observe what his clan members had to say. What could they possibly express in the presence of their devoted patriarch, who had devoted himself to their welfare? Indeed, at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku felt an overwhelming sense of dedication, believing his efforts and foresight had gone unappreciated. The lack of trust from his kin, coupled with their resistance, filled him with immense impatience and indignation. Though he refrained from expressing it outwardly that it was simply too much, the clan members were utterly excessive. Standing beside Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi also found it incomprehensible. Is this truly the Uchiha? Are these the so-called members of the Uchiha clan? The ninjas from the land of clouds, seizing the moment when Konoha's villagers had just endured the turmoil of the Nine Tails, launched an attack, disregarding the suffering of the populace and brazenly igniting war. This matter pertains to the land of fire, and it is also a concern for Konoha. The affairs of Konoha are the affairs of the Uchiha clan. In the face of such a crisis, should the clan not immediately prepare, don their vests, and at any cost, assist the village in repelling the enemy? Even without any tangible benefit, the Uchiha ought to exert their utmost to resist the land of clouds, safeguarding the peace and stability of their nation. Moreover, from Uchiha Itachi's perspective, this situation held tremendous advantages for the clan. Following the Nine Tails incident, many villagers harbored suspicions that the Uchiha were the masterminds behind the chaos. Through this war, they could establish merit, earn the village's trust, and dispel any doubts. It would serve to benefit both the village and improve relations. Such an opportunity was simply a win-win scenario. Uchiha Itachi pondered for an extended period, unable to comprehend why his kin were so unwilling, so opposed. After much contemplation, he could only conclude with a few words: foolish, arrogant, conceited, selfish. This was Uchiha Itachi's ultimate assessment of his clan members in an instant. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi, outwardly calm, concealed their profound dissatisfaction within. After Uchiha Heiyu spoke, seeing no immediate response from the assembly, he continued, Tianhua, Yui Hakadai, Xiaomu, and I have all deliberated. Our best course of action regarding the border battlefield with the Land of Clouds is to refrain from engagement. Ideally not to participate at all. Uchiha Fugaku, activating his blood-red 3-tomo Sharingan, cast a somber glance at all the Uchiha elders present. Those who met his gaze displayed a mixture of apprehension and resolve. After a circle of glances, Uchiha Fugaku discerned that these high-ranking Uchiha were indeed collectively betraying him in the vast Uchiha clan. Not a single individual comprehended his thoughts or endorsed his ideology. As the patriarch of a clan, How tragic it must be for a leader to find himself opposed by all his kin. Uchiha Fugaku felt the fervor and dedication he held for the revival of the Uchiha clan begin to chill. A profound sense of disappointment washing over him, that he even felt a tinge of despondency, reluctant to engage further in this matter. However, the thought of failing to showcase the clan's stance to the villagers and dispelling the suspicions weighed heavily on him. Bang! Uchiha Fugaku slammed his hand on the table, his gaze icy as he addressed the assembly. Have you truly resolved to make things difficult for me? Uchiha Hakuda's face reflected a troubled expression. Being the patriarch's confidant, he deliberated briefly before offering an explanation. Patriarch, please do not be angry. Allow me to finish speaking. Uchiha Hakuda continued, our collective opposition stems from our unwillingness to lead the Uchiha clan to death. What do you mean by death? Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed indignantly. I have already stated that I will protect you. Do you not possess even a modicum of trust? Do you truly believe that Uchiha Fugaku would fail to safeguard his own kin? Uchiha Yui spoke languidly. The mere battlefield of the land of clouds. Why must the patriarch offer protection? Our concerns do not lie with the battlefield. Indeed, Uchiha Tenwa added, they are merely the brutes from the land of lightning. What significance do they hold? Who would fear those from the land of clouds? Then what do you mean? Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, primarily due to his lack of understanding. The words of several elders exceeded his comprehension. Uchiha Hakuda kindly elucidated, we have collectively considered the uncertain outcome of the Nine Tails incident. If we were to risk our lives, striving for merit, and boldly present ourselves before the populace, would that truly demonstrate our stance and eliminate suspicion? Might it not? Uchiha Hakuda's words struck Uchiha Fugaku like a dagger to the heart. Might it not lead some to speculate that we were captured by the village, colluding with the higher-ups? Seizing this opportunity to redeem ourselves? What? Uchiha Fugaku was left utterly stunned. Would high-profile sacrifices indeed ease relations, or would they merely serve as a means of redemption? Uchiha Fugaku, upon regaining his composure, found his mind racing with thoughts. The turmoil of the Nine Tails incident had only just subsided, and the Uchiha clan had exerted immense effort to publicly demonstrate their valor. If they were to garner accolades, it would undoubtedly lead to aspirations for the position of Hokage. Conversely, if they failed to achieve recognition, should they seek to mend relations or redeem themselves through merit? The more Fugaku pondered, the more he found himself ensnared in a web of contemplation, and soon, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. Eventually, Fugaku discerned the truth. Danzo had manipulated the Uchiha into action, urging them to reconcile, all the while harboring ulterior motives from the very beginning. Should they indeed commit wholeheartedly, it was apparent that someone like Shimura Danzo would exploit their efforts, saying, we merely asked you to fulfill your duty. Why exert yourselves to such extremes? What are you hiding? Fugaku did not require deep thought to predict the repercussions of such a scenario. Even a mere instinct would suffice. Observing that Fugaku seemed to grasp the situation, the ensuing discourse rapidly devolved into a critique of the current decision. Outrageous, utterly preposterous. Elder Uchiha Tenka pounded the table in indignation, exclaiming, who, pray tell, was the fool who proposed such a suggestion to the clan leader? Is this not a trap for the Uchiha? Uchiha Uchi echoed his displeasure, stating this time, the clan leader has truly miscalculated. The architect of this plan clearly seeks to undermine our clan. The leader's judgment certainly leaves much to be desired. Uchiha Hakuda, in a languid tone, remarked, were it not for some guidance. I believe your judgment, Yuichi, would not necessarily surpass that of the clan leader. Enough. Fugaku's expression darkened, as though he had been fed a foul concoction. Though he recognized it for what it was, the bitterness lingered. The current atmosphere was excruciating for him, with his kin seemingly pouring salt into his wounds. Having unraveled the sequence of events, Fugaku had also surmised Danzo's true intentions. However, he held merely a flicker of doubt regarding the third Hokage, quietly contemplating whether the third had also perceived Danzo's machinations but chose to remain passive. Such a notion is unfathomable. This fleeting thought was swiftly dismissed from Fugaku's mind that it was inconceivable. The third Hokage was renowned for his benevolence and consideration for all. How could he possibly engage in such treachery? The third, much like Fugaku himself, had failed to grasp the essence of the situation. If Fugaku, Uchiha Fugaku, could not discern the true nature of events, then surely the third's intellect could not surpass his own. Thus, it became clear that the true architect of this predicament was Shimura Danzo, who had conspired against the Uchiha. Not only had Fugaku fallen victim to Danzo's schemes, but the third Hokage had also been ensnared by this individual's deception. Shimura Danzo. The mere thought of the name filled Fugaku with revulsion, a palpable anger swelling within him. Yet he found himself powerless. With Danzo being a senior elder of Konoha, Fugaku could do little but endure. Casting a discontented gaze upon those gathered, he resignedly stated, "Given that the current circumstances do not favor our clan's involvement, we shall refrain from participating. I will explain this matter to the Hokage. So you need not concern yourselves further. Let us consider this matter concluded. You may all return to by the way." Fugaku suddenly recalled something, saying, "Who informed you that our involvement would not absolve us of suspicion?" I cannot recall any other member of the Uchiha possessing such insight. His surprise was evident. In his recollection, he, Uchiha Fugaku, was the most astute political mind within the clan. Was there truly another with such acumen? Curiosity piqued. All eyes turned to Uchiha Shinwu, who sheepishly scratched his head and confessed, "Actually, it was my daughter who informed me." Remarkable. Fugaku genuinely admired. To possess such political insight at such a tender age is commendable. And moreover, she wielded a single tomo Sharingan. Truly extraordinary. Fugaku continued. To have her undertake tasks at this juncture would squander her potential. Young shinobi ought to focus on honing their strength at my son Itachi, though similarly young, is also remarkably wise. Cough, cough. With confidence, Fugaku asserted, "Let it be known that my son's talents and intellect are on par with those of Uchiha Shiri. True geniuses should engage with one another." Hearing of another promising talent within the clan, Fugaku's thoughts turned to his son, eager to bring him into the fold that a year prior, the prodigious Uchiha Shinwu had emerged, and 3 years ago, he had been but a 7-year-old boy, who graduated early and showcased his prowess on the battlefield, earning accolades and surviving against the odds at merely 10 years of age. He had awakened the double tomo Sharingan and attained the rank of Chunin. Upon learning of Shinwu's existence, Fugaku had spared no effort in forging a bond between Shinwu and his son Itachi. Furthermore, on the night of the Nine Tails incident, there was also the 6-year-old Uchiha Izumi, who had awakened her Sharingan, all equally impressive. Surrounded by gifted combatants, it was time to seek out individuals with strategic insight for his son. After all, as the future leader of the Uchiha clan, mere physical prowess would not suffice. Fugaku silently contemplated plans to enhance his son's intellectual acumen. After some deliberation, Fugaku and his wife Mikoto bid farewell to each clan member one by one. His gaze shifted toward the Hokage building not far from the Uchiha compound, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Quietly reflecting, "Third Hokage, I fear I may disappoint your trust this time." The Uchiha clan's jonin emerged from the clan leader's residence in small clusters, each visage adorned with expressions of satisfaction regarding the day's events. Uchiha Sin let out a sigh of relief. Although he could not engage in battle to earn merit and elevate his ninja rank, he had been spared the grim fate of death or injury, allowing him the opportunity to properly mentor Kamina, ensuring that Uchiha Kamina could become a competent shinobi. Returning home, Uchiha Sin summoned Uchiha Kamina to his room. He began to explain, "Your chakra accumulation, physical fitness, foundational ninjutsu, and taijutsu have all reached an exceptional level. It is time to progress to the next stage of training. This next step involves tree climbing to enhance your chakra control and water walking to refine your chakra distribution." Uchiha Sin smiled. "Initially, I intended to wait a bit longer, until your foundation was more solidified before commencing this training. However, I noticed you have already begun this practice." Uchiha Kamina nodded, aware that as a time traveler, completing the foundational training and progressing to tree climbing and water walking was common knowledge for any shinobi. Such matters hardly required reminders. Uchiha Sin inquired, "To what extent have you advanced in these two areas?" Uchiha Shinwu, "I have already gained the ability to walk freely on trees or across water. Whether climbing trees or treading upon water, I must say, it is remarkably simple. Even for an ordinary ninja, performing fine control and manipulation of chakra is not a significant challenge. Moreover, as Uchiha Shinwu has practiced his inner strength, his control over the chakra within his body is not solely reliant on his will, but also involves the intricate pathways of various meridians. In essence, many are at a considerable advantage. At this very moment, Uchiha Shinwu has achieved a solid foundation in ninja skills and has already mastered the techniques of tree climbing and water walking, making him an exceptionally competent genin. Uchiha Chin nodded in admiration, stating, "I always knew that such tasks would pose no difficulty for you, as expected. Now we shall commence the third step of your training, to ascertain the third step. One must comprehend their chakra attributes." Uchiha Chien stepped forward and retrieved a clean sheet of white paper from his drawer, saying, "Look here, this paper is not just any ordinary paper. It is a chakra test paper, a tool used to determine a ninja's attributes. Has your mother ever explained chakra attributes to you?" Shinwa's eyes lit up as he replied, "Of course, she has mentioned that chakra attributes are divided into 5 elements: lightning, wind, water, fire, and earth, corresponding to the 5 great nations of the ninja world." Uchiha Chien continued, "However, the reality is not as simple. There are not merely 5 attributes, but rather 7 in addition to the 5. There are also 2 other attributes, yang and yin. These 2 attributes cannot be tested with ninja tools, yet they can be perceived with the naked eye. Ninjas possessing yin attributes often have formidable mental prowess and a strong affinity for illusion techniques, while those with yang attributes typically possess a robust physique and excel in taijutsu, as well as in learning medical ninjutsu. Just like our Uchiha clan, anyone who possesses the bloodline of our ancestors undoubtedly carries a strong affinity for yin release. Considering your extraordinarily strong physique, I surmise your yang release is equally formidable. Therefore, it is unnecessary to conduct a test. We can ascertain in advance that you possess remarkable dual attributes of yin and yang. Now, let us test your chakra attributes." Uchiha Chien placed a sheet of paper before Shinwu, instructing, "Infuse a small amount of chakra. No need for much, just enough to meld with the paper." Uchiha Shinwu was already aware that when chakra of the 5 elemental attributes comes into contact with the test paper, fire ignites, water moistens, earth crumbles, wind cleaves, and lightning wrinkles. Thus, he easily utilized the chakra test paper. As he infused the chakra, the paper instantaneously transformed into 2 distinctly different areas. One area was sliced apart as if by a blade, while the other suddenly ignited into flames. Shinwu glanced at the situation before him, feeling a tinge of disappointment. It was merely wind and fire attributes. The power of the 2 attributes appeared quite balanced, with no discernible distinction in strength. Consequently, his chakra attributes were evidently revealed: yin, yang, wind, and fire. This does not imply that such chakra attributes are inferior, but rather that they fall short compared to a complete mastery of the 5 elements. Other chakra attributes require one to cultivate them from scratch, developing them gradually. The absence of lightning, earth, and water attributes does not preclude the use of other ninjutsu. Through extensive practice or research into these secret techniques, one can indeed cultivate additional chakra attributes. However, achieving this requires an extensive investment of time and effort, and future growth potential may be quite limited. At this moment of training, it would be more prudent to strengthen oneself before engaging in such endeavors again. Qingyan seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Wind and fire were indeed the norm. Had it been otherwise, he would have questioned whether there was a genetic mutation between the 2 individuals. Uchiha Qingyan stated, "Now, let me elucidate your future growth and the 3 paths ahead. Firstly, as members of the Uchiha clan, it is our unassailable duty to cultivate yin release and develop the Sharingan bloodline. You must select a basic illusion technique to begin your training. Secondly, given your high proficiency in yang release, coupled with your fire attribute, you have 2 choices. Either join the medical team to learn medical ninjutsu, or delve into the Uchiha's taijutsu, combining Uchiha swordsmanship with fire attribute chakra to diligently train in the Uchiha style of swordsmanship. The sword leap of flame. Mastering this sword technique to its utmost will be equally formidable, perhaps even surpassing those flashy ninjutsu techniques. The final choice is to focus primarily on fire attributes. diligently studying the variations of fire properties, using wind attributes as a support, and forging your own path in ninjutsu to create a unique secret technique. Among these three paths, aside from the development of your Uchiha bloodline, you may choose any one path. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shinwu furrowed his brow in contemplation. T.O. become a medical ninja. T.O. become a master of the sword. T.O. develop his own unique ninjutsu. Each path holds great significance, and the optimal choice would be to pursue all of them. However, given the limitations of one's energy, how could one possibly choose every path? Even an Uchiha genius, throughout their life, achieving the pinnacle in just one of these paths is already a remarkable feat. It is simply impossible to choose all. Uchiha Shinwu contemplated a possibility, addressing Uchiha Chingen before him. I know that among the ninjutsu of Konoha, there exists a technique known as the Shadow Clone Technique, which allows for training through clones, and upon dispelling the clones, the chakra and experience gained would return to the original body. Could this technique possibly allow me to choose all paths? Upon hearing Shinwu mention this unique ninjutsu, Uchiha Chingen looked at his son with a hint of surprise, not expecting him to conceive such a solution. The look of appreciation graced his handsome features, yet he ultimately shook his head in negation. The technique you mentioned is indeed a viable solution. However, the Shadow Clone Technique is not as omnipotent as you imagine. First, the Shadow Clone Technique can only be used to train ninjutsu or taijutsu through the clones, and cannot be utilized for chakra refining techniques. Oh, Uchiha Shinwu's expression turned curious. Chingen explained, "Indeed, let me provide an example. If I were to create a shadow clone, both my original self and the clone would train chakra refining techniques simultaneously. As the two bodies are independent entities, during the training process, my original body would gradually restore its chakra to reach its optimal state. Meanwhile, the shadow clone practicing chakra refining would also attain its peak state at an accelerated pace." In other words, Uchiha Chingen elaborated, it wouldn't take long for both my original self and the clone to possess their respective peak chakra levels. Do you believe there exists such a fortunate occurrence in this world? Shinwu furrowed his small brow, realizing the naivety of his initial thoughts. Nonetheless, the unique characteristic of the Shadow Clone Technique, if paired with sealing techniques, could still prove to be quite beneficial. For instance, if one were to create two shadow clones that, through training, restore their chakra to peak condition, and then did not recall the clones, but instead sealed them within a sealing scroll, one could effectively possess the equivalent chakra of 3 cells during battle. Uchiha Shinwu articulated this idea. Initially, Uchiha Chingen did not exhibit much reaction, but as he contemplated further, his eyes began to brighten, and he widened them in realization, nodding in agreement. Uchiha Chingen remarked, "This approach indeed holds merit. If employed during a conflict with enemy nations, enhancing endurance would be quite advantageous. However," Uchiha Chingen added, "during ordinary times, it holds little significant value. The distinction between the strengths of ninjas is stark. The powerful are undeniably strong, while the weak are distinctly weak, that if one were to be thoroughly suppressed in their naked force and ninjutsu techniques, then even possessing additional chakra would prove futile. Nevertheless, the method you propose is indeed commendable. Should a great battle arise, I shall bring this matter to attention. It may very well enhance the survival rate of our clan members. The Shadow Clone Technique harbors a second, most alarming flaw," Chingen stated. "If you utilize the Shadow Clone Technique to create 10 clones and simultaneously engage in physical training for 10 hours, upon recalling all the clones, you will not merely inherit their training experiences, but also their exhaustion and pain. Imagine the fatigue of 10 of your own selves training for 10 hours descending upon you all at once. That moment would be enough to overwhelm any ninja. Point 1 must recognize that human stamina is finite, as are their capacities for endurance. Thus, while everyone is aware of this seemingly advantageous method, very few dare to employ it." Uchiha Shinwu pondered this matter for a moment and replied, "I am indeed aware of such flaws. However, I have resolved to proceed, for I believe my physical constitution and mental fortitude far surpass those of the average ninja." Upon hearing Shinwu's analysis, Chingen did not refute him. Rather, he wholeheartedly agreed, stating, "Your self-assessment is remarkably accurate. In fact, I believe you should give it a try. Your physical strength renders 3 clones trivial, and you could easily manage 4 bodies training concurrently. However, Qingyan cautioned, have you considered that the rate of advancement in swordsmanship when training with 4 bodies simultaneously differs from that of a single body? Shinwu had indeed contemplated this issue, but swiftly chose to disregard it. He understood well that, whether one is a martial artist or a ninja, chakra forms the foundation of swordsmanship. If one's chakra reaches a certain level, even with a relatively short training duration, one can easily attain a high level of skill. The same principle applies to ninjutsu. Should chakra be insufficient, no matter how extraordinary one's swordsmanship, it is difficult to surpass one's own combat level. Given this, what significance lies in learning one ninjutsu versus many? Very well. Observing Shinwu's firm stance and determination, Uchiha Qingyan did not attempt to dissuade him. Instead, he retrieved all the available scrolls from their home. First was a scroll for the Shadow Clone Technique, which Shinwu intended to learn first. Following that were the Jinjutsu Nai Luo, Jianji Shu, the Taijutsu Sword Leap Flame, the Fire Release Techniques Phoenix Fire, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, and Great Dragon Fire, along with the Wind Release Technique Vacuum Bullets. Shinwu required 3 clones, along with his own body, to train simultaneously. This did not even account for medical ninjutsu. Uchiha Qingyan remarked, among the Uchiha clan, our lineage has always excelled in the realms of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. We are not well versed in medical ninjutsu or sealing techniques, and to study those, one must contribute to the clan library. With that time, would it not be more beneficial to learn combat ninjutsu instead? Thus, in my view, it would be best for you to focus on taijutsu. Medical ninjutsu is truly unsuited for you, and there is no need for you to trouble yourself with it. As for Qingyan's words, they did not deter Shinwu from pursuing medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques in Shinwu's eyes to become a top-tier powerhouse. One must possess a well-rounded skill set. Currently, he could only learn taijutsu, in-release, wind and fire ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and sealing techniques. Limited by his circumstances, if opportunities arose, he would willingly seek to learn and master more, such as attributes he currently lacked: lightning, water, and earth. While it might seem impossible to acquire medical and sealing techniques from Uchiha Qingyan, there remained another avenue. Uchiha Xiaorong. Based on Shinwu's understanding, Uchiha Xiaorong's father was the leader of the sealing team. A possessor of the Uchiha clan's 3-tomo Sharingan, and proficient in various formidable sealing techniques. Furthermore, Uchiha Shinwu shared a deep friendship with Yui from the medical team. A.S. Xiaorong was the only daughter of Shinwu and possessed exceptional talent. She certainly had no shortage of resources. Around the age of 4, Xiaorong began her foray into ninjutsu. By the age of 6, she had already cultivated her chakra to a significant extent and could effortlessly perform the perfect Great Fireball technique. During her 3 years at the Ninja Academy, she mastered the 3-body technique of Konoha, Uchiha-style body flicker technique, Uchiha-style basic taijutsu, and ninja tool throwing techniques. Tragically, during the Third Great Ninja War 3 years prior, her mother perished, awakening her single tomo Sharingan, and she began to engage with sealing and medical ninjutsu. I could see this moment. She had perfectly mastered the basics of sealing runes and could effortlessly execute common sealing techniques such as space sealing, fire sealing, and evil sealing. Simultaneously, she had also grasped the fundamentals of medical ninjutsu and the art of healing. Not long ago, at the age of 12, Uchiha Xiaorong received a dragon spirit from Uchiha Shinwu, significantly enhancing her chakra. Whether in healing or sealing capabilities, her skills have been considerably elevated. It is no exaggeration to assert that, at this juncture, Uchiha Xiaorong, despite her formal status as a genin, possessed true strength rivaling that of any medical shinin in Konoha. Although the extent of her medical and sealing techniques was still limited, it was more than sufficient for Shinwu's needs for a time. Shinwu resolved quietly, perhaps after training in the Shadow Clone Technique. He ought to create not 3, but 5 clones, of course. These notions were merely temporary ideas. Whether he could achieve such a feat would depend on a series of attempts before he could finalize his decision. All right, Uchiha Qingyan, seeing that Shinwu seemed entirely in agreement with his plans, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. he took the initiative to demonstrate the shadow clone technique for Uchiha Shinwu. Qingyan, one of the 13 captains of the Uchiha clan, possessed formidable strength and had been a Nin for many years. His mastery of the shadow clone technique was, without a doubt, exceptional. Just as Uchiha Shinwu opened the scroll and committed its contents to memory, Qingyan began to form hand seals and commenced his demonstration. However, at the moment Qingyan formed the first seal, he abruptly froze. Uchiha Shinwu, maintaining a stoic expression, opened his eyes. His gaze appeared to embody an enigmatic power. Focusing intently on Qingyan. "What is this?" Uchiha Qingyan thought he might be mistaken, but he had not erred. Shinwu's eyes had suddenly transformed into the exceedingly familiar double tomo Sharingan, radiating a subtle golden hue amidst the red. Without a doubt, it was the double tomo Sharingan that the Uchiha clan held in high regard. How could it be? At merely 6 years of age, a double tomo Sharingan. Qingyan was nearly beside himself with excitement. Uchiha Shinwu explained, "It was awakened over 10 days ago while I was in the root prison. Sensing my precarious situation and thinking of my mother and cousin Wu, I inadvertently awakened this power. If I am to study ninjutsu, I believe this method may expedite my progress." At this moment, Uchiha Shinwu had indeed become the bearer of the double tomo Sharingan. What is the greatest advantage of the double tomo Sharingan? Is it not the ability to replicate? Not only can it copy chakra flow and accurate hand seals, but it can also replicate the standard motions of various ninjutsu. Excellent, splendid indeed. Uchiha Qingyan was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of astonishment, one that completely surrounded him. He was utterly indifferent to the particulars of when or why this awakening occurred. In this moment, what Uchiha Qingyan truly cared about were merely two things. Uchiha Shinwu, who at this moment was but 6 years old, and whose awakening manifested as the double tomo Sharingan. Such talent, such a promising future. Uchiha Qingyan gasped several times in awe before sincerely exclaiming, "Shinwu, you truly are my son." Possessing the innate gift of the double tomo Sharingan, everything that followed would undoubtedly come to fruition. Within the Uchiha clan, regardless of the individual, be it the body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, or even physical techniques, Uchiha Qingyan ensured that Shinwu could seek mentorship from every clan member within his reach. Soon, he convened 7 of the clan's elite Nin with 3 tomo, achieving extraordinary mastery in ninjutsu and kenjutsu. Uchiha Shinwu inevitably caught the attention of both the Uchiha and Konoha's high-ranking officials. In the Hokage's office within the administrative building, Uchiha Shinwu, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Haru, and Uchiha Shinwu stood before the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who held 5 documents in his hands. Perusing them one by one, with each passing moment, his heart grew colder. Indeed, it was unclear who had leaked the information, but the list of the Uchiha clan's prodigies had made its way into Hiruzen's possession. Not only that, but he was also aware of the clan's ongoing meetings among the Nin and their choice to remain spectators. This revelation was far more disheartening than the 5 individuals themselves. Creak! Shimura Danzo pushed open the door and entered with an impassive expression. Casting a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, he remarked, "Have you heard? Uchiha Fugaku has convened a meeting to determine the clan's stance on the situation at the cloud-hidden battlefield." Shimura Danzo continued, "The Uchiha are indeed a clan born of malevolence. When a village faces peril, rather than working to resolve the issues, they're solely concerned with their own gains and losses." A clan born of malevolence, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, choosing not to elaborate further, nor did he refute Danzo's opinions and observations. Seeing this demeanor, Danzo felt invigorated and proclaimed loudly, "I have received word that Fugaku's sudden change of heart is entirely due to a remark made by that little girl, Uchiha Haru. This girl, despite her tender age, already comprehends how to sow discord between the village and the clan. If we allow her to mature further, what will become of us?" Her words have already instilled a significant wariness and apprehension within the Uchiha towards the village. "We cannot permit this situation to persist." Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a stoic expression, feigning a listening posture that in truth, Danzo's words echoed his own thoughts. Danzo's stance mirrored his own. Hiruzen felt that this particular Uchiha prodigy was indeed a bit excessive. The emergence of Uchiha Shinwu, a genius who graduated from the Ninja Academy at merely 7 years old, and at 10, showcased unparalleled proficiency in body flicker and swordsmanship, effortlessly dispatching Nin. Nevertheless, Hiruzen did not perceive this genius as a substantial threat. He had previously interacted with Uchiha Shinwu, recounting his friendship with Uchiha Kagami and the will of fire that Konoha upheld, which earned Shinsui's utmost respect. The Uchiha, possessing strength without wisdom, were, in essence, nothing more than that. Uchiha Itachi awakened his single Tomo Sharingan at 4. Uchiha Izumi did so at 6. And now, Uchiha Kinui had awakened his double Tomo Sharingan at SIX. In Hiruzen's mind, the future accomplishments of these three would not necessarily surpass that of Uchiha Shinwu. Moreover, all three were still very young. Uchiha Kinui might not be a threat, while Uchiha Itachi would undoubtedly act as a bridge to mend relations between the village and the clan, entering the Ninja Academy to learn the will of fire. In due time, he could naturally exert influence. The remaining individuals posed little concern. Only Uchiha Haru remained a glaring issue. This piercing observation, if it were to be overlooked, would surely lead to her demise. Hiruzen pondered privately. If she disrupts the plans against the Uchiha and eases tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha, this Uchiha clearly walks a path toward destruction. If her cunning is not mere chance but rather extraordinary political acumen, she must be dealt with harshly. The Uchiha already wield immense power. They must not possess wisdom that surpasses Itachi's heart. Hiruzen silently condemned Uchiha Haru to death. However, while he had resolved to eliminate this potential threat, he recognized that such thoughts could not be spoken aloud, nor could he act upon them. Lifting his gaze to his friend, the indignant Shimura Danzo, Hiruzen calmly inquired, "What do you propose we do?" Danzo replied, coldly, "A child born of such innate malevolence should not exist in this world. Her presence poses a grave threat to the village." Danzo implored earnestly for the stability of the village. "We must do everything in our power to eradicate this child." "What? You actually wish to kill her?" Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in shock. Rising to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. While she may have spoken provocatively, suggesting discord between the Uchiha and us, she is still merely a child. You cannot possibly intend to kill her. I vehemently oppose this. Danzo's voice dropped. Dazen, as Hokage, you must possess the resolve to make decisive choices. Indecision will only lead to catastrophe. Hiruzen seemed to waver, then spoke. "Will you reconsider?" Danzo scoffed dismissively. Hiruzen lamented, "She is still just a child." Danzo observed his old friend's performance with a cold gaze. This time, Hiruzen did not assert his position as Hokage, indicating he held no intention of protecting Uchiha Haru. If Hiruzen truly wished to safeguard someone, what means would he possess? Witnessing Hiruzen's behavior, Danzo realized the matter was settled. After decades of camaraderie, how could they lack this minimal understanding? Uchiha Haru was doomed. Ding, ding, ding. Orochimaru and Uchiha Fugaku simultaneously knocked on the door of the Konoha high-level conference room. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Gate Haya, Narashikamu, and Shimura Danzo formed a semicircle, seated at the four corners. Hiruzen occupied the central position. Upon the entrance of the two, Hiruzen greeted them warmly, in the wake of the fourth Hokage's demise and the invasion by the cloud-hidden village. Konoha now stands at the precipice of life and death. As I am advanced in years, I have reluctantly accepted the mantle of Hokage once more in truth, this position would inevitably be passed on. Hiruzen continued, Orochimaru, Fugaku, you two are the most likely candidates to inherit the title of fifth Hokage. However, you still lack sufficient experience that I believe that whoever can lead Konoha through this crisis will earn the trust of the village and naturally find themselves in line for the position of Hokage. The purpose of this gathering was to inquire which of the two would be willing to undertake the task of leading Konoha towards rebirth. Upon hearing that Orochimaru might inherit the title of Hokage, Danzo's single eye gleamed with interest. Yet he refrained from speaking at that moment, instead falling into deep contemplation. The position of Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku could only admire and envy the prospect. However, he has already recognized that the current situation of the Uchiha clan is not conducive to achieving merit. With no other choice, he could only repeatedly shake his head and say, "I am truly, deeply ashamed. Our Uchiha clan has just encountered a great upheaval, and the suspicion surrounding the Nine-Tails incident remains uncleared. At this moment, it is not suitable to establish great accomplishments. Lord Hokage, I sincerely apologize. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a person who knows how to pick up and let go. He was already aware of Fugaku's choice and, of course, would not be emotionally affected by these words. Upon hearing them, he remained unfazed and calmly said, "This is the position of the fifth Hokage. Are you truly not considering it?" "I am not considering it at all." Uchiha Fugaku turned to Orochimaru, actively extending a friendly gesture, and said, "Congratulations, Orochimaru. From this day forth, you may very well be our fifth Hokage of Konoha. Please take good care of us." The position of the fifth Hokage of Konoha? Looking at the Uchiha Fugaku before him, Orochimaru, who once harbored great enthusiasm for this place, had once contemplated that one day he would become one of Konoha's Hokage, exerting all his abilities and intelligence to lead Konoha towards prosperity. However, ever since the recent special Jounin Trust vote in Konoha, where the fourth Hokage was chosen and suffered a significant defeat to Jiraiya's disciple, the fourth Hokage Namake's Minato, Orochimaru had completely lost interest in such ambitions. To speak candidly, Orochimaru pondered silently. The so-called special Jounin Trust vote in Konoha is utterly ridiculous that Jiraiya's disciple has already become the village's fourth Hokage, and I, Orochimaru, am now supposed to initiate a trust vote to become the fifth Hokage? Am I truly the fool here, or is the entire village deluded? Am I, Orochimaru, the kind of ninja who possesses no pride and disregards even the slightest semblance of dignity? Though he harbored such thoughts, Orochimaru did not overtly express his lack of interest in front of Uchiha Fugaku, for he was not merely an outstanding ninja and scientist, but also a somewhat accomplished politician. He understood the current situation in Konoha all too well. The high-ranking officials of Konoha and the Uchiha clan were experiencing palpable conflict, with the higher-ups doubting the Uchiha, while the Uchiha felt inexplicably misunderstood. I could see this very moment. Fugaku had pinned all his hopes on the soon-to-be fifth Hokage. If Orochimaru were to display even a hint of disinterest, it would likely lead Fugaku to complete disappointment, potentially prompting irrational actions if I were to lead the team. Even if Fugaku held reservations towards the higher-ups, he would still dispatch a portion of their forces as an investment, which would be quite advantageous for the current state of Konoha. Orochimaru gazed deeply at Uchiha Fugaku and said with a smile, "This time at the battlefield of the Cloud Village, we will need the strong support of clan leader Fugaku." Strong support? Uchiha Fugaku revealed a look of difficulty. Rest assured, at this moment, Orochimaru, much like Shimura Danzo, possessed a modicum of interest in Konoha's politics and was acutely aware of its significance. Thus, he was not lacking in manpower, of course. He was already aware of the recent conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Orochimaru did not particularly endorse the actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, but he had lived through the First Shinobi World War until now as a Konoha ninja and was well aware of how far Konoha had declined. During the First Shinobi World War, Konoha had the immensely powerful Senju clan within, and the Uzumaki clan as allies, virtually overwhelming the other four great ninja villages that be why the Second Shinobi World War. Both the Senju and Uzumaki clans had nearly vanished, yet there were still figures like Hitaki Tsukumo and the legendary Three Sannin rising to prominence, allowing Konoha to maintain its upper hand against the other villages. However, by the Third Shinobi World War, with Hitaki Tsukumo's suicide, Jiraiya's travels, and Tsunade's departure, Konoha could only rely on the somewhat capable Namake's Minato and his juniors to extinguish fires everywhere. Now, having lost Minato, was Konoha planning to further confront the slightly formidable Uchiha and Hyuga clans? Was the Nine-Tails incident truly a conspiracy of the Uchiha? Orochimaru couldn't help but harbor a sliver of doubt. From both political and other perspectives, the Uchiha had no motive to target Namake's Minato or Uzumaki Kushina. Rather, it was Shimura Danzo as a collaborator. Orochimaru was fully aware that Danzo possessed the power of the Sharingan. Moreover, on the night of the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha had almost thoroughly investigated the matter, revealing no missing ninjas. Instead, had anyone truly investigated Danzo's whereabouts? Compared to the Uchiha, Orochimaru found himself harboring greater suspicions toward Shimura Danzo. After some contemplation, Orochimaru spoke earnestly. I merely wish to borrow a small contingent of manpower from your clan, not requiring too much. Just 3 teams will suffice. This time, as we approach the border, we may very well encounter the Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village. Konoha needs the strength of the Uchiha. Very well. Upon hearing Orochimaru's request, Uchiha Fugaku found it difficult to refuse. Moreover, dispatching merely 20% of their strength would allow the Uchiha to fulfill their responsibilities while not drawing undue attention, thereby not exacerbating their suspicions. However, at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku also put forth a condition of his own, stating, Orochimaru, there is no issue with dispatching 3 teams of ninjas to support the border battlefield. However, I have one condition. If I'm not mistaken, you currently do not possess any particularly outstanding disciples that satisfy you. Our Uchiha clan, on the other hand, has recently been blessed with a surge of talent. Oh, upon hearing Fugaku mention the Uchiha clan's prodigies, Orochimaru couldn't help but recall the 6-year-old child he saw in Training Room 7 on that occasion. He had fortuitously visited to instruct the students. Inadvertently witnessing Uchiha Itachi practicing shuriken techniques at that time. Itachi was merely 6 years old, yet his shuriken proficiency was nothing short of astonishing. Orochimaru found it difficult to suppress his amazement. He suspected that even the average jounin of Konoha would be utterly outclassed if they lacked comparable chakra. It was said that Uchiha Itachi was one of the 5 rising geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, while Fugaku's words might sound exaggerated. Only those truly in the know would understand how humble that statement was. The Uchiha of this generation indeed had an abundance of talent. Even just one of the 5 geniuses possessed such remarkable gifts. It was no wonder that it incited the wariness of both teachers and Danzo. The notion that their nature was inherently malevolent was utterly baseless. The concerns of the teachers and Danzo were indeed overly alarmist. Since those 2 could not accommodate the Uchiha, Orochimaru would not hold back. Orochimaru had certainly discerned Fugaku's intention to seize the opportunity to befriend him and ease the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Coincidentally, Orochimaru also wished to prevent Konoha from losing the powerful Uchiha clan once again and was determined to do everything in his power to protect this formidable bloodline. The 2 parties reach a consensus, and before Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru chose Uchiha Sharon, one of the Uchiha clan's prodigies, as his disciple. Both sides were pleased, and they walked side by side for a considerable distance before parting ways. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo watched the 2 disappear from their line of sight. Danzo, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, Hiruzen, it seems that your disciple does not share your sentiments entirely, with the Cloud Village looming externally. Konoha requires your seasoned Hokage presence to stabilize the hearts of the people. If this incident were to conclude, TSK, Orochimaru would stand a significant chance of becoming the 5th Hokage. He might very well overturn our previous policies of suppression against the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen, Mito Kazumi also spoke up loudly. The Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. Their very existence is a malignant tumor upon our village. How can we allow the Uchiha to gain the trust of the 5th Hokage and rise? Tsunade, too, rose from her seat in an instant and declared, the true mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident has yet to be apprehended. However, on that fateful night, the 2 Sharingan nestled within the eyes of the Nine Tails were witnessed by all, casting a shadow of immense suspicion upon the Uchiha clan that we must not afford the Uchiha any opportunity. The urgency displayed by Mito Gate-in and the young spring of the Zenkai clan in addressing the Uchiha is not solely rooted in the chaos caused by the Nine Tails. Primarily, it stems from the fact that clans such as Mito and Zenkai have experienced significant development over the years, necessitating the acquisition of the benefits that had traditionally belonged to the various ninja clans within the village. If the major clans do not perish, their own growth will be hindered. Conversely, should the major clans prosper, their interests may very well be jeopardized. They are acutely aware of the stakes for their own clans. With the support of their 4 individuals, they wield power and privileges to foster their development. Yet, to compete against the Uchiha clan based on merit and capability, that is sheer folly among the Uchiha. Those with the 3-tomo Sharingan, stifled at the Genin level, could easily overpower several elite Genin from the Mito clan with ease. That a simple illustration suffices. Uchiha Shinwu, known to all as Nin of the Leaf Village, possesses a double tomo Sharingan and is merely 10 years of age this year. In contrast, the leader of the Mito clan is an elite Genin, already over 50 when pitted against one another in terms of strength, accomplishments, and numerous other factors. The result is all too predictable. It is unequivocally Shinwu who would emerge victorious. In comparison to Uchiha Shinwu, the leader of their clan appears utterly ineffectual. How can the Uchiha clan rise? Do they even dare to contemplate forging connections with the higher echelons of the Leaf Village, or even the next Hokage? Mito Gate Inn and Zenkai Spring are nearly driven to the brink of hysteria. Merely contemplating such a scenario is terrifying enough. Should the Uchiha ascend, would not their clans and the families behind them be rendered utterly insignificant? Would they still be able to secure their previous share of benefits? Faced with the frantic pleas of his two old friends, Sarutobi, whose impassive countenance bore a slight shadow of gloom. Did such matters truly require the articulation of these two fools? Was he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, blind to the obvious? How much have the Mito and Zenkai clans truly garnered? In the annual distribution of the Leaf S benefits, the Sarutobi clan claims 50%, the Shimura clan takes 20%, while the two of you merely secure 10% each. What reason do you have to be so agitated? He, who holds 50%, has far more cause for concern than you. After a lengthy silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally articulated his stance. The acceptance of the Uchiha clan is indeed a matter that Orochimaru has handled poorly. However, at this moment, within the Leaf Village, there is no one other than him who qualifies to succeed the Hokage position. His gaze turned towards Danzo, who understood his intent. What did Hiruzen's statement imply? The meaning was all too clear. Orochimaru is unfit to become the next Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen harbors significant dissatisfaction with his former disciple. Yet, the Leaf currently lacks any suitable successors that it would be easy to remove Orochimaru. But a new heir must be sought. Shimura Danzo confidently asserted. The candidates for the 5th Hokage are not limited to Orochimaru alone. I too possess such qualifications. Mito Gate Inn and Zenkai Spring quickly voiced their agreement, proclaiming, "We propose that Shimura Danzo take the lead, replacing Orochimaru as the commander in dealing with the Cloud Village army. Upon success, we shall devote all our resources to support Danzo in becoming the new Hokage of the Leaf." Ahem. Upon hearing this, Danzo nearly choked. He merely expressed his desire to replace Orochimaru as the new Hokage. He never claimed he was willing to take command against the Cloud Village army. Danzo hastily interjected. With all due respect, this matter is best left to Orochimaru. After all, he has experience as the commander in dealing with a ninja village during the Third Great Ninja War, and his esteemed reputation as one of the legendary three lends him considerable credibility. For reasons of logic and sentiment, he should be entrusted with this battle. However, Danzo continued, being responsible for the war is one thing, but whether or not he can ascend to the Hokage position is another matter entirely. Even Zenkai Spring found the situation somewhat untenable, expressing hesitance. If Orochimaru were to achieve great merit once again, stabilizing the Leaf, yet be denied the chance to ascend, would it not provoke dissent among the village's ninjas? Fear not, Danzo assured with unwavering confidence. I possess enough assurance to guarantee that the villagers will wholeheartedly oppose Orochimaru's ascension to the Hokage position. At that moment, a rare smile graced Danzo's face as he addressed the individuals before him. I entrust the position of the 5th Hokage to you all. Rest assured, Mito Gate Inn and Zenkai Spring expressed their support in unison. Sarutobi Hiruzen also wore a smile, filled with trust and admiration for Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, indeed agreed to aid Danzo in becoming the next Hokage. However, he never indicated that his subordinates would also lend their assistance. Of course, at this juncture, Hiruzen, now advanced in years, had no intention of clinging to his position. With Orochimaru and the Uchiha, the battlefield against the Cloud Village was clearly a stage for merit. Danzo dared not tread there, yet aspired to become Hokage. Shinji's strength was commendable, though he lacked accomplishments. He could serve as Danzo's aide, gaining experience alongside Orochimaru. Should Orochimaru vanquish the cloud, Danzo could then contend with him, seizing the opportunity to elevate Shinji, thus ensuring that the Hokage position would ultimately belong to the Sarutobi clan. With a smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the three individuals, already contemplating entrusting his trump card, Shinji, to Orochimaru when the time was right. Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking resonated from outside the courtyard. Uchiha Junyu, having left the children at home, quickly responded, "Shinmu, please answer the door and see who has come." Uchiha Shinwu sheathed his sword and stepped forward, opening the courtyard door to reveal a stranger, yet a fellow Uchiha ninja. "I am a member of the clan leader's guard." The unfamiliar ninja smiled, inquiring, "Might you be the illustrious Uchiha Shinwu?" Uchiha Shinwu felt a twinge of confusion and inquired curiously, "I am Uchiha Shinwu. Is there something you need?" "Indeed," a member of the guard team explained with a warm demeanor. "A distinguished guest has arrived for the clan. The clan leader has commanded me to summon the 5 most renowned geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Jishui, Xiaorong, Itachi, and the others have already departed. Only you and Uchiha Quan remain." Uchiha Quan. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Shinwu replied, "I hold great interest in Quan. How about I accompany you to meet Uchiha Quan, and then we shall proceed to see the clan leader and our esteemed guest?" Well, the guard member hesitated for but a moment before readily agreeing to the proposition, smiling as he asked, "Do we need to prepare any ninja tools?" Shinwu looked at him in surprise, saying, "Is it truly necessary to bring ninja tools just to meet a guest?" The guard member smiled amiably, replying, "Such matters are unpredictable. No one can guarantee what may occur. After all, you must know that we Uchihas are renowned as a formidable clan of combat ninjas." Shinwu acknowledged. "I understand that I shall inform my mother first." With that, in an instant, Uchiha Shinwu vanished from the presence of the guard member. The young Uchiha's face was marked with astonishment. What had just transpired appeared deceptively simple. Yet upon deeper reflection, one would quickly discern its extraordinary nature. Chakra gathered at his feet, and when he stepped on the ground, it was evident he had exerted tremendous force. However, such immense power left no trace behind. Moreover, his movements flowed seamlessly, akin to a gentle stream, devoid of any sense of awkwardness. Such mastery of Shunshin. The Uchiha guards were left speechless. This technique was only slightly inferior to that of the illustrious Uchiha Jishui, and it was clear that he was indeed the son of Captain Changyan. Uchiha Shinwu followed the guard team and soon arrived at a relatively remote area of the Uchiha clan grounds. Before them stood a modest dwelling that exuded a sense of simplicity rather than opulence. The guard stepped forward to knock on the door, while Shinwu stood quietly beside him. The door opened to reveal a young girl of similar age to Uchiha Shinwu. With an adorable smile adorning her face, she greeted them politely. "Hello. May I ask who you are and what brings you here?" "Greetings," the guard member replied courteously. "You must be Quan, correct? I am a member of the clan leader's guard team. My name is Uchiha Jiodai. You may call me Brother Jiodai. I am here to escort you and the other geniuses to meet a distinguished guest of the Uchiha clan." Perhaps feeling that his interaction with Uchiha Shinwu had not been as smooth, Uchiha Jiodai introduced himself first to Uchiha Quan to meet a guest of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Quan appeared slightly hesitant and nervously said, "I am sorry. Could you please wait for a moment?" In an instant, the two watched as the girl swiftly dashed back in her home, and shortly after, a middle-aged woman emerged with a somewhat anxious demeanor. The woman expressed her concern, saying, "Quan's father is an honest and ordinary man. Our family has never had any dealings with ninjas. Unless it is something of great importance, could Quan not attend?" "Rest assured," Uchiha Jiodai reassured her politely. "I can guarantee it is a most favorable occasion, and there will be no issues that I will ensure that Quan returns safely." "Very well." The middle-aged woman relented, though still visibly troubled, and proceeded to give Uchiha Quan a few parting words of advice. Uchiha Quan turned to Uchiha Shinwu, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and asked, "Are you Uchiha Shinwu?" "Indeed," Shinwu replied nonchalantly. "Like you, I awakened the Uchiha bloodline's Sharingan indirectly due to the events of the Nine Tails incident. It is a pleasure to meet you." Uchiha Quan, with her innocent exuberance, exclaimed, "We just moved here and have no friends. Since you know our address, will you come and visit me sometime?" Uchiha Shinwu was taken aback by her gentle and friendly nature. Wasn't Shimura Danzo supposed to portray her as a malevolent little imp? What a pity! Shinwu mused inwardly, casting her a peculiar glance, with the awakening of the Sharingan and her entry into the Uchiha clan. How long could such innocence and naivety truly last? A girl who cherished friendship and treated everyone kindly, yet she lived during a time of profound contradiction for both Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Her fate was likely to be apparent. While it may not be as tragic as Uzumaki Naruto's, she would undoubtedly face violence and exclusion. However, upon further reflection, wasn't Uchiha Shinwu himself in a similar predicament? Living in this era, the most prudent course of action should be to ally with Uchiha Quan and other Uchihas for mutual support. Thus, Uchiha Shinwu did not reject Uchiha Quan's friendship, his eyes brightening as he smiled. "I will remember that. I shall come to see you during the evening twilight to be by the way. You haven't learned any ninjutsu, have you?" Uchiha Shinwu observed, noting the absence of any ninja tool pouch on her person, leading him to surmise part of the situation. Uchiha Quan replied nonchalantly, "My parents lack the talent for ninjutsu, and we had thought we would be ordinary civilians in Konoha, so I did not enroll in the ninja academy. However, I awakened my Sharingan not long ago." Uchiha Quan continued, "The clan leader sent someone to inform us that I could join the ninja academy as a transfer student, and the clan would cover my tuition and expenses as long as I studied diligently." After contemplating for a moment, Uchiha Shinwu proposed, "If time permits, I could teach you some ninja techniques." As they conversed, the trio arrived at the residence of Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Quan's jaw dropped in astonishment. It must be said that Uchiha Fugaku's abode stood in stark contrast to the humble dwelling of Uchiha Quan and her mother. Uchiha Quan strained her eyes to take in her surroundings, glancing left and right, up and down, unable to discern where Fugaku's residence ended. "How grand!" the young girl exclaimed, her mouth agape in awe. A hearty laugh resonated through the courtyard. Uchiha Fugaku and Orochimaru turned simultaneously and beheld Uchiha Shinwu and Uchiha Quan, who had been brought by Jiodai. Indeed, the esteemed guest of Uchiha Fugaku was none other than the infamous Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Beside them stood Uchiha Jishuei with a warm smile, while Uchiha Xiaorong exuded a cool and arrogant demeanor, and Uchiha Itachi appeared brooding. 5 individuals, 5 pairs of eyes, fixated simultaneously on the two newcomers. Orochimaru, with a gentle smile, or perhaps striving to appear gentle, addressed them. "Are these two the illustrious Uchiha Shinwu and Uchiha Quan?" "Indeed," Uchiha Fugaku replied heartily. "I am aware that Lord Orochimaru holds a particular fondness for Xiaorong as his disciple. However, this generation of Uchihas is truly exceptional. Among the younger ones, several possess remarkable talents. I encourage Lord Orochimaru to witness their abilities." Orochimaru responded noncommittally. "Since you are so gracious, Uchiha Fugaku, I shall not refuse your hospitality." Fugaku instructed several individuals to accompany them to the training room within his residence. With a smile, Fugaku remarked, "The best way for ninjas to showcase their talents is through combat. Although Xiaorong and Jishuei differ slightly in age, Jishuei is a chunin, while Xiaorong is a genin. So the disparity is not too significant. I propose that the 5 children engage in pairs for a friendly sparring session. What does Lord Orochimaru think?" Orochimaru chuckled. "I have no objections," Faik then commanded. "The future of Lord Orochimaru may very well be as the 5th Hokage of the village. You must all perform admirably and showcase your strengths. Shursui and Summer, you two shall be the first to test your skills." "All right." Shursui respectfully nodded, his excitement palpable at the prospect of Orochimaru becoming the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Although Uchiha Summer primarily practiced sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu, she was undeniably one of the Uchiha clan's most talented individuals and took great pride in her abilities. Moreover, she was 2 years older than Shursui, which did not deter her from engaging in a battle with him. As Uchiha Summer and Uchiha Shursui stood in the arena, they formed opposing seals before launching into action. Uchiha Summer flicked her wrist, sending several shuriken flying towards Uchiha Shursui. who swiftly unsheathed the short sword at his back. With a mere wave of his hand, he effortlessly sliced the shuriken in half. Without hesitation, Uchiha Summer drew a kunai and charged fiercely at Uchiha Shinwu. Shinwu moved with a leisurely grace, employing the body flicker technique to evade her relentless attacks. Initially, he had anticipated a fierce contest of equals. But the reality was starkly different. Why? Shinwu sensed that he was hardly under any pressure at all. He felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as if he could easily defeat the female ninja before him. Yet he hesitated, questioning whether it would be too disrespectful to do so. In a moment of awkwardness, he scratched his face. Uchiha Kamina, observing nearby, concealed his face in embarrassment. Even a novice like him could discern the glaring disparity between the two combatants. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with intrigue, yet he remained indifferent to their bout. He had already perused Uchiha Summer's dossier, aware of her specialization in medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques, foundations that aligned perfectly with his own research. Furthermore, Uchiha Summer had recently displayed remarkable political acumen, which only heightened Orochimaru's interest. A Uchiha lacking wisdom and vision would have little future. Thus, even though Summer's combat prowess seemed somewhat lacking at present, Orochimaru remained steadfast in his decision regarding his disciples. Ultimately, Uchiha Shinwu triumphed over Uchiha Summer without any exertion. Orochimaru objectively remarked, Summer possesses a chakra capacity that surpasses Shinwu's. However, her combat skills leave much to be desired. By employing the shadow clone technique, she could potentially increase her numbers and leverage her chakra advantage. If the opportunity arises, they may engage in a second match. At that moment, Orochimaru was still invested in his disciples' progress. Therefore, he was not merely selecting disciples. He was also demonstrating his discernment and capabilities to them. Itachi, Faik smiled at Itachi and the young girl Izumi on the other side, saying, Itachi, why don't you spar with Izumi? Yes, father, Uchiha Itachi replied nonchalantly. Lord Clan Leader. In stark contrast to Itachi's calm demeanor, Uchiha Izumi was overwhelmed with anxiety. Did Faik harbor any misconceptions about her? True, she had awakened her Sharingan at the tender age of 6. But both her parents were ordinary individuals who had never undergone any ninja training before joining the Uchiha clan. She had observed the earlier fight between Uchiha Shinwu and Summer with clarity. Just because she had not received systematic training did not mean she lacked perceptiveness. How could she possibly perform those feats with such strength? Uchiha Izumi earnestly declined. I am truly sorry, but I have yet to begin learning chakra refinement techniques, nor have I studied any combat skills. Uchiha Faik and Orochimaru exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows in unison. With their keen insight, they could see that the young girl was not merely being overly modest. She genuinely had no training whatsoever. In other words, this renowned Uchiha prodigy, despite awakening her single tomo Sharingan, had yet to engage in any ninja training. The prospect of her attaining a 3-tomo Sharingan was imminent. Yet Uchiha Faik pondered silently. Without exceptionally powerful parents, Izumi's future seemed predictable. At best, she might become a competent Uchiha Nin, but her combat skills would likely be lacking. Although Uchiha Itachi was still quite young, his intelligence was remarkable. He picked up on the nuances of the situation and recognized that Izumi had yet to embark on her training. He said with understanding, we shall only engage in a casual spar. If you truly do not know how, I can teach you that it was evident that Uchiha Itachi had no intention of abandoning the idea of sparring. Even if his opponent were inexperienced, he was confident in his ability to demonstrate his prowess. Then, Uchiha Izumi hesitantly fiddled with her fingers, caught in an unprecedented dilemma, before finally summoning her courage to say, let us spar then, wait. A sudden voice interrupted, halting Uchiha Izumi in her tracks. Uchiha Kamina disdainfully remarked, Izumi has already stated that she has no training, and yet you wish to compete with her? I shall gladly entertain you. Oh, Uchiha Kamina. Uchiha Itachi shot a fierce gaze at Kamina this moment. Itachi indeed revealed a fraction of his talent, though he had yet to reach the level of superiority over the entire Uchiha clan. In reality, aside from Uchiha Shinwu, he had seldom encountered other geniuses. Uchiha Kamina was a rising star within the Uchiha, nearly on par with his own talents, and Itachi was eager to ascertain the current level of his skills among the clan's prodigies. Thus, the typically aloof Uchiha Itachi found himself harboring a rare spark of competitive spirit. Uchiha Fugaku crossed his arms, holding no objections to the unfolding scene, that in his view, Uchiha prodigies should naturally assert themselves. And Uchiha Kamina exhibited the qualities befitting a young Uchiha. Orochimaru was equally intrigued by the two youngsters before him. Although it was his first visit to the Fugaku household, he had already formed a certain understanding of Itachi. In Orochimaru's estimation, among the 5 prodigies present, Uchiha Shinwu and Uchiha Itachi stood out as exceptional talents with extraordinary combat prowess. Uchiha Summer, while slightly less impressive, possessed a keen political mind, distinguishing her from the others. Uchiha Izumi, having awakened her Sharingan at 6, but lacking training, appeared to be the least skilled among them. Yet her lack of experience made it difficult to definitively gauge her potential. The only one who left Orochimaru somewhat uncertain was Uchiha Kamina. The only information he and Fugaku possessed was that Kamina had recently awakened his Sharingan, and upon awakening, it was a 2-tome Sharingan.as for his abilities and combat talent. Orochimaru was entirely in the dark. In terms of the talent for awakening the Sharingan, Uchiha Kamina could be considered quite remarkable, potentially on par with Itachi. However, the question remained, how did he fare in other aspects? Both men displayed curious expressions. Uchiha Kamina had now positioned himself opposite Uchiha Itachi. The two formed opposing seals. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi took the initiative. From his ninja tool pouch, 3 shuriken flew in 3 directions toward Kamina. However, Uchiha Itachi's aim was evidently lacking. Uchiha Kamina remained perfectly still, and all 3 shuriken narrowly missed him, soaring past his body. Did he miss? Uchiha Xiaorong expressed mild surprise, only to quickly resign herself to the reality. After all, he was merely a 6-year-old child. Orochimaru lifted his gaze, casting a perplexed look at this future disciple. Uchiha Xiaorong seemed to exude an aura of not being particularly intelligent, did she? Just as many assumed the situation had missed its mark. A series of nearly imperceptible steel wires emerged, glistening under the sunlight. The wires swirled around, inexplicably enveloping Kamemu from multiple directions, seemingly blocking every possible escape route. The diminutive form of Uchiha Itachi flipped through the air, seizing the shuriken that danced in midair, and launched 3 more shuriken, synchronizing with his previous actions in mere moments. It appeared as though Kamemu had been ensnared within an intricate web. Only then did he release 6 shuriken in a split second, intending to conclude the battle in that instant. Suddenly, Kamemu's body transformed, executing a body flicker technique akin to a floating dragon, his form agile and serpentine. Just as Uchiha Itachi was about to tighten his grip, Kamemu deftly evaded, slipping out of the shuriken's grasp with a few flickers. Simultaneously, a broken sword was drawn from behind, imbued with the force of a mountain, charging toward Uchiha Itachi. In a sudden reaction, Uchiha Itachi retrieved an unopened wind demon shuriken to counter Kamemu's assault. The clash of the 3 blades of the wind demon shuriken against Kamemu's sword produced a deafening metallic resonance. Kamemu did not retreat an inch. However, Uchiha Itachi, clearly hindered by his tender age and lack of strength, was forcefully sent flying by the impact. Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted slightly. Even Orochimaru displayed a hint of surprise. They could never have anticipated that the prodigious Uchiha Itachi would be so swiftly overwhelmed. Though the confrontation lasted but an instant as adept information gatherers, they gleaned much from this exchange. Uchiha Itachi exhibited remarkable combat intelligence. Despite his youth, he had perfected Surank Taijutsu and shuriken manipulation. Moreover, his speed undoubtedly matched that of a typical genin. Yet when compared to Uchiha Kamemu, Uchiha Itachi appeared even more formidable. Firstly, Kamemu's body flicker technique was exquisite, rivaling that of Uchiha Shinwu. Unlike Shinsui's technique, Kamemu merely lacked the fusion with the shadow clone technique. If he were to execute the basic clone technique without hand seals and integrate it with his body flicker, he would become a second Shinwu. This, Uchiha Fugaku felt genuine admiration. Such a body flicker technique could rival most of the Nin and Konoha Core. The prowess of the body flicker was merely one of Kamemu's advantages. Compared to Uchiha Itachi, He possessed another significant edge: the sheer volume of chakra. Uchiha Kamamu's chakra and physical prowess were evidently several times superior to Itachi's. Thus, after just one exchange, Uchiha Itachi was sent reeling. Orochimaru's expression grew grave. Not long ago, upon first encountering Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru had been struck by what he had thought Itachi was the pinnacle of what a child could achieve. Yet in such a short span, he witnessed another genius of the same age who was nearly capable of besting Uchiha Itachi. At the very least, in terms of strength and speed, Kamamu had demonstrated an overwhelming superiority. Observers were keenly aware of the unfolding dynamics. Uchiha Itachi, in an instant, assessed the situation and became increasingly cautious. Utilizing the force from his retreat, he executed the invisibility technique, vanishing in a split second. Suddenly, a shuriken flew from one direction, but a figure reminiscent of Uchiha Itachi flickered past. The next moment, another shuriken approached from a different direction, accompanied by another fleeting silhouette of Itachi. In a contest of speed, one would think such a battle would pose little challenge for the Uchiha, endowed with dynamic vision. However, neither Uchiha Itachi nor Uchiha Kamamu activated their Sharingan. Uchiha Kamamu surveyed the densely woven steel wires and shuriken arrayed around him. Traces of Uchiha Itachi's movements were evident from every direction, rendering it impossible for anyone to pinpoint his trajectory in an instant. Abruptly, Uchiha Itachi reappeared, gripping the wind demon shuriken as he charged toward Kamamu. As Kamamu's pupils constricted, desperately defending against the steel net and wind demon shuriken, he distinctly witnessed the recently emerged figure dissipate into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone? Orochimaru silently marveled. Indeed, such a talent was worthy of admiration. After manipulating shuriken, a mere 6-year-old child executed a shadow clone technique. He could hardly be deemed a true ninja, yet the power he wielded was astonishing. If Uchiha Itachi's projection of the wind demon shuriken was merely a shadow clone, then where was his true body? Kamamu suddenly perceived the tightening of the steel net from all sides. Fire release. Fireball technique. Uchiha Kamamu turned his head and beheld Uchiha Itachi, his expression grave, one hand clutching 6 shuriken, straining to constrict the enclosing wires. With the other hand, he was forming seals to unleash the fireball technique. In front lay the unpredictable wind demon shuriken, encircled by the descending steel net, and behind was Uchiha Itachi's deadly fireball assault. In that instant, Kamamu seemed to plunge into an unprecedented predicament. Yet, even confronted with such dire straits, Kamamu exhibited not a trace of anxiety. His footwork transformed, faintly echoing the continuous roar of a dragon. His figure twisted, as if he himself had become a divine dragon, seamlessly navigating through the triad of attacks. Uchiha Kamamu's form folded and contracted, evading with remarkable agility, appearing to breach the seemingly flawless offensive. Just as Uchiha Kamamu manifested, 2 more Uchiha Itachis emerged from opposite corners, each wielding a kunai. The kunai appeared as if they had been poised for an eternity. Upon sighting Kamamu, they were launched without hesitation. 2 dark streaks of light shot toward Kamamu's vital points. One Uchiha Itachi expressionlessly declared, "From the moment you first fled, I knew the shuriken technique could not contain you. Why would I employ the same method a second time? The reason I continued using the shuriken technique and refined it was to feign weakness, leading you to believe that this was all I had. Once you were ensnared in such a mindset, a more concealed and undetectable ambush would manifest. Thus, the immensely powerful shuriken manipulation, the wind demon shuriken technique, and the fireball technique were merely feints to mislead Kamamu. Uchiha Itachi's final assault was nothing more than 2 unremarkable kunai. Should an ordinary person face such a meticulously orchestrated scheme, they would likely concede defeat. Yet how could Kamamu possibly be an ordinary individual? Uchiha blade technique. Sword leap flame. Uchiha Kamamu gripped his sword with both hands, his chakra surging in an instant. Unleashing a strike infused with all his might, a golden fire dragon erupted from his sword, racing forth to confront the swath of steel wires, incinerating them in an instant, and sweeping through the surroundings with overwhelming force that Kamamu's figure pivoted, appearing beside the speaker in the blink of an eye. The long sword rested against Uchiha Itachi's neck, and Kamamu calmly stated, "You have lost." "No, it is you who has lost." Another figure emerged, appearing behind Shinwu Uchiha. It was yet another Itachi Uchiha. Not only wielding kunai, but also casting great fireballs. Even the final throwing of shuriken was laced with schemes and traps. Just as Itachi Uchiha brimmed with confidence, believing he had mastered everything and was on the verge of a great victory, a figure materialized behind him as well. The second blade of Shinwu Uchiha once again pointed towards Itachi. And ultimately, the victor was destined to be him, Lord Orochimaru. Upon glancing at his defeated son Itachi, Fugaku's smile remained undiminished, as if he were entirely unconcerned. "What do you think of these little ones? Lord Orochimaru, aside from Sharong, are there any other children that meet your satisfaction?" Clap, clap. Orochimaru genuinely applauded, praising, "The Uchiha genius is indeed worthy of his reputation, if I am not mistaken." Shifting his gaze to the 5 individuals, Orochimaru objectively analyzed. Shursui Uchiha, though merely a chunin, possesses combat prowess that exceeds that of Konoha's jonin. Uchiha Sharong and Shinwu Uchiha are commendable as well, surpassing a portion of the village's chunin, should they participate in the assessments. They are likely to receive evaluations equivalent to special jonin. Moreover, the son of clan head Fugaku can also be compared to the weaker chunin. Orochimaru swept his eyes over the 5 and remarked, "It is a pity that I have already taken Sharong as my Uchiha disciple and have no intentions of teaching any other Uchihas. Much to your disappointment, clan head Fugaku." "Is that so?" Fugaku Uchiha displayed evident disappointment. Both Shursui and Itachi also felt disheartened. As for Shinwu, he held an indifferent attitude towards becoming Orochimaru's disciple. For with Orochimaru having taken Uchiha Sharong, it was tantamount to accepting him as well. He need not risk himself in the throes of life and death to gain Orochimaru's connections and ninjutsu. Shinwu's caution was not unfounded. At this moment, becoming Orochimaru's disciple indeed carried substantial risks. Although Orochimaru was ultimately forced to flee Konoha due to various political factors, it was undeniable that all the evidence provided by Danzo Shimura was genuine at this juncture. Orochimaru was indeed clandestinely pursuing power and immortality, conducting numerous human experiments. Even within Konoha's many hidden lairs, he had domesticated exceedingly rare bloodline clans from the ninja world. While Orochimaru outwardly presented himself as a paragon of justice among the legendary 3 of Konoha, in truth his hands were stained with blood, and the lives he bore on his shoulders were innumerable. It is difficult to ascertain what Orochimaru's current mindset towards the Uchiha clan truly is. Considering Konoha's interests, he might cultivate his disciples for political reasons. However, if it were for the sake of power and longevity, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility for Orochimaru to dissect his own students. Shinwu Uchiha pondered repeatedly. In regard to Orochimaru, it was far better not to become a disciple than to take that path. Such a perilous undertaking was better left to Uchiha Sharong. Fugaku warmly welcomed the 5 Uchiha prodigies, and both parties reached multiple agreements regarding the amicable collaboration between Orochimaru and the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru was a man of decisive action. By day, he had just met with the Uchihas, and by evening, he had taken Uchiha Sharong away. In Konoha, Uchiha Sharong became the second individual, following Mitarashi Anko, to become a renowned disciple of the illustrious Orochimaru. This event spread through Konoha at lightning speed. Almost everyone was aware that Orochimaru and the Uchihas had established a relatively close cooperative relationship. Simultaneously, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was temporarily filling the Hokage position, summoned a young ninja from the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Konosuke, clad in an exceptionally spirited jonin vest, pushed open the door to the Hokage's office with a beaming smile. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, he respectfully greeted, "Greetings, father." "Ah, Konosuke." Sarutobi Hiruzen beamed at his favored son. His wrinkled face, adorned with twinkling eyes, radiated visible admiration and satisfaction. "Well done, Konosuke. You truly are the prodigy of the Sarutobi clan. Having swiftly advanced to jonin status in Konoha in a few years, I fear I shall have to hand over my position to you." "Not at all. Konosuke replied confidently, "Father, you are as vibrant as ever. How could I possibly compare to you?" Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded the customary pleasantries and compliments, his tone turning serious as he spoke. "Orochimaru is about to take command against the aggressive Cloud Village. Have you heard about this?" Konosuke responded, "I have heard that this is the reason Orochimaru has grown close to the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing of Orochimaru's association with the Uchihas, Sarutobi Hiruzen's once sunny smile momentarily froze, though he quickly brushed it aside. This time, during the battle between Konoha and the Cloud Village, the Uchiha will dispatch 3 battle teams to support the front lines. That it is likely for this reason that Orochimaru has begun to regard the Uchihas with a different perspective. The reason I called you here is to have you accompany Orochimaru and participate in this war against the Cloud Village. What do you think? You may express any thoughts you have. I will do my utmost to accommodate your wishes." After contemplating for a moment, Konosuke replied confidently, "Thank you for your concern, Father. I understand, as a member of Konoha, it is my duty and responsibility to serve the village. You need not worry. Although I will engage in this battle against the Cloud Village, I will not act with any sense of entitlement simply because I am the Hokage's son. That I will stand alongside all the jonin of Konoha, like a brick in the village, moving wherever I am needed. That I shall lead the charge and set an example, allowing everyone to see what kind of ninja the son of the Hokage truly is." Sarutobi Hiruzen. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a great sense of comfort, brimming with confidence and pride. However, Konosuke's subsequent words increasingly vexed him. What does it mean to not seek special treatment? You are the Hokage's son. How can you claim to be free from such privilege? What does it mean to lead from the front? You are the Hokage's son. How can you act as just another ordinary ninja? Leading from the front? Although he longed to advise his son, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself a loss for words, unable to utter even a syllable. For political matters, one must often imply rather than state outright. After some thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to provide his son with a measure of assurance, saying, "Konosuke, you will not be alone in this war. The Sarutobi clan will also participate. I plan to send 2 elite jonin and 4 Sarutobi jonin to lead 6 teams from our clan. All under your command. I hope you will make good use of this strength." Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated privately. If he assigned his son as a commander rather than a frontline fighter, it should alleviate any safety concerns. Orochimaru and Fugaku Uchiha would meet. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Konosuke, while the Sarutobi clan chose to participate in the war. The Hyuga clan would also join the fray. The high-level decisions regarding the battlefield against the Cloud Village were rapidly finalized. Orochimaru would lead as the overall commander of Konoha's camp, and Sarutobi Konosuke would serve as one of the chief strategists and leaders. Also participating were 3 teams from the Uchiha clan, 5 teams from the Hyuga clan, and 6 teams from the Sarutobi clan, with the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans each dispatching 2 teams. Additionally, the 3 clans allied with the Sarutobi clan, the Inuzuka, Yagami, and Kurama clans, would each send 2 battle teams, alongside 2 medical teams and 2 sealing teams. A total of around 800 ninjas prepared for battle, ready to march towards the front lines. Before their departure, Orochimaru informed his 2 disciples to gather at his research base. Laboratory No. 9. Orochimaru, donned in the attire of an expert, meticulously conducted his experiments. Not far from his location, 2 young maidens cautiously advanced through the tunnel, their steps filled with trepidation. Uchiha Shinwu, slightly puzzled, turned to her companion and inquired, "Senpai, do you know where we are? Why does it feel somewhat dark, imparting an uncomfortable sensation?" Though Yuhi Hinata and Uchiha Shinwu were contemporaries, both merely 12 years old in the year of Konoha's 48th. The former displayed a certain degree of respect towards the latter due to the latter's earlier entry into their training. Thus, she addressed her as Senpai. Yuhi Hinata, naturally easygoing and reminiscent of Naruto, Uzumaki, responded to Shinru's question without a hint of strangeness, saying, "Aside from the slight darkness, it seems there's nothing amiss. You know, our teacher is a renowned scientist. While training in ninjutsu, he also engages in various biological studies. There's nothing to worry about. We are in Konoha, and moreover, on our teacher's territory. Surely, no spies from outside the village would dare to act against us, despite Uchiha Shinru's considerable talent in ninjutsu." Her wisdom was almost on par with Yuhi Hinata's. After pondering Hinata's response and finding no issues, she asked, "Then, do you know why our teacher summoned us here?" Furrowing her brow in thought, Yuhi Hinata suddenly recalled something. Her eyes brightening as she exclaimed, "Oh right, you must have heard about the recent conflict between our village and the Hidden Cloud. Haven Tu. This matter is under our teacher's leadership as he prepares to resist the Hidden Cloud. Most likely, he wants us to be ready. Who knows, I might even join the battlefield and contend with those brutes from the Hidden Cloud." Grandma, Uchiha Shinwu's lips twitched in disbelief. The women of the Uchiha clan were typically gentle and compliant. While Shinwu was a formidable ninja, she still possessed significant feminine traits. The notion of addressing someone as grandma was utterly incomprehensible to her. She kept her distance, wary of being influenced by the boisterous Hinata. Suddenly, a youthful voice, akin to that of an ordinary boy, resonated within her. The voice of the dragon spirit within her echoed, casually stating, "The reason for your summons here is likely twofold. Point one possibility is that you are to accompany the forces to the battlefield, which is straightforward. Just prepare your belongings. However, there's another potential scenario." The dragon spirit continued, "You are merely young girls, and Orochimaru might choose to protect you, allowing you to remain in Konoha and refrain from the trials of war for the time being." Considering Orochimaru's past experiences, the latter possibility seemed more plausible. His former disciple, Senju Rope Tree, had met a tragic end in battle. To prevent a repeat of such a fate, he might choose to keep you both safe within the village. If that is the case, you need to be cautious. Cautious of what? Uchiha Shinwu asked, feeling slightly bewildered. Instinctively, she regarded the dragon spirit with newfound respect, realizing it possessed knowledge of Orochimaru's past and the tragic demise of his disciple. The dragon spirit replied, "Orochimaru is an elite teacher, rare in the ninja world, as his disciples. He would never allow you to squander any time. Upon your departure, he will undoubtedly assign you significant training tasks for you both to diligently complete." Uchiha Shinwu confidently declared, "No matter the task, I will surely accomplish it." The dragon spirit seemed to ponder for a moment before suggesting, "If the opportunity arises, I hope you will choose to study and create the techniques of cellular regeneration and fusion from Orochimaru's experiments. This knowledge would hold far greater value for you than any ninjutsu." "Oh," Uchiha Shinwu inquired with a hint of intrigue. "What is that?" The dragon spirit began to elaborate on the true origins of the Uchiha clan, recounting the tales of Indra and Ashura, the progenitors of their lineage. With eyes wide in astonishment, Uchiha Shinwu exclaimed, "Our Uchiha clan has such a lineage. My father has never mentioned this." The dragon spirit scoffed. "Do you not realize why the Senju and Uchiha clans have dominated all ninja clans for centuries? Bloodlines are a crucial source of power. Therefore, if an Uchiha can merge with Senju or Uzumaki cells, the benefits would be immeasurable." Uchiha Shinwu nodded in satisfaction, affirming, "I understand now." At that moment, Yuhi Hinata and Uchiha Shinwu simultaneously arrived at the entrance of Orochimaru's laboratory. The door swung open silently, revealing Orochimaru within. A cursory glance at the tools and research items in the lab left the two girls somewhat bewildered, as they could hardly comprehend them. They approached, their expressions filled with profound respect, and greeted in unison. "Orochimaru-sensei," as anticipated by the dragon spirit. Orochimaru spoke gently, "I must depart soon and will be unable to instruct you for a while. Before I leave, I intend to impart a top-tier ninjutsu to each of you for self-study. Upon my return, I shall assess your progress." Orochimaru had evidently prepared specific ninjutsu suitable for them. "First, Hinata." He hesitated briefly before continuing, "Your vibrant personality and exceptional endurance make you well-suited for relatively simple yet highly effective ninjutsu. Thus, I will impart to you the summoning scroll of the Dragon Cave." He added, "Moreover, I have several other ninjutsu scrolls that complement the summoning beasts, which I have placed in the third cabinet beside me. The key is right here." As he spoke, Orochimaru produced a key from his belongings. "Summoning ninjutsu." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Yuhi Hinata trembled with excitement, eagerly accepting the key to the third cabinet, exclaiming, "Long live Orochimaru-sensei." A barely noticeable satisfaction flickered across Orochimaru's usually cold visage. Uchiha Shinwu observed in mild surprise, while the dragon spirit within her also displayed astonishment. It was evident that Hinata held genuine, unreserved respect for her teacher. Only those who have been teachers could truly appreciate the value of such students. Perhaps this was a significant reason why Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Hinata so favorably. Turning his attention to Uchiha Shinwu, Orochimaru smiled and remarked, "If my memory serves me right, your growth is directed towards medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Do you aspire to become a medical ninja akin to Mido or Tsunade? If so, this ninjutsu is essential for you." As he spoke, Orochimaru produced a ninjutsu scroll from his belongings and presented it to Uchiha Shinwu. The scroll unfurled, revealing the name of the ninjutsu inscribed in clear letters: In Sealing. Uchiha Shinwu's eyes sparkled as she surveyed the entire ninja world, realizing that there were hardly any formidable sealing techniques or medical ninjutsu available. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, which boasted a rich lineage, she was well acquainted with many renowned S-rank ninjutsu, among which the In Sealing technique was notable. To It was said that the two most powerful female ninjas of Konoha, Uzumaki Mido and Senju Tsunade, had both studied this technique. To her surprise, Orochimaru had chosen to impart such a precious ninjutsu to her. Orochimaru gazed at the girl before him with keen interest. He was already aware of Uchiha Shinwu's substantial chakra reserves. The Uchiha clan was renowned for their mastery of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. If there were any deficiencies within their lineage, it would be the relatively limited quantity of chakra. The In Sealing technique's effect involved constructing sealing runes on the forehead, which allowed for the sealing of chakra within the body, chakra that would not hinder training, until it was released during a battle. Mastery of this technique would enable one to possess chakra reserves that could easily surpass their original capacity by dozens or even hundreds of times. With the invincible Uchiha ninjutsu and an extraordinary amount of chakra, this was the ideal path Orochimaru envisioned for Uchiha Shinwu's training. Of course, following the In Sealing technique, there were also the 100 Healings technique and numerous intricate medical ninjutsu that required further learning and integration. However, those matters were for a later time. Upon receiving the scroll from Orochimaru, Uchiha Shinwu hesitated briefly before handing it back and inquiring, "Orochimaru-sensei, may I select a different project as my training task?" Oh, Orochimaru's interest was piqued. The reason he had accepted Uchiha Shinwu was twofold: political alliance and an admiration for her remarkable intellect. Unfortunately, since taking her under his wing, he had yet to witness any truly commendable display of wisdom until this moment. Refusing the In Sealing technique indicated three things. First, Uchiha Shinwu had anticipated her continued stay in Konoha. Second, she had foreseen Orochimaru's intention to assign her tasks and had prepared accordingly. Third, she understood her own needs better than Orochimaru did. Hence her rejection of the In Sealing technique, which seemed most suitable to him. Reflecting on her ability to analyze and make choices simultaneously, Orochimaru stared intently at the young girl, silently acknowledging her as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Endowed with remarkable wisdom and insight, he mused, "I am genuinely curious to know what alternative you believe to be more fitting than the In Sealing technique." Uchiha Shinwu had come prepared, and she spoke directly. "Orochimaru-sensei, I wish to learn the techniques of cellular regeneration and fusion experimentation. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. He was well aware of this technology, originally developed by Konoha's second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, after the death of Senju Hashirama. Tobirama had sought to recreate Hashirama's power, initially intended for others in Konoha to harness the strength of the sage of the shinobi world, Senju Hashirama. Subsequently, he expanded upon this foundation to develop an immortality technique that involved the fusion of plant and animal cells. However, after causing countless deaths, Tobirama was compelled to halt these projects under mounting pressure. Later, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's ascension to power and given the decimation of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, Konoha's strength was severely lacking. With Hiruzen's support, Danzo and the Root organization resumed human experimentation. During this period, Orochimaru rose to prominence, showcasing extraordinary talent in research, and was appointed as Danzo's subordinate. Throughout this time, Orochimaru assisted Danzo in numerous human experiments. Orochimaru contemplated the origins and developments of this research. Uchiha Shinwu and the Uchiha clan could not possibly be privy to the emergence and subsequent evolution of the root organization, nor the secrets of the immortality technique. After all, Konoha ninjas could accept Tobirama's research into Hashirama's power, but none would consent to the idea of fusing with animals for immortality. Thus, Shinwu's choice to pursue this research made her intentions quite clear. It was evident that Uchiha Shinwu was willing to forego the highly suitable sealing technique in favor of seeking Hashirama's cells, essentially the power of the sage of the shinobi world. Looking deeply at his new disciple, Orochimaru concluded, "Your true aim is to acquire Hashirama's power, is it not?" Uchiha Shinwu hesitated momentarily before nodding solemnly. "Yes, Orochimaru-sama, I have compelling reasons to obtain Hashirama's power." Hashirama's power? What could that possibly entail? Standing nearby, Yuhi Kurenai's eyes reflected a sense of confusion. It was clear that Kurenai, much like Uzumaki Naruto, not only shared a similar personality, but also possessed a comparable level of insight. How could she be so unaware of what Hashirama's power was? Orochimaru explained, the first Hokage of Konoha, known as Senju Hashirama, is said to have possessed the power to end eras of turmoil, revered by all in the ninja world as the sage of the shinobi world. Hashirama's power refers to the legacy he left behind. Senju Hashirama. Kurenai furrowed her brow in thought for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, "I remember now. It is the first Hokage, but it's merely the power left behind by the first Hokage. Why make such a fuss over it?" The third Hokage also created numerous ninjutsu. While the first Hokage's power to end chaos sounds particularly impressive, isn't the third Hokage considered the strongest Hokage? Upon hearing Kurenai's indifferent and reverent remarks, Uchiha Shinwu's lips twitched. She found herself at a loss for words regarding her peer, as the gap in their education and understanding of the ninja world felt insurmountable. Could anyone genuinely believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the strongest Hokage of all time? Regarding the matter at hand, Orochimaru remained non-committal, quietly contemplating Uchiha Shinwu's underlying motivations. It soon dawned on him that the current tension between the Uchiha and Konoha was palpable to anyone with discerning eyes. The rift between the two would only deepen, leaving little room for reconciliation. Seeking the power of wood release could very well serve as a viable means to foster genuine understanding in Konoha. Wood release carried a distinct significance that if the Uchiha clan were to master this ability, it could potentially alleviate some of the conflicts between them and Konoha, garnering a measure of support from the ninja community. Orochimaru gazed thoughtfully at his new disciple, feeling as though he had unraveled her intentions. Uchiha Shinwu indeed possessed an innate political acumen, yet she was still quite young. Her subtle motives were unlikely to escape Orochimaru's keen perception. After some contemplation, he had to concede that obtaining the power of wood release was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. However, Uchiha Shinwu might have underestimated the complexities of the Hashirama cell fusion experiments. I believe you've heard about the Hashirama cell fusion experiments, haven't you? Numerous living subjects have undergone these experiments, and without exception, all have perished in other words, it is a failed endeavor. Uchiha Shinwu was already aware of the relationship between the Senju and Uchiha clans and fully understood the implications. If it were the Uchiha clan, they would indeed possess far greater opportunities than any commoner or ninja. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, she replied calmly, "The reason those living test subjects failed is simply that they are not Uchiha. I firmly believe that I will succeed, for I am Uchiha. Orochimaru glanced at his disciple with mild surprise. In that moment, he palpably sensed the arrogance and hubris of the Uchiha. Konoha had conducted experiments on living subjects numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands, yet all had met with failure. How audacious of Uchiha Shinwu to dare attempt it. Her belief in her potential for success stemmed not from any other source, but from a single assertion, because I am Uchiha. Therefore, I shall surely succeed. What sheer arrogance, what utter hubris. Is this the essence of the Uchiha? Orochimaru pondered for a moment, neither rejecting nor dismissing her, but instead smiling as he said, "Since you are resolute in your decision, as your teacher, I shall support you without reservation. However, I have one condition." Orochimaru continued, Although this research is relatively mature, there is still room for further development. I hope you will first familiarize yourself with all the pertinent data. Before I return for battle, do not recklessly attempt anything. Of course. Orochimaru added, I will not give you the cells of Hashirama. Even if you wish to try, it would be utterly futile. Uchiha Shinwu replied with enthusiasm, I will study every detail meticulously. No one would toy with their own life. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction and handed back the scroll, stating the Hashirama cells are indeed a valuable shortcut, yet their inherent power cannot be overlooked. During the process of cell transplantation and fusion, you can learn techniques such as Ein sealing and the 100 healings. I believe these powers will greatly benefit your experiments. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Shinwu responded, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Orochimaru retrieved a key from a nearby table and handed it to Uchiha Shinwu, saying, the regenerative and fusion techniques of experimental cells can be found in the 7th cabinet on the right. By the way, Orochimaru suddenly interjected, to understand cell regeneration and fusion, merely perusing the data or indulging in fanciful thoughts is insufficient. The most crucial aspect is possessing the materials for experimentation. Orochimaru gazed intently at Uchiha Shinwu. If Uchiha Shinwu were a wise individual, she ought to comprehend that the Uchiha and Orochimaru are, in essence, bound together in mutual fortune and misfortune. Furthermore, while the Uchiha pursues the power of Hashirama, Orochimaru seeks the secret of immortality. Their objectives may differ, yet their paths align completely. From every angle, they meet the requirements of collaboration. Orochimaru deliberated solemnly before addressing Shinwu. Tomorrow morning, I will lead a large contingent to the border battlefield to resist the Kumogakure forces. Before that, at the 3rd watch tonight, come find me. I will take you to a place where comprehensive experiments on bloodline power inheritance and fusion are conducted. Not only will there be experiments, but also the instruments, materials, and records necessary for experimentation that I trust you will find that place to your liking. Lord Orochimaru, why Maki Azuki exclaimed brightly, I wish to go as well. You? Orochimaru chuckled softly, shaking his head. Behave, and focus on mastering your summoning techniques. Azuki, unlike Shinwu, lacked the requisite intellect and shared no common interests or goals with her. Their aspirations diverged entirely. How could one possibly involve Azuki in such clandestine matters? The 3rd watch tonight, indeed, as Uchiha Shinwu and Waimaki Azuki went to see Orochimaru. Uchiha Kamamu arrived at the entrance of Uchiha Izumi's courtyard and gently knocked on the door. Among the Uchiha clan, the truly talented individuals could likely be counted on one hand: Uchiha Shinwu, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Izumi. Perhaps I might also include Uchiha Sasuke. Only these 4 had awakened their Sharingan before the age of 10, signifying their exceptional talent in Ein release, spiritual abilities to maintain the current standing of the Uchiha clan. It was imperative to unite the clan's prodigies as much as possible. Uchiha Shinwu was not without the potential for alliance. However, at this moment, he had made his choice between family and village, becoming a member of Konoha's Umbu. There was little time for friendships, and overly conspicuous attempts at bonding would only invite unnecessary trouble. Uchiha Itachi, whom Kamamu observed closely, displayed an attitude towards his kin that was almost dismissive, exhibiting a remarkable arrogance for one so young. Although Kamamu had not interacted extensively with Uchiha Itachi, he had gleaned from their brief encounter that beneath Itachi's seemingly humble demeanor lay a core of profound arrogance. He looked down on everyone, particularly the Uchiha clan itself. While Kamamu had managed to defeat Itachi through his own strength, preventing him from becoming overly arrogant, it was far from sufficient. Only through the accumulation of lessons and education could Itachi come to recognize his true self. At this moment, the individual most amenable to Kamamu's influence and potential reprogramming was likely Uchiha Izumi. Although not as prodigious as the first 2 geniuses, Uchiha Izumi was nonetheless a remarkable talent who awakened her Sharingan at the tender age of 6. She must not be allowed to fall prey to the indoctrination of the will of fire. As Kamamu contemplated Uchiha Shinwu's affairs, he also reflected on his own. Hearing the knocking at the door, Uchiha Izumi hurriedly approached and opened it, revealing Uchiha Kamamu standing before her. Kamamu! Uchiha Izumi exclaimed, her expression one of surprise. Not just she, but her mother, Uchiha Yumi, also felt an overwhelming astonishment. Uchiha Kamamu coolly stated, "I have come to fulfill our agreement and instruct Uchiha Izumi in the fundamentals of ninjutsu so that's it." Upon realizing this, both Uchiha Yumi and Uchiha Izumi greeted him warmly, inviting him into the living room. Uchiha Izumi quickly retrieved a plethora of textbooks from her room and said to Kamamu, "Look, today I attended the Ninja Academy, and the teachers provided us with textbooks. Here it is. This is the chakra refinement technique. Should we begin our training with this?" "Oh," Uchiha Kamamu replied thoughtfully, "you attended the Konoha Ninja Academy. Your talent is commendable. You should be in the same class as Itachi, correct?" Uchiha Izumi nodded vigorously. "Yes, I saw Itachi in class. Though it seems the other students are not very welcoming towards us." "Oh?" Uchiha Kamamu inquired with interest. "What did Itachi tell you?" Izumi hesitated before saying, "Itachi mentioned that it is the arrogance of our clan that has prevented us from integrating with the villagers. If we could lower our pride and exchange sincerity for sincerity, it would be easy to gain their understanding and become good classmates." Uchiha Kamamu pondered for a moment before asking, "Izumi, do you believe what Uchiha Itachi said is true?" Uchiha Izumi smiled and replied, "I think he is quite right. After all, every child is a being of emotions. As long as I am willing to invest my sincerity, I believe I can easily establish good relationships with everyone." "That is impossible." Uchiha Kamamu interrupted her fanciful notions, his expression devoid of warmth. "The reason you think this way is merely due to your ignorance of the truth. The conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha truly a matter of the ninja's arrogance and pride." Kamamu spoke coldly. "The Konoha ninja village is not without its own share of arrogant and prideful ninjas. Shimura Danzo not cold. Is Lord Orochimaru not cold? Have the ninjas of Konoha ever harbored animosity towards them due to their rigid relationships? Never. The villagers of Konoha harbor animosity towards the Uchiha because, among the ninjas and common folk, there are always some who seek to sow discord between Konoha and the Uchiha. For instance, the duties of the Uchiha clan involve executing official tasks. Yet there always seem to be whispers circulating among those nearby or throughout the village, claiming that the Uchiha enforce their will with violence and oppress the common folk. Take, for example, the recent Kai by disturbance. The Hokage and the higher-ups of Konoha failed to uncover the true circumstances. Nevertheless, rumors have already taken root within the village, as if everyone has come to a consensus that the Uchiha were responsible for the chaos. There will always be those who spread rumors and sow discord. Shinwu cast a glance at Uchiha Izumi. Then at Uchiha Yunmei, who was listening from a short distance away, he said, "Rumors are akin to the seeds of dandelions, transforming friends and allies into adversaries that appear exceedingly hostile towards you. This is the true reason behind your classmates' animosity." Uchiha Izumi's large, dark eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. Uchiha Yunmei, Izumi's mother, was similarly taken aback by these words. To be honest, compared to Itachi's explanation, Yunmei found herself more inclined to believe Shinwu's perspective that in Konoha, how many ninjas are truly devoid of arrogance? Why is it that only the Uchiha are singled out? Reflecting on her experiences while shopping or living in the commoner district of Konoha, it seemed evident that there were indeed times when unfounded rumors would arise. Yet, why did these rumors target only the Uchiha and not other clans? Shinwu continued, "Over the past 43 years in Konoha, a prodigious ninja named Hatake Sakomo emerged in his prime. He fought valiantly for Konoha, exhibiting strength rivaling that of the Hokage, earning him the esteemed title of White Fang among enemies. His supporters rallied, advocating for him to become the fourth Hokage, just when everyone believed he would inherit the will of fire and ascend to this role. A rumor surfaced, transforming the heroic Sakomo into a disgrace for Konoha, leading him to take his own life. Such is the power of rumors." Having mentioned the rumors in Konoha, Shinwu proceeded to recount the tale of Sakomo, deepening Izumi's understanding of the implications of gossip. Although the Uchiha clan may not have been the most lauded heroes, they remain the foremost ninja clan in Konoha. Why, then, does such unjust slander persist? Why did Lord Sakomo choose to end his life? Izumi, at the tender age of 6, was filled with an overwhelming sense of confusion and bewilderment. Yet, Shinwu, with a subtle glance at the preoccupied Uchiha Yunmei, recognized that she would surely grasp the implications of his words. After all, she was a woman in her 20s, familiar with the complexities of human relationships, and certainly not naive. Shinwu sighed and clarified. Thus, mending the rift among your classmates does not hinge upon genuine sincerity in exchange for sincerity. Rather, it involves curtailing the village's rumors. If we cannot stem the tide of gossip, the only alternative would be the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Without the Uchiha, we would no longer be considered the world's foremost clan. Should the power of the Sharingan cease to be invincible, or should it vanish altogether, perhaps your classmates would then be inclined to accept you. Uchiha Izumi, a kind-hearted and warm young girl, instinctively felt that the fault lay within her family, believing that their arrogance had led to her unjust treatment. However, upon hearing Shinwu's words, she suddenly lost that conviction. The true culprits were undoubtedly those who spread rumors, instigating conflict behind the scenes. They must be identified and punished severely. How could she, who had done nothing wrong, be at fault? Was she not the one being targeted by her classmates? Why should she seek acceptance from those who wronged her? Itachi's logic seemed quite peculiar to her. After teaching Uchiha Izumi the fundamentals of chakra refinement for an hour, Shinwu prepared to take his leave. Suddenly recalling the prevalence of bullying at the ninja academy, he decided to stay a moment longer. Stating, "I will teach you a basic taijutsu technique." Curious, Izumi asked, "What kind of technique?" Shinwu drew his sword, inhaling deeply as he concentrated all his strength into his arm, delivering a powerful strike forward. This is the most fundamental taijutsu of the Uchiha clan, the heavy strike slash. By channeling your entire strength and chakra into a forceful cut, you execute the heavy strike slash. While it appears deceptively simple, the technique's efficacy varies greatly depending on the precision of the force applied. You may now begin practicing chakra refinement, and at the same time, you are qualified to train in this foundational ninjutsu. As he spoke, Shinwu imparted the techniques of breathing and chakra manipulation to Uchiha Izumi, remaining until she had practiced for a full hour before bidding her farewell. Exhausted, Izumi consumed 2 soldier pills, feeling the warmth of their energy spread throughout her small stomach before drifting into a deep slumber. In the stillness of the night, Uchiha Xiaorong swiftly traversed the forest, arriving at a secluded clearing where Orochimaru awaited her. Upon seeing Uchiha Xiaorong, Orochimaru's cold demeanor softened into a satisfied smile as he beckoned. "Come with me." Leading the way, Orochimaru guided Uchiha Xiaorong through the dense woods until they reached a hidden valley, where a concealed cave awaited them. Orochimaru approached, moving aside the stones that obscured the entrance, and stepped inside, with Xiaorong following closely behind. As they entered, they were met with swirling smoke that coalesced into the forms of several ninjas, who gracefully descended before them. Upon recognizing Orochimaru, the ninjas bowed deeply in reverence, exclaiming, "Lord Orochimaru!" The group, numbering around 50, comprised individuals of all ages and genders, displaying an overwhelming fervor and respect for Orochimaru, a clear indication of their unwavering admiration for him. Xiaorong noticed that none of the ninjas bore the Konoha forehead protector, prompting her to voice her curiosity. "Are these ninjas not from Konoha?" "Indeed," Orochimaru affirmed. "They hail from the Iblis clan, who dwell underground and possess a unique bloodline limit, the ability to transform their bodies into smoke, allowing them to attack using this vapor. While this sounds formidable, they suffer from a significant flaw. When exposed to wind, their bodies become uncontrollable and ultimately dissipate. The Iblis clan seeks my assistance to enhance their bloodline abilities." As they ventured deeper into the cave, Orochimaru led Xiaorong to the innermost chamber, where he pushed open a stone door. To her astonishment, behind the door lay a variety of research instruments, revealing a compact yet advanced experimental laboratory. Orochimaru closed the door, leaving just the two of them, and stated, "This is my 49th experimental laboratory. Many of the instruments here will be of use to you. I entrust this laboratory to you as for the Iblis clan's bloodline. I have lost interest. Feel free to explore it and attempt to resolve their bloodline issues. That I believe you are capable of it." Orochimaru was not a benevolent figure. His agreement to assist the Iblis clan was merely a means to harness their unique bloodline for his own purposes, upon discovering that their bloodline lacked potential. He deemed them unworthy even as mere tools for his quest for immortality. The later sacrifice of the entire clan was merely a means for Orochimaru to escape from the encirclement of Kakashi and Yamato. Did he truly lack an escape route? Orochimaru, under the siege of Kakashi and Yamato, finds himself unable to escape, but he is never at a loss. Regardless of the circumstances, he can extricate himself with ease, no matter the situation. Thus, the value of the Iburi clan, in essence, is non-existent. Orochimaru has entirely lost interest in this clan, since Uchiha Shinwu wishes to conduct experiments on cellular fusion and lacks materials. He can conveniently entrust this clan to her for handling. It is merely a case of utilizing waste. What? Uchiha Shinwu exclaimed in surprise. Are you really going to hand over this clan that has allied with you to me? But why? Uchiha Shinwu continued. You are about to head to the front lines to confront the ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village and the Iburi clan with at least 50 or 60 members. Should be able to assist you. They would provide no assistance whatsoever. Orochimaru shook his head and replied, the Iburi clan consists of nothing more than ugly insects that can only hide underground. They are utterly ineffective in a genuine battle among ninjas. Ineffective? Uchiha Shinwu felt a tinge of doubt. Indeed, Orochimaru asserted, this is undoubtedly the most useless bloodline I have ever encountered, possessing hardly any utility at all. Oh, I may have misspoken slightly. They could be of some use for attempting cellular fusion experiments. Shinwu, since you wish to study the regeneration and fusion of Hashirama cells, then entrusting them to you is a reasonable way to realize their value. Uchiha Shinwu hesitated momentarily. Given Orochimaru's prowess and status, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Before you return, I will produce results that will surely satisfy you. That time, I wish to fuse with the Hashirama cells. No problem, Orochimaru replied. If the time comes, I will personally assist you in merging the wood-release cells with your own, that if you manage to survive, I will do everything in my power to cultivate you as my successor. Orochimaru, strive hard, child of the Uchiha. With that, Orochimaru pushed open the doors of the laboratory and turned to leave, while Uchiha Shinwu promptly followed respectfully. The master and disciple appeared before all the ninjas of the Iburi clan. Orochimaru smiled and said, all members of the Iburi clan should be present here, correct? A tall, burly man, resembling a Western giant, stepped forward and, upon seeing Orochimaru, bowed deeply, saying, Lord Orochimaru, the Iburi clan has 32 adult ninjas, 23 minors, and all the children present here. What orders do you have for us? Orochimaru continued, I believe you're unaware that the Nine-Tails incident has erupted in Konoha, and the Hidden Cloud Village has seized this opportunity to attack the borders of Konoha. I will be responsible for the battlefield at the borders, and no one can predict when I will return. The war may last 1 year, 2 years, or even 3 or 4 years. During this exceedingly long period, I will be unable to fulfill my promise to you, to stabilize the smoke-release bloodline in the wind. The leader of the Iburi clan felt a profound disappointment. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to respond. It is of no concern. We can wait indefinitely. 3 years, 5 years, or even longer. We wish Lord Orochimaru triumph in this expedition and annihilate the enemy. Orochimaru keenly observed, I can see the disappointment in your eyes. However, you need not rush to despair. Allow me to introduce someone. He summoned Uchiha Shinwu to his side and smiled. This is my disciple, Uchiha Shinwu. She hails from the foremost clan of Konoha, the Uchiha clan. A prodigious ninja at merely 12 years of age. She already possesses strength comparable to that of J. Nin and has acquired immense knowledge and experience from both me and the Uchiha clan. Her potential for growth may one day surpass even mine. Greetings, Miss Shinwu. The leader of the Iburi clan spoke with utmost respect. Each ninja of the Iburi clan exhibited expressions of awe. After all, it was the illustrious Uchiha clan they were dealing with. The reason the Iburi clan allied with Orochimaru ultimately stemmed from their desire to revitalize their family and reach the heights currently achieved by the Uchiha clan. While they were still striving for that goal, the Uchiha clan had already attained it. Shinwu, Orochimaru continued, this ninja before you is Iburi Gura, the only member of the Iburi clan who has attained Jonin rank. From this moment forth, you may entrust him with any matters or needs you have. He will fulfill all your thoughts and requirements. Understood. Uchiha Shinwu replied respectfully, I comprehend. Orochimaru then addressed Iburi Gura. Shinwu has inherited my medical ninjutsu and experimental research abilities. She will now act on my behalf here, assisting you in researching bloodlines or developing ninjutsu that complements bloodlines that I hope you will treat her with the same respect you would afford me. Iburi Gura looked at Orochimaru in astonishment and asked, Are you saying that this Uchiha will replace you in fulfilling our agreement? Indeed. Orochimaru smiled at Iburi Gura and inquired, Is there any issue? Gura's expression grew visibly troubled, yet he mustered the courage to ask, Once the war concludes, or when the opportunity arises, will Lord Orochimaru consider resuming this experiment to forge a future for the Iburi clan? Do not be naive. Orochimaru coldly shook his head. Every ninja's lifespan is finite. Within this limited time, I must explore more avenues and master more ninjutsu. I have lost all interest in the Iburi clan. However, if my disciple, Uchiha Shinwu, encounters any insurmountable challenges during her research, I will provide her with guidance. In truth, you should feel fortunate. Orochimaru declared, Originally, you sought to revitalize your clan by relying on my benevolence. But I have far too many tasks to attend to and may never have the time to address this matter. However, Shinwu is different. She has inherited all the knowledge of the Uchiha and myself and will be wholeheartedly dedicated to assisting you. Even if her progress is slow, she may eventually surpass me, Orochimaru. In reality, this is a gain for you. All right, Orochimaru stated, that is enough for now regarding the Iburi clan, that I hope you will make the right choice and avoid leading your entire clan to ruin. What? Lead our clan to ruin? Iburi Gura looked up to see Orochimaru's eyes glinting with a dangerous light. As the leader of the clan, Gura understood Orochimaru's intent. While Orochimaru had no intention of aiding the Iburi clan, he still expected them to assist him and his disciple in conducting experiments. To speak frankly, Orochimaru's actions were somewhat overbearing. Had he encountered someone more volatile, it might have resulted in an immediate outburst. Nevertheless, Iburi Gura remained composed as one of the ninja clans under Orochimaru's command. Gura and his fellow clansmen deeply understood Orochimaru's might and influence. Openly opposing Orochimaru would lead to a certain demise. Although their hopes of allying with Uchiha Shinwu appeared exceedingly slim, it still offered a glimmer of hope. If they were to turn against Orochimaru now, they would lose even that faint possibility. After careful contemplation, Iburi Gura wisely chose to respond. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Orochimaru. Iburi Gura pays his respects to Lady Shinwu. A satisfied expression emerged on Orochimaru's otherwise serpentine visage as he replied. Then, it is settled, Shinwu. Orochimaru turned to his disciple beside him and said, I shall depart tomorrow morning, and it is imperative that I return to make the necessary preparations. For now, I would like you to engage in conversation. Before I leave, Orochimaru added, imparting some critical points of caution to Uchiha Shinwu. For instance, it is absolutely crucial to ensure that the Iburi clan does not gain entry into Konoha, given the presence of the Yamashiro clan. Should any high-ranking officials choose to investigate them, it would be all too easy for the majority of Orochimaru's secrets to be uncovered. This was something Orochimaru simply could not abide. Furthermore, should the underground situation be discovered by Konoha's ninjas due to a moment of carelessness, it will be imperative to swiftly eliminate all members of the Iburi clan. They may defect, but it is essential that Konoha does not acquire any witnesses, despite the oddity of it all. After all, they had already been discovered, hunted, and placed on a wanted list. Why would one still seek to eradicate witnesses? This was a conundrum not only for Uchiha Shinwu, but also for Uchiha Kamui, who found it difficult to comprehend that it seemed that Orochimaru harbored an unfathomable affection for Konoha. It was precisely because of this affection that he instinctively wished to shield his more unsavory deeds from the prying eyes of Konoha's populace. Of course, there was also the possibility that he feared the Iburi clan would seek revenge against him through Konoha instead. These two possibilities were all that remained. Uchiha Shinwu, perplexed yet resolute, accepted Orochimaru's requests. Watching him turn away and gradually fade from sight, Iburi Wutai respectfully inquired, Lady Xiaorong, do you have any commands for me? Uchiha Xiaorong glanced at the earnest ninja before her and replied, I believe you should also tend to your own clan members. Go and fulfill your duties. I require some solitude. As she entered the laboratory numbered 49, left behind by Orochimaru, Uchiha Xiaorong unusually did not wait for the dragon spirit to contact her. Instead, she proactively utilized her sensory ninjutsu to establish a mental connection with Huang Er. How could this be? Uchiha Xiaorong lamented, her expression fraught with concern. Orochimaru-sensei has entrusted a bloodline clan to my care. Moreover, within this clan, there exists a Jainin, suggesting a possible transaction between the clan and Orochimaru. Yet, it is evident that Orochimaru has no intention of completing this transaction. Now that he is leaving Konoha for the front lines, could this clan suddenly turn against me? Huang Er, Kamui, pondered for a moment before offering a measure analysis. I believe there are 3 reasons why Orochimaru has entrusted the Iburi clan to you. The Uchiha Alliance, your intellect, and your fervent desire to study cellular fusion. While this outcome may appear coincidental, it is in fact inevitable. Thus, Huang Er, Kamui, continued, you need not worry as long as the alliance between Orochimaru and the Uchiha remains intact. Your master-disciple relationship with Orochimaru will endure, and there will be no significant upheaval regarding your ninjutsu or the clan under your command. Furthermore, with both Orochimaru and the Uchiha clan backing you, the Iburi clan will lack the audacity to act against you. Your current concerns should revolve around 2 matters. Firstly, the security of this research facility. To my knowledge, Orochimaru has maintained a close collaboration with Konoha's higher-ups, particularly Shimura Danzo. It is possible that Danzo is aware of this research facility's existence. When Orochimaru was in control, Danzo was unconcerned. However, should you become a new master here, Konoha's higher-ups may turn their attention towards the Uchiha. What shall we do? Uchiha Xiaorong found herself momentarily at a loss. She was not a genius by any means and had no clear solution for such a predicament. Quite simply, Huang Er, Kamui, replied. Enhance the defenses, organize the idle adult ninjas of the Iburi clan into combat teams of 4 to guard the laboratory's exterior and the hidden passageways. The Iburi clan possesses considerable combat prowess, even in the depths of darkness. Agreed, Uchiha Xiaorong nodded. This is entirely feasible. Huang Er, Kamui, added, if you are genuinely concerned for your safety, it would be prudent to select some promising members of the Iburi clan to accompany you. Allowing them to learn and study alongside you, by providing them with hope, they will be less inclined to resist. Uchiha Xiaorong nodded in agreement and summoned Wutai, issuing her commands. She also selected a young girl, approximately 11 years of age, named Shuejian, to serve as her assistant. As Huang Er, observed Xiaorong complete these tasks in silence. He remarked, the first matter of defense is but a minor issue. The second, your experimental research, is of paramount importance. Second, the experimental research is of utmost significance. Uchiha Xiaorong questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. Huang Er, Kamui, speculated thoughtfully, if I am not mistaken, there are only 3 methods by which the power of the smoke-release bloodline can attain a stable state. And no matter which method is employed, it is currently inconvenient for you to disclose this information to anyone in essence, should you succeed, you must not reveal it to Orochimaru or anyone else. And you must ensure that the Iburi clan, even if they learn a fraction of the truth, remains loyal and discreet. What do you mean? Upon hearing Kimui's words, Uchiha Xiaorong's expression turned incredulous as she struggled to fathom his claim. You mean there are 3 methods to enhance the power of the Iburi clan's bloodline? Uchiha Xiaorong recounted, I have observed in my master's laboratory that Orochimaru has dedicated considerable time to this research, and he has alluded to his experiments. This bloodline is utterly lackluster, and elevating, it seems akin to scaling a precipice. Although Orochimaru has entrusted this task to me, he harbors little hope, and I suspect that even if I merely familiarize myself with cellular regeneration and fusion, it would suffice to meet my master's expectations. Yet you assert there are 3 enhancement methods. Huang Er, replied, truthfully, my methods are merely conjectures. They may not possess any genuine potential for realization. After all, no one has ever conducted such an experiment. If someone were to succeed, the Iburi clan would not resemble what we currently observe. Then, Uchiha Shinwu inquired with curiosity, "What led you to formulate such conjectures?" Huang Kimui, responded candidly, "It is based on the fundamental nature of the smoke-release bloodline. Coupled with an extensive, almost encyclopedic knowledge, it is well known that the earliest bloodlines in the ninja world emerge from the transformation of basic chakra attributes. Additionally, there are bloodline limits that arise from the combination of two chakra attributes. For instance, our Sharingan is a manifestation of the in-release bloodline's transformation. When water and earth attributes combine, the yield would release." Huang Kimui spoke eloquently, articulating knowledge that was common to all in the ninja realm. However, when one applies this knowledge to the Iburi clan's bloodline, it becomes evident that the smoke release can only emerge from one chakra attribute: water release. Furthermore, the ability to manipulate one's body and alter its form is governed by the yang release. Thus, all becomes clear. The Iburi clan smoke release is, in essence, a fusion of yang and water release, enabling the transformation of one's body into smoke. You find my reasoning sound? Uchiha Shinwu nodded almost instinctively. Recognizing the lack of flaws in his argument, in truth, even if Kimui had not articulated this, any discerning individual who engaged in a modicum of research would readily arrive at this conclusion. Smoke release, aside from yang and water release, holds no other conceivable origins. Uchiha Shinwu remarked, "Even if we understand that their bloodline is a combination of two chakra attributes, what of it? The combination of these two bloodlines is exceedingly fragile, and it is completely countered by wind release. Certainly, there exists a significant purpose." Huang Shinwu confidently stated, unaware of this situation, the Iburi clan can only learn a fraction of physical techniques and engage in combat by combining their abilities to transform into smoke. If they were to grasp this fundamental understanding, they could entirely pursue more pragmatic medical ninjutsu and water-style ninjutsu. While these two forms of ninjutsu may not possess overwhelming power, it is undeniable that each carries its unique utility. Moreover, Huang Shinwu thoughtfully gazed at the little girl before him and continued, "As their master, you have the capacity to bestow upon them scrolls containing these two types of ninjutsu. At the very least, this would serve to win their loyalty." Uchiha Shinwu, though willing to heed his words, could hardly contain her impatience as she asked, "Medical ninjutsu and water-style ninjutsu? I've memorized that. I will diligently gather them in the future. Now, could you tell me what the three methods for enhancing the Iburi bloodline are?" Huang Shinwu had no intention of withholding information and replied candidly, "Based on my conjecture, there are three possibilities. The first is sage arts. It is widely known that within the ninja world, there exist three distinct energies: cellular energy, mental energy, and natural energy. The majority of ninjas can absorb at most two of these energies, and the power they cultivate is known as chakra. Should one be able to harness natural energy, they would unlock the power of sage arts, exponentially increasing their strength. If the Iburi clan could master the power of sage arts, it would significantly enhance their bloodline abilities, making it effortless to maintain their smoke transformation. Sage arts, you say?" Uchiha Shinwu initially anticipated a more promising solution, only to display a crestfallen expression as she remarked, "According to our Uchiha clan's secret records, although sage arts are immensely powerful, it seems that only two individuals in Konoha have successfully attained this ability. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Jiraiya. Even within our Uchiha clan, we lack any means to train in sage arts. Even if your proposed method is feasible, I simply do not possess the necessary resources." "Very well," Uchiha Shinwu said. "I hope that the other two methods you propose are more viable." Huang Shinwu continued, "The second method is bloodline fusion. Within the ninja world, there are certain unique bloodlines. For instance, the Karasume clan possesses the Jinjutsu Shinsei, which allows them to manifest the illusions they create into tangible objects. If one could acquire such formidable Jinjutsu abilities, even if they were to transform into smoke, it would not easily be dispersed by the wind. Of course, this method may enhance the power of ninjutsu, but the increase may not reach the anticipated levels unless it is combined with the power of sage arts." Uchiha Shinwu pondered, "Acquiring the Karasume bloodline is nearly impossible, as they are fellow villagers. and even Orochimaru-sensei would exercise caution when dealing with them. However, since Karasuma is tied to the nature transformation of Yin release, if they can achieve that, our Uchiha bloodline should also be capable of it. Very well, I shall take note of this method. What then is the third method? Huang Shinwu replied. The third method involves the flesh of tailed beasts. First, one must acquire the devouring ninjutsu that consumes chakra, and then find a way to fuse their chakra with the flesh of a tailed beast. If this can be accomplished, then the chakra would become akin to that of a tailed beast, immortal and invincible. Uchiha Xiaorong displayed an expression of intrigue. The flesh of tailed beasts is, in essence, the chakra of the tailed beasts. Although Shinwu proposed 3 methods, it is only the third method that appears most promising. No wonder Shinwu emphasized the necessity of stringent confidentiality measures as the experiment commenced. Uchiha Xiaorong, being new to the role of leader and still in her teens, was full of vigor and decisiveness. Although the hour was late and dusk still lingered, she showed no inclination to rest, instead working tirelessly to devise a plan for the enhancement of the Ibuli clan. She subsequently summoned Ibuli clan leader Wu Tai and her assistant, the most gifted member of the Ibuli clan, Xue Jian. Uchiha Xiaorong presented the 2 meticulously crafted and printed documents to them, stating, "I have studied parts of my teacher's research and devised 3 methods to aid your clan's enhancement. While one method is beyond the Uchiha's capabilities, the other 2 can be implemented concurrently. Here are the detailed thoughts and preparations for these 2 methods." Ibuli Wu Tai exhibited a look of astonishment. He had never anticipated that this leader before him would be so decisively proactive. Having only taken charge of their clan that very evening, she had already formulated a concrete plan and strategy. Was this truly reliable? Curiously, Ibuli Wu Tai examined the printed documents in his hands. The first method concerned bloodline fusion, referencing the formidable bloodline powers of the Karasuma clan and their Genjutsu Shinsei. Although not particularly familiar with experimental research, Ibuli Wu Tai instinctively felt that this method held promise that in essence, it aimed to bridge the gap between bloodline limits and bloodline elimination, but he found the first method relatively acceptable and then turned his attention to the prerequisites for cellular fusion. Both Uchiha Shinwu and Uchiha Xiaorong were known for their humane approaches. They certainly would not conduct experiments solely reliant on the life force of ninjas, devoid of any preparatory measures. For instance, prior to the fusion of bloodline cells, Uchiha Shinwu would arrange blood transfusions for the 2 ninjas involved, ensuring that their blood types matched at the very least. Moreover, it would be ideal for the 2 to exchange blood for a period of time, drawing their own blood every 10 days and transfusing the blood of the ninja whose bloodline cells they were to fuse. This would allow the 2 ninjas to acclimatize in advance, ideally over a span of 2 to 3 years. After such a time, both ninjas would possess some characteristics of each other's blood, resulting in certain similarities in their bodies and cells. Although this approach would not necessarily enhance the likelihood of successful bloodline power fusion, Uchiha Shinwu and Xiaorong believe it would yield at least some positive effects. Initially, Ibuli Wu Tai held some skepticism, but after reviewing the plan before him, his eyes widened in surprise that, in truth, their clan had previously conducted cellular fusion experiments under Orochimaru's guidance. For example, Xue Jian's brother, Ibuli Tianzong, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the wood-style ninja Yamato from Konoha, had perished during a cellular fusion experiment. However, the methods employed by Orochimaru starkly contrasted with those of the young Uchiha girl before him. Orochimaru had little regard for compatibility or the time required for adaptation. He and Danzo were primarily focused on efficiency, showing little concern for the lives of ninjas that in fact, the Ibuli clan had dwindled from over 100 members at the outset of their allegiance to Orochimaru to now less than half that number. Entirely due to the cellular fusion experiments, Ibuli Wu Tai even harbored doubts as to whether their clan could truly achieve their aspirations of revival and glory if they were to exhaust all their members. Thank the heavens! Ibuli Wu Tai gazed at the young girl before him, trembling slightly. Though their time of acquaintance had been brief, he had already discerned many admirable qualities within her. For instance, her decisiveness and sense of responsibility towards her duties, as well as her meticulousness in ensuring the well-being of others. Perhaps entrusting the Ibuli clan to Lord Xiaorong was not merely a stroke of luck, but rather a fortuitous turn of events. Ibuli Wutai could not help but exclaim in heartfelt appreciation. Meanwhile, Ibuli Shuejian had turned her attention to the second method, the transformation of chakra properties. The true name of the second method should be tailed beast-flesh fusion, as it was far too extraordinary. Even the Ibuli clan found it inappropriate to uncover the full truth behind the experiment. Thus, a more civilized designation was created. Uchiha Xiaorong elucidated. In a land of bears within the ninja world, at the Star Ninja Village, there exists a treasure known as the Celestial Star Dabi. While utilizing this artifact to cultivate the peacock mystique, one can transform chakra into beasts that gather and do not disperse. Achieving excellent synergy with your smoke release technique. I shall dispatch individuals to the land of bears in search of the peacock mystique, and I will also assist you in locating a portion of active chakra, which you may gradually absorb to experience the power of active chakra. I believe this could potentially aid in the enhancement of your bloodline. This, of course, is also a form of chakra and flesh fusion. Uchiha Xiaorong wished to keep the existence of tailed beasts concealed. This was the only alternative explanation for such an experiment. Perhaps it would be impossible to deceive Orochimaru, but it would certainly suffice to mislead the Iburi clan. Chakra transformation into beasts. Iburi Wutai and Iburi Shuejian were both pleasantly surprised. Their smoke-release bloodline is, in essence, a branch of transformation ninjutsu, albeit a rather fragile one. Uchiha Xiaorong's two proposed avenues both hold immense potential. And remarkably, she chose to pursue them simultaneously. Very well, Xiaorong stated straightforwardly at last. I've already mentioned what I can offer, and now we should discuss what the Iburi clan can contribute. After all, our collaboration is merely a transaction, is it not? Transaction, contribution. The mere mention of this made Iburi Wutai feel quite pained. To be honest, they were indeed very satisfied with Uchiha Xiaorong. However, to expect her assistance and simultaneously offer a certain price was something the Iburi clan simply could not afford. Their current living conditions made this abundantly clear. The entire clan resided underground, leading a life devoid of light, relying on their leader for even their basic needs. Where could they possibly procure anything of value? With a sense of helplessness, Iburi Wutai said, "Loyalty is all we can offer. Apart from our own allegiance, we possess nothing else." When ordinary individuals speak of loyalty, it often comes across as mere pretense. Yet for Iburi Wutai, it was different, precisely because their clan was left with nothing but loyalty. They placed a particularly high value on it. Having pledged their loyalty, they would be unwaveringly faithful. The only uncertainty lay in whether Uchiha would believe their words. Loyalty, you say? Uchiha Xiaorong pondered for a moment, reluctantly acknowledging this condition. Were it someone else, if a ninja clan professed loyalty to her, she would likely dismiss it as nonsense. However, the Uchiha clan was not so easily disregarded, due to the power struggles among Konoha's upper echelons. Particularly with Uchiha Fugaku being outmaneuvered by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo over the course of a decade, the Uchiha clan had become utterly isolated under Fugaku's leadership. Their members lacked for nothing but friendship and loyalty. Thus, hearing Iburi Wutai's words suddenly stirred emotions within Uchiha Xiaorong. She remarked, "I hope that clan leader Iburi, along with future leaders, will remember your promise. The Iburi clan shall remain ever loyal to the Uchiha." Wutai replied, "Rest assured, Lady Xiaorong." Indeed, Uchiha Xiaorong continued. "Now let us discuss the funding for the cell fusion project. Although Orochimaru entrusted the entire laboratory to me, the expenses for the Iburi clan are indeed considerable. I lack the financial prowess of Orochimaru to effortlessly support an entire clan. Therefore," Uchiha Xiaorong stated, "even though you all reside in the underground world, after some time, I will prepare some machinery and assign you tasks to ensure self-sufficiency. This will likely involve creating scrolls and explosive tags, as the Uchiha have always been self-sufficient. However, when it comes to allies, I do not mind relinquishing a portion of the benefits." Iburi Wutai understood. "Rest assured. Lady Xiaorong, I will do my utmost to organize the clan to fulfill your every command." Additionally, Uchiha Xiaorong remarked, "Both the bloodline fusion experiment and the active chakra experiment require substantial resources. With my current capabilities, I can at most select one individual from the Iburi clan to exchange bloodlines with me. 3 years from now. When the time is right, I will facilitate the fusion of her bloodline cells. You can be assured that I will seek to engage with other Uchiha clans. If possible, I will incorporate them into the experiment. Uchiha Xiaorong then turned to Xue Jian beside her and said, "If our blood types are compatible, I shall attempt fusion with her. As for the active chakra experiment, initially I can select only one test subject, ideally the strongest among you, one in their prime, to maximize the chances of success. Hence, I choose clan leader Wu Tai." Iburi Wu Tai hesitated for a moment. As the strongest member of the Iburi clan, he bore the responsibility of leading his people. Any unforeseen circumstances could be dire. Iburi Xue Jian was no ordinary individual either. She was the most gifted member of the Iburi clan. However, after some deliberation, considering it was merely the preliminary experiment and acknowledging that their combined efforts would yield a higher success rate, Iburi Wu Tai ultimately did not oppose the idea. There was still a bit of time left. Uchiha Xiaorong and Iburi Xue Jian extracted blood samples for examination. Regrettably, the results revealed that Uchiha Xiaorong was type O blood, while Iburi Xue Jian was type I. Xiaorong's blood type could integrate into Xue Jian's body, but not the other way around. Uchiha Xiaorong let out a sigh of relief. Although they could not exchange blood, what they truly lacked was Uchiha blood, not Iburi blood. After retaining nearly a liter of blood and witnessing it being infused into Xue Jian's body, Uchiha Xiaorong sealed everything and took her leave. In Konoha Ninja Village, at the Hokage Plaza, a full 800 ninja from the vanguard forces assembled. Sarutobi Hiruzen and 3 others stood elevated, gazing down upon the throng before them, marveling at the sight. They then addressed the 2 individuals present. "I entrust this to you, Orochimaru, and you, Shinobu. Rest assured, Hokage." Orochimaru and Sarutobi Shinobu confidently exchanged greetings before turning to depart. Uchiha Xiaorong hurriedly rushed over to bid farewell, intending to send off only her teacher, Orochimaru. Her father, Uchiha Xiaomu, was not among them. Uchiha Shinwu, however, stood aside with a grim expression alongside his mother. Among the 3 Uchiha squads, there were a total of 9 jounin. In stark contrast, the Sarutobi clan had 6 squads, yet only boasted 2 elite jounin and 4 jounin. The Uchiha clan, with merely 3 squads, had 9 jounin, and among them, 5 possessed the Sharingan's 3 tomo, one of whom was Uchiha Shinwu's father, Uchiha Changyan. There was no choice. The Uchiha clan did not particularly regard the privileges of elders, and since it was Uchiha Changyan's turn for duty, he had no alternative but to set off. Thus, Uchiha Junyu and Uchiha Shinwu's family had been waiting on the street since early morning, hoping for their husband and father's victorious return. The 9 jounin of the Uchiha clan appeared exceedingly composed, seemingly unaffected by the gravity of the situation. With casual greetings, they remarked, "No need to worry. We will return soon, in the blink of an eye." Konoha's forces departed the village, their figures fading from view. Given that his own son was also on the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen fulfilled his duties with utmost diligence, sending off Orochimaru before promptly gathering the Konoha High Command once more to mobilize 5,000 civilian ninja as reinforcement for the vanguard. The Grand Cloud Village invasion incident thus reached a new chapter. Watching the crowd gradually disperse, Uchiha Shinwu appeared lost in thought. If he is not mistaken in his recollections, this grand conflict has spanned a full 4 years. It commenced in the 11th month of the 48th year of Konoha and persisted until nearly the 53rd year, the tender age of 4. Hinata Hyuga, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, witnessed both sides exhaust their strength and ultimately agree to negotiations. Seizing the opportunity, the Hidden Cloud Village abducted the young Hinata, igniting a scandal between Konoha's upper echelons and the Hyuga clan. Yet this was merely a fraction of the sordid affairs arising from the war. Given the internal political landscape of Konoha, the underlying corruption is undoubtedly far more extensive. TSK Shinobu, the acting leader, truly believes that Shimura Danzo, have grown old and oblivious, standing alone atop a high building. Danzo's gaze was cold as he surveyed the distant Konoha forces, and he suddenly spoke. Bing! A masked Umbu ninja promptly appeared. Bowing respectfully before Danzo, Danzo instructed, "Go to the front lines and ensure that the ninja loyal to the Shimura clan establish communications with the Hidden Cloud forces. If possible, leak any information regarding Sarutobi Shinobu. Yes, the root ninja expressed no hesitation and swiftly departed. Perhaps Sarutobi Hizashi understands Danzo, but he has undoubtedly underestimated his old friend and scrupulousness. Colluding with enemy nations and betraying battlefield intelligence are precisely the kinds of deeds Danzo is capable of. As he observed the figure of Bing vanish, Danzo contemplated. I hope the hidden cloud will prove themselves capable and assist me in dealing with Sarutobi Shinobu. If that fails, it seems I shall have to rely on the root to take action. And then there is Hizashi. While he outwardly promised to hand me the position of Hokage, he secretly nurtures Sarutobi Shinobu, whose ambitions are all too apparent. Since Hizashi shows no mercy, he cannot blame me. Danzo for acting without scruples. Danzo then commanded his subordinate to summon one of his trump cards. Roots A, who would come to be known as the future would-release ninja, Yamato. Danzo gazed at the child before him. Merely 11 years of age, appearing rather dull-witted and lacking in intelligence, he beckoned Yamato to his side and spoke gravely. What do you think of that distant Hokage office? Yamato pondered momentarily before earnestly responding. That is the residence of the Hokage. The Hokage is the shadow of Konoha, the strongest ninja whose power, talent, achievements, and reputation all rank at the pinnacle of our village. Indeed, Danzo affirmed, the Hokage is the shadow of Konoha, the mightiest ninja whose capabilities are unrivaled. However, the current Sarutobi Hizashi in the Hokage's office is far from that. Not only has he aged and decayed, but he has also been condemned by various ninja clans for sending 9-year-old children to the battlefield. Ultimately being forced to abdicate, his power has waned to the point of being a mere shadow of his former self. Does this mean the third Hokage is no longer the strongest ninja in Konoha? Yamato asked in astonishment. Yes, Danzo replied. You should be aware of the events of the Third Shinobi World War. Nearly every village's leader has rushed to the front lines, with some even meeting their demise. Yet in Konoha, even as we send 9-year-old children into battle, our Hokage has never lifted a finger. Are you not curious as to why? Yamato, indeed curious, inquired. What could be the reason? Danzo smiled as he explained. Because the third Hokage himself knows he is incapable. He fears combat and dares not face the battlefield, wishing only to preserve his life. Yamato was rendered speechless that Danzo's words seemed so reasonable that, considering his naturally limited intellect, even Sarutobi Hizashi himself would struggle to refute them. Danzo continued, if that were the extent of the issue, it might be acceptable. A Hokage whose authority is merely ceremonial. Though incompetent, at least he could maintain morale. However, the third Hokage's presence in the Hokage building serves a purpose far beyond that. Danzo remarked, in recent years, Konoha has seen numerous exceptionally gifted individuals rise, many of whom have achieved great renown and accomplishments on the battlefield, reaching the level of village leaders. Yet while Hitaki Tsukumo has perished, Tsunade has departed, and Jiraiya has gone on his journeys. The fourth Hokage, who finally ascended, soon met with misfortune. Yamato questioned, wasn't the fourth Hokage's demise the result of the Uchihas actions? Hey, your youth renders you somewhat naive. Danzo explained. The Uchiha are, after all, part of Konoha. Their actions may well be orchestrated by someone, and only the third Hokage could command them. Moreover, what incentive would the Uchiha have to eliminate the fourth Hokage? Merely making themselves targets? The third Hokage, however, benefited from the fourth's downfall, did he not? Yamato shuddered in surprise, exclaiming, are you suggesting that the third Hokage? How could this be possible? Danzo replied, there is nothing impossible. To this day, the Uchiha have yet to be implicated by the Hokage, which serves as irrefutable evidence. Furthermore, observe how the Hokage has shown no genuine interest in investigating this matter, nor has anyone else pursued it. Even if there are doubts surrounding the fourth Hokage, the circumstances surrounding Hitaki Tsukumo cannot be questioned. Danzo gazed gently at Yamato and asked, would you like me to arrange for a copy of Tsukumo's dossier to be delivered to you for your thorough examination? In the clandestine base of Root, Yamato received the materials concerning Tsukumo. The truth behind Tsukumo's demise was indeed orchestrated by Sarutobi Hizashi, and Danzo's cunning had led him to bring this matter to light. Even if Sarutobi Hizashi stood before them, He would find it impossible to defend himself against such accusations. Soon, under Danzo's guidance, Yamato reached a conclusion. Jealous of talent, Yamato gasped incredulously as he examined the dossier in his hands. The third Hokage, revered and trusted by all, is in fact a cowardly, utterly incompetent individual obsessed with power and filled with envy. How could this be? Though his words expressed disbelief, Yamato was convinced in his heart, believing 7 or 8 parts of it to be true. It seemed that the third Hokage truly was such a person. Thus, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Danzo's singular eye as he coldly declared, "This cannot continue. We cannot persist in this manner. Konoha cannot endure this any longer. As long as Sarutobi Hizashi draws breath, he will never relinquish the Hokage position. Even if countless prodigies emerge within the village, it will all be in vain, as they will fall one after another for various reasons. Yamato, you are a wood-release ninja, the inheritor of the first Hokage's power. At this moment, Konoha requires your strength. Everyone needs you. Only you can eliminate Sarutobi Hizashi. This blight upon our village." Yamato responded solemnly. "Danzo-sama, for the sake of Konoha, I shall spare no effort." Danzo nodded with satisfaction. Words were merely words. It was not solely Sarutobi Hizashi or Orochimaru who could charm children. Shimura Danzo could do so as well. Danzo declared, "The assassination of Sarutobi Hizashi is a task that must be accomplished. However, it cannot occur now. You are still too young and lack sufficient strength. Over the next 2 years, I will ensure that we gather intelligence on Sarutobi Hizashi's every action and devise a rational plan. Moreover," Danzo regarded Yamato with a serious expression, "I will devote myself entirely to training you over the next 2 years, molding you into an exceptional ninja on par with AJ Nin. Only when your strength has increased will you truly be able to address the menace that is Sarutobi Hizashi. The cancer of Konoha." Yes, Yamato knelt on one knee, expressing utmost respect, and declared resolutely, "I shall not disappoint your expectations, Danzo-sama." Danzo was thoroughly pleased with his subordinates. A, B, C, and T. This moment, the struggle for the Hokage position raged fiercely, with Sarutobi and his son being formidable adversaries to Danzo. However, even amid such pressing matters, Danzo did not forget about the Uchiha. This seemingly minor player to Yamato's strength indeed required enhancement, yet to confront Sarutobi Hizashi, merely Yamato's power would not suffice. Danzo himself also required substantial strength. Danzo mused, "For someone like myself, seeking further enhancement is a formidable challenge. However, there are indeed ways to improve. The technique of Izanagi from the Uchiha clan holds considerable utility. It is imperative to acquire several 3-tomo Sharingan as soon as possible. The matter of the Uchiha clan's extermination must be accelerated." Shimizu Danzo summoned Y and D once more, issuing his directives. Within the Root and the Shimizu faction of the Hidden Leaf Village, covert actions commenced at the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Izumi entered Class 7 of the 1st grade with her small backpack, suddenly overhearing a conversation among several classmates. Leading the discussion was a prodigy from the Yamanaka clan named Yamanaka Yu, surrounded by 2 or 3 peers who spoke loudly. "I truly do not understand why the village does not expel the Uchiha clan. This malignant tumor." During the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha manipulated the beast, causing immense devastation to Konoha, resulting in the sacrifice of numerous ninjas and civilians, including our esteemed 4th Hokage. Immediately, a taciturn genius from the Aburame clan echoed, "It is said that the Uchiha clan has made a pact with demons. Their clan can only obtain demonic power through the sacrifice of their comrades," that a Shimizu member added. "I have an uncle who teamed up with an Uchiha. He witnessed an awakening firsthand. The scene was utterly gruesome, both bloody and revolting. My uncle told me that the Uchiha indeed engages in some dealings with demons." Uchiha Izumi remained silent. That moment, Uchiha Itachi, the young clan leader, entered quietly, casting a glance at the conversing Shimizu, Yamanaka, and Aburame without uttering a word. It was well known that elder Danzo harbored disdain for the Uchiha clan. Moreover, members of the Yamanaka and Aburame clans served as Danzo's deputies in the Root. Making their allegiance to Shimizu, Danzo equally apparent. It was not uncommon for these three to conspire to tarnish the Uchiha's reputation, and Itachi paid little heed to their machinations. However, this particular incident seemed slightly unusual. Not only did conflict erupt in Class 7 of the first grade, but several grades experienced significant discord as well. Come quickly, come and see. The Uchiha genius, Uchiha Yuju, has challenged the new generation of the Inuzuka clan to a duel. Hurry, hurry! In Class 7 of the second grade, Shimizu Ohara declared his intention to teach the Uchiha brat a harsh lesson that, in the span of a single day, the conflict between the Uchiha and the various clans of Konoha erupted into 18 incidents. And this was merely within the confines of the Ninja Academy. In these 18 skirmishes, the Uchiha clan achieved 9 victories and 9 defeats, with the victors suffering grievous losses and the vanquished faring even worse. Nevertheless, the Uchiha clan has always prided itself on being the strongest. Even a group of youngsters, after losing, showed no inclination to weep or call for their parents, the entrance of Class 7 of the first grade. A throng of young children gathered. Though bruised and battered, they were filled with righteous indignation, all presenting themselves before Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Izumi stepped outside to take a glance and was taken aback. All 70 or so Uchiha children from grades 1 to 6 of the Ninja Academy had arrived. After the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, took office, he reformed the Ninja Academy system, extending the duration from 3 years to 6. At this moment, the academy comprised 6 grades, and only upon reaching 12 could one graduate as a qualified genin. Among the 6 grades, there were approximately 70 Uchiha children, yet only 18 had been involved in the brawls. A soon-to-be graduated boy stepped forward. Clan leader Shimizu Kennen has rallied a large group of Shimizu students, claiming he wants to teach our Uchiha clan a lesson. This matter requires your intervention. You are the strongest genius of our clan in the academy. Lead us to teach Kennen a lesson. Each youth looked eagerly towards Uchiha Itachi within the classroom. From a very young age, Itachi had unreservedly showcased his extraordinary talent. Almost every child of the Uchiha clan was aware of the young clan leader's brilliance. Wasn't this merely a student duel? If the young leader was willing to intervene, what could the Shimizu brats possibly do? Seeing his clansmen summon him, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but frown. Slowly, he exited the classroom and surveyed the bruised individuals in the crowd, a fire of anger igniting within him as he coldly admonished. Is it you few who have been causing trouble in school and bringing shame upon our clan? Uchiha Yuju and others felt as though a thunderclap had struck their minds, stunned as they struggled to comprehend Itachi's words. What had the young leader just said? Did they miss something important? Uchiha Yuju was utterly bewildered, and all the Uchiha children present shared his confusion. Uchiha Itachi sighed, earnestly advising, I have heard the rumors circulating about the Ninja Academy. The village's children and even the villagers harbor animosity towards our clan due to the Nine-Tails incident. Some unfounded rumors have emerged, and I understand these matters better than you do. But it is precisely because of this. At such a critical juncture, we must exercise patience and strive to manage our relationship with the village effectively. Will arguing and challenging them ease the situation? Your actions will only fan the flames, exacerbating the conflict. Cancel the duel. Uchiha Itachi commanded with unassailable authority as the clan leader, regardless of what you have agreed upon with Kennen. It is all null and void that I will not intervene, nor do I wish for you to do so that, if possible, I hope Yuju and all of you will sincerely apologize to each classmate and reflect seriously on your behavior. That is all I have to say. You may leave now. Uchiha Yuju's head buzzed. Uchiha Izumi's head buzzed. Almost every child present felt a bit dazed. To be honest, Uchiha Itachi was not lacking in intelligence. In fact, it was his exceptional acumen that led him to make choices contrary to the desires of the entire clan. Observing his current demeanor made it clear why he had attracted the animosity of the entire family. Who among his peers would respect such a child, such a leader? Canceling the duel and offering apologies, Uchiha Yuju's face turned crimson. The dozen or so children following him were all seething with anger. Was Uchiha Itachi joking? Did he know what kind of individuals they were? Every child sent to the Ninja Academy came with goodwill and expectations, representing the Uchiha's desire for closeness and friendship with Konoha. Were there any Uchiha children who had completely abandoned hope in Konoha? Absolutely not. Those who had given up on Konoha had chosen to study independently within the Uchiha territory. "Hello, teacher," they would say. There are fewer students, and the teachings are more practical. This group of children, carrying notions of friendship, faced violence, ridicule, and mobbing, only to be told they had to apologize in the end. Clan leader, taking a deep breath. The foremost Uchiha Luyun said somewhat reluctantly, "Let's just pretend we never came today. This matter should not concern you." Clan leader, as his words fell, Uchiha Luyun declared, "We are leaving. Do not disturb the clan leader's studies." "All right," Uchiha Yuju replied. "We will handle this ourselves." Uchiha Itachi observed the situation keenly. He was indeed intelligent. At the tender age of 6, he had already learned to think like a Hokage, from Uchiha Luyun's words and actions. Itachi discerned that the individuals before him had not absorbed his counsel in the slightest. Without a doubt, they intended to escalate the matter through sheer violence. Disgraceful. Uchiha Itachi's small face flushed with anger. The members of the Uchiha clan are both arrogant and foolish. Completely oblivious to the true nature of the situation, relentlessly seeking conflict. What if this escalates? What if we offend other clans entirely? Had they not considered the consequences? Did they truly wish to position the clan in opposition to all other ninja clans? Finding satisfaction in such a fate, suddenly, Uchiha Itachi leaped forward, firmly positioning himself in front of all the clan members. With a deep, commanding voice, he proclaimed, "I insist that no one act independently. Apologize and resolve this matter peacefully." Uchiha Luyun seethed with uncontrollable fury. They had initially wished to spare the young clan leader some face, hoping to maintain a harmonious relationship and avoid any severe discord. Yet, given the current situation, how could their ties remain unstrained? Uchiha Itachi was solely focused on the larger picture, indifferent to whether they, his contemporaries, were present. What did it matter? As he spoke, a fierce battle erupted between the two factions of Uchiha clan students. One faction, led by Uchiha Itachi, consisted solely of him, while the other, under Uchiha Luyun's leadership, nearly encompassed all the neutral and pigeon factions of ninjas. Approximately 10 minutes later, all the Uchiha lay defeated on the ground, with Uchiha Itachi standing and scathed at the center of it all. Observing this scene through a telescope, Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly astonished. What this child had accomplished was truly remarkable. Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed a puzzled expression. As someone with considerable influence regarding the ninja school matters, he had sensed the slightest stirrings within the institution and was already aware of the intentions lurking behind his friend's actions. To put it plainly, there remained an unyielding desire to challenge the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with other ninja clans, was poised to reap the benefits of the Uchiha's retreat, either as passive observers or instigators. However, while it was understandable for the Sarutobi and the Inuzuka clans to suppress the Uchiha, the fact that the Uchiha themselves were clashing was perplexing. Could this child be a rare political prodigy from the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly found himself greatly intrigued by Uchiha Itachi. "Bring him to me," he called out, summoning the accompanying Umbu Kakashi. "Make your way to the ninja school and escort Uchiha Itachi to me." Sarutobi Hiruzen cautioned, "Please be gentle. I simply wish to converse, not to assign blame, that we must not leave him with a negative impression." "Understood, Hokage-sama," Kakashi replied, vanishing in a flash. In no time, Uchiha Itachi was brought before Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan, save for Izumi, was nearly all battered and bruised, suffering significant injuries. Compounding their troubles was the fact that, later that afternoon, there was a scheduled friendly match between the Uchiha and the Shimura clan in the small grove. Uchiha Luyun and Uchiha Yuju struggled to their feet. Would they express gratitude to Uchiha Itachi for his heartfelt advice? Certainly not. The children present, or rather the Uchiha youths, were so furious they could have shattered their own teeth in rage. "What should we do?" Uchiha Luyun glanced helplessly at his companions, who had initially believed that by rallying behind Uchiha Itachi, victory was assured. Yet they had never anticipated the situation would escalate in such a manner. All the children appeared somewhat dazed. They were already at a disadvantage in terms of both numbers and strength, and with their current injuries, there was no way they could participate in the evening's match. To go would be inviting trouble, while to refrain would be utterly humiliating. all eyes turned to Uchiha Izumi. Although Uchiha Izumi did not possess the same notoriety as Uchiha Itachi, she was still a prodigy, merely a step behind him in talent. Among the 5 great Uchiha prodigies, Uchiha Sharon was naturally elevated due to being a disciple of Orochimaru, ranking first. Uchiha Shinwu, renowned for his exceptional achievements, claimed the second spot. Uchiha Kinui was third, followed by Uchiha Itachi in fourth, and then Izumi. They had just witnessed the 4th-ranked genius, merely 6 years old yet extraordinarily powerful. Uchiha Izumi was only slightly behind. Surely, she wasn't too far off. Most importantly, all present were injured, while only Izumi remained unscathed. Izumi. Uchiha Luyun spoke a bit awkwardly. Could we possibly ask you for a favor? What is it? Uchiha Izumi tilted her head, looking skeptically at the two before her. You wish to ask me for a favor? It didn't take long for her to realize the implications. Uchiha Izumi's face darkened slightly. While she might indeed be a prodigy, her background as a commoner from the Uchiha clan meant she had only recently begun learning chakra refinement techniques. If chakra refinement was challenging, her other abilities were certainly not to be underestimated. Were Uchiha Luyun and the others out of their minds to think of her? Even though they were injured and out of sorts, they were undoubtedly far stronger than she, who had barely trained for a few days. I refuse, Uchiha Izumi stated bluntly. However, seeing the pitiful expressions on the faces of those around her, she pondered for a moment and asked, When is your match with Shimura-kin? Uchiha Luyun candidly responded, It's this afternoon after school, in the small grove behind the school. Aside from that time and place, where else could we gather for a brawl? All right, Uchiha Izumi replied. It seems we still have time. Let us return to the Uchiha and find a ninja to tend to our injuries. While we may not fully recover, at least we won't be completely powerless. Seek medical ninjas? Uchiha Luyun dismissed the idea. There's really no need. I'm in perfectly good shape right now. As he spoke, he couldn't help but flex his muscles, inadvertently aggravating his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Uchiha Izumi earnestly suggested, I think it's better to seek treatment. Fine. Uchiha Luyun conceded. Let us head back and inform Lady Sharon about this matter. Uchiha Itachi has gone too far. Not only did he fail to assist us, but he also aided the Shimura clan against us. Our numbers at the ninja school are far too few. It would be best to have the younger members of the clan join the fray. Indeed, while the Uchiha clan was reckless, they were not foolish. Realizing the state of the group before him, Luyun understood that relying solely on them to confront Shimura-kin was utterly unrealistic, unless they called upon the entire cadre of freaks from the Clan S training sessions. Within the Clan S training program were Uchiha Sharon and Uchiha Kinui. Though they were of similar age, or even younger, each was an extraordinary talent capable of taking on several true ninjas. In the presence of such individuals, Uchiha Itachi would hardly be noteworthy. If all the younger generation were to compete, victory would be assured. Uchiha Izumi nodded in agreement. Perhaps it was due to her daily tutoring from Kinui that the stories he shared and the will he imparted had slightly influenced her. Despite being classmates with Uchiha Itachi and facing the collective rejection of their peers, Uchiha Izumi felt a persistent disconnect with him. Though they hailed from the same clan and were of the same age, they felt as if they were complete strangers. As they conversed, Uchiha Luyun and the others strode purposefully toward the school's exit. Upon receiving the news, the principal of the ninja school, Sarutobi Yoshiyuki, hurried over with several teachers. What are you doing? Where do you think you're going? Sarutobi Yoshiyuki cast a stern gaze at the children before him, his expression darkening ominously. During school hours, you have no sense of rules. Can you simply leave whenever you please? If it were an ordinary child facing such a fierce teacher, they would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation. However, the Uchiha clan felt no such fear. This is because the Uchihas had long been subjected to grossly unfair treatment at the Ninja Academy, a disparity that was not only evident among the students, but, more importantly, reflected in the attitudes of the teachers. They came to the school as representatives of Uchiha camaraderie, only to be ostracized to such an extent that nearly everyone bore wounds. The Uchiha clan was unwilling to engage in emotional discourse with Konoha to speak candidly. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, was indeed profoundly saddened, yet many of his clansmen found joy in their plight. Did they genuinely wish to be here? Uchiha Itachi undeterred, declared, "We are injured and wish to return home for treatment. We kindly ask the teacher and principal to step aside." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened tremendously, and he felt an overwhelming urge to act. However, considering the children's injuries, as the principal and teacher, if he were to resort to violence, the aftermath would be exceedingly dire, regardless of the justification, having served as the principal of the Ninja Academy for a considerable time. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no fool. He understood the potential consequences of such actions. He inhaled deeply and said, "Please wait a moment. Our Ninja Academy has its own medical team. I will contact them immediately." Forget it. The Uchiha children were well aware that a medical team existed within the Ninja Academy, yet the medical ninjas were either from the Nara clan or the Sarutobi clan. But if that were all there was to it, it might have been acceptable. But more crucially, the medical expertise of these individuals was utterly subpar. It was unclear how they had managed to gain entry, leaving even elementary students at a loss for words. Did they regard these children as fools? Only a fool would seek treatment from the Academy's medical team after being injured. At that moment, a multitude of teachers from the Ninja Academy appeared, failing to prevent the group of Uchiha children from leaving. They watched helplessly as everyone departed the Academy in unison, returning to the Uchiha compound. Quickly, inform Lord Hokage. Promptly report this to Lord Danzo. The two factions within the Ninja Academy rushed towards their respective leaders in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the Uchiha boy before him, his eyes twinkling with warmth, wearing a gentle smile. Thoroughly pleased that, if I recall correctly, your name is Uchiha Itachi, is it not? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired amiably. Yes, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Itachi responded, his demeanor noticeably shy. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, I happened to witness the events at the Ninja Academy. You handled yourself remarkably well. Can you share with me your reasoning behind your actions? The matter at the Ninja Academy? Uchiha Itachi felt a tinge of shame, recalling that he had engaged in a brawl there. A good student should not resort to fighting. However, the behavior of the Uchiha clansmen had been utterly excessive. Uchiha Itachi quickly knelt to apologize, saying, I am sorry, Lord Hokage. I should not have acted impulsively. Nor should I have laid hands on my classmates at the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Truth be told, he was once again astonished by Uchiha Itachi's intelligence and maturity. Sarutobi Hiruzen held a deep admiration for Uchiha Itachi. Thus he did not wish to place him in an awkward position, but he stepped forward and helped the kneeling Uchiha Itachi to his feet, gently reassuring him, Do not be afraid. My question was not meant to lay blame, but rather to express my curiosity regarding your choice. If you would be so kind, please share your reasoning with me. Uchiha Itachi replied earnestly, Lord Hokage, the students at the Ninja Academy have been targeting the Uchiha due to the Nine-Tails incident, and a violent response from the Uchiha would only exacerbate the rift between us. Therefore, as the junior clan leader of the Uchiha, I felt it was imperative to put a stop to their foolish behavior. This is the dignity that comes with being a junior leader of the Uchiha. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with admiration for Uchiha Itachi's perspective, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, Itachi, your composure and insight are truly remarkable. Capable of astounding all of Konoha, it is hard to believe you are merely 6 years old. At such a tender age, you already possess the qualities of a Hokage, demonstrating the ability to view issues through the lens of a Hokage's wisdom. What? Uchiha Itachi was taken aback by Sarutobi Hiruzen's praise, filled with disbelief that he had merely acted according to the teachings of his father in Shursui, making what he believed to be the correct choice. He never anticipated receiving such high praise from the Hokage. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi was not only a genius, but also possessed such depth of character and wisdom? Was he truly a prodigy among prodigies? Uchiha Itachi gazed reverently at Sarutobi Hiruzen, for no one had ever acknowledged him in such a profound manner before. Lord Hokage, no, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is truly my confidant. A friend like this is worth 1,000 cups of wine. To encounter such a kindred spirit in life is a rare treasure. No, merely casting my own head is far too trivial a gesture for the friendship I hold for Sarutobi Hiruzen. I should cast several, no, perhaps hundreds, Seeing Uchiha Itachi's youthful face lost in an unprecedented reverie, Sarutobi Hiruzen gained a clearer understanding. This so-called genius seemed to revel in accolades and applause. All right, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally escorted Uchiha Itachi back to the Ninja Academy, summoning all the teachers from the Sarutobi clan at the academy. Addressing Sarutobi Sasuke and the others with a smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "From today onward, I hope that the Sarutobi clan and all those associated with us will become more amicable towards Uchiha Itachi. It will be best if you could regard him as one of our own. Additionally, do your utmost to praise and commend this young lad. We must not allow him to harbor any negative feelings towards our clan. Do you understand?" Yes. All the leaders of the Ninja Academy responded with utmost respect to Sarutobi Hiruzen's directives. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Earlier, when I met Uchiha Itachi, he seemed to take great pleasure in my compliment regarding his possessing the mindset of a Hokage, understanding how to approach issues with a Hokage's perspective. You must remember this and promote it vigorously. It will serve as an excellent opportunity to strengthen our relations." Yes, since taking office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had brought immense benefits to his subordinates, never jeopardizing their interests or making erroneous choices. Thus, upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions, everyone felt a profound respect, etching this matter deeply into their memories. Once it seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen had resolved the issue, Sarutobi Sasuke recounted the situation of the Uchiha clan at the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. He was not like Uchiha Itachi, merely perceiving surface phenomena without considering the underlying political factors. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood better than anyone what the Uchiha's presence at the Ninja Academy signified. It represented the dovish faction of the Uchiha clan, as well as the faction of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Hachida, among others. Additionally, there were those who belonged to the neutral camp. The experiences of these children at the Ninja Academy would inevitably lead to a significant shift in the alignment of the neutral and dovish factions, pushing them toward the hawkish camp. Consequently, the power of the Uchiha hawkish faction would continue to grow down on the surface. This might seem detrimental to Konoha's stability, as it appeared it would provoke a strong backlash from the Uchiha. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware that to gain advantages from the Uchiha, such measures were essential. The rise of the Uchiha hawkish faction, or even their complete dominance, represented potential future changes. At this moment, all he could do was slow down their resistance that a frog, when boiled in warm water, would not cause widespread upheaval. Sighing softly, Sarutobi Hiruzen dismissively remarked, "This is inevitable. It will prepare the Uchiha psychologically in a while. The village will convene a high-ranking ninja meeting, and at that time, we shall jointly demand an explanation from the Uchiha. That will be when the Uchiha's true fury is unleashed. The current minor issues are insignificant in comparison. Considering the broader perspective, Sarutobi Hiruzen is hardly concerned with such trivial provocations and conflicts. They have long since prepared for far greater stimuli. This time, the cake is to be divided into substantial portions among the major ninja clans, with every individual having a share, including even the common ninja of Konoha who are not without interests. The collaboration between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo can be described as impeccably seamless. The former stirs up rumors while the latter rallies the Uchiha Pigeon faction and draws in Itachi Uchiha, thereby diminishing resistance. In the face of such outstanding political maneuvering, both Uchiha Fugaku and his son Itachi find themselves utterly powerless to oppose. However, upon entering the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ryun and Uchiha Yuju encounter Uchiha Kamino, who is on his way to the Uchiha training ground. Uchiha Kamino's eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes upon the numerous injured individuals before him. He can hardly believe that these children are not veterans returning from the front lines, but are instead so grievously harmed. What on earth has transpired for this group of young ones to be so severely injured? Uchiha Kamino is utterly flabbergasted. Truly, Itachi is remarkable. After hearing the backstory, Uchiha Kamino can only marvel at the intelligence required to orchestrate such events that in this world, a 6-year-old child is neither feared for their ignorance nor for their wisdom. Rather, the greatest concern lies with those who, despite knowing nothing, presume themselves to be knowledgeable. The foolish, who are wholly ignorant, at least recognize their lack of understanding and strive for improvement. Yet, Uchiha Itachi has reached a level of intelligence beyond the grasp of any mentor. Uchiha Kemino surmises that it is not that no one has imparted wisdom to Itachi. Rather, Itachi perceives his intellect as being on par with Sarutobi Hiruzen's, viewing all those who seek to guide him as fools. Logically speaking, possessing the innate status of the clan's junior leader, earning the respect and admiration of all, should make it effortless for Itachi to rally a following to champion his cause. He could manage the clan according to his beliefs and alter the world itself. Even changing the convictions of the majority would be a trivial endeavor. However, he has managed to place himself at odds with the entire clan. One cannot help but remark, he deserves a good thrashing. Uchiha Kemino furrows his brow in contemplation, concluding that the only fitting description for Uchiha Itachi is indeed that he deserves a beating. Let us proceed to the infirmary. Shortly thereafter, all are escorted to the infirmary, where over 30 genuine ninjas, under the care of medical ninjas, swiftly attend to the injuries. In no time, the wounds of 71 children vanish completely, with nearly half of them revitalized to full capacity. Not only have their injuries healed, but their stamina has returned to peak condition, and their chakra has surged to its zenith. As they assess their current state, the young members of the Uchiha clan gradually swell with confidence. They even entertain the notion that, should they rush to the woods for a brawl, victory may not be beyond their grasp. Enough of this. Uchiha Kemino raises his head, adopting a haughty demeanor. Out of the corner of his eye, he casts a disdainful glance at the gathered children and declares, "In light of our shared clan ties, I will assist in resolving the troubles you've caused this time. However, should there be a next time, you will bear the consequences yourselves." Despite Uchiha Kemino's tone being both arrogant and cold, the children of the Uchiha clan find his words quite appealing. To them, a truly formidable genius ought to present themselves in such a manner. If an exceptionally talented individual were to speak to them softly and kindly, they would feel it was insincere, questioning whether they had fallen under some illusion. Thus, upon hearing Uchiha Kemino's words, the children, led by Uchiha Ryun and Uchiha Yuju, are invigorated and imbued with a renewed sense of self-assuredness. Though Uchiha Itachi, the traitor, has aligned himself closely with the Shimura clan, the Uchiha clan is not devoid of other talents. Any random individual from their ranks could easily overpower their peers. Very well, Uchiha Kemino states, given that your injuries are not fully healed, remain in the infirmary for proper recuperation. There is still some time before dusk, and I intend to train at the training ground. Yuzuki, since you have taken leave from school, accompany me. I will provide guidance on your heavy strike technique. Apologies, esteemed seniors, but we must take our leave. Uchiha Yuzuki bids farewell to the gathered children before following Uchiha Kemino. Upon witnessing their departure, Uchiha Ryun and Uchiha Yuju cannot suppress their envy. Suddenly, a figure emerges, a 12-year-old boy from the Uchiha clan, a sixth grader known as Uchiha Mahara. Uchiha Mahara respectfully inquires, "Lord Kemino, may we join you? Recently, we have witnessed the prowess of the junior clan leader, Uchiha Itachi, and have been quite curious about how true geniuses train. May we observe your practice?" "Excellent." Uchiha Yuju, now fully aware, eagerly adds, "Can we join Yuzuki and Mahara?" As for that, Uchiha Kemino muses briefly before responding nonchalantly, "Of course, there is no issue. What I practice are the fundamental techniques of our clan. With nothing to conceal that if you wish to join, then come along." As he speaks, around 30 children march in unison to the Uchiha clan's third training ground. The Uchiha clan resides in the most prosperous central district of Konoha. In addition to residential areas, it boasts modules for commerce, training, education, and leisure, with 4 expansive training grounds dedicated solely to practice. Presently, the 30-odd children have arrived at the third training ground, while Uchiha Kemino primarily focuses on Yuzuki. He does not neglect the others, gathering all the children to inquire about their training courses. At this moment, the curriculum at the Ninja Academy encompasses 3 main areas: fundamental ninja skills, chakra refinement techniques, and basic ninjutsu training, including the body flicker technique and physical training, such as the leaf village throwing technique. After some contemplation, Kemino instructs everyone to sit cross-legged and begins to guide them through chakra refinement techniques. With the mastery of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, Kamino's expertise in chakra refinement is truly astonishing. Of course, he cannot impart this extraordinary skill to just anyone. He merely shares some foundational breathing exercises. Nevertheless, even this reveals a significant disparity to the gathered children. The combination of the hand-sealing meditation and Kamino's breathing techniques enables them to enter a state of cultivation swiftly, with their training speed increasing by approximately 30%. In the brief span of a tea ceremony, Uchiha Kamino allows all the Uchiha children to genuinely experience the essence of genius. Kamino instructs everyone to practice according to his guidance, and then takes Uchiha Yuzuki to a nearby clearing to observe her heavy strike technique. Uchiha Yuzuki inhales deeply, pointing her sword forward, her aura profound as chakra gathers, and then launches a fierce attack. With a resounding crack, the human-shaped target before them is cleaved in two, the tremendous force splitting a 1-inch thick wooden board asunder. Uchiha Kamino is momentarily taken aback, before eventually commenting, "It is passable," that he then curiously inquires, "How long have you been practicing chakra refinement?" Without hesitation, Uchiha Yuzuki replies, "Approximately 5 days. 5 days, you say?" Uchiha Shinwu could hardly contain his astonishment. Although the heavy strike slash required an explosive release of one's full power in a single blow, the strength capable of cleaving what demonstrated by a 6-year-old child suggested that the chakra within their body was certainly not insignificant. A rough estimation indicated it likely reached the level necessary for performing the three-body technique. The three-body technique encompasses transformation technique, stealth technique, and replacement technique, all classified as E-rank ninjutsu. This ranking merely reflects the difficulty of the techniques, not their true potency. After some contemplation, Shinwu remarked, "You may now attempt to cultivate the transformation technique. While performing it, focus on the flow of chakra within your body as you form hand seals. Mastering this flow is paramount. Ideally, you should be able to perform the seals with one hand, or even without seals, executing transformations at will. With your current chakra capacity, you could transform once before needing to recover. This method of exhausting and then replenishing your strength will greatly benefit your training. Each time you deplete your energy and recover represents a breakthrough and advancement, ensuring a continual and rapid progression. For now, concentrate on practicing the transformation technique, chakra refinement technique, and heavy strike slash, performing a ninjutsu, and then recovering before attempting it again." Having briefly outlined Izumi's training regimen, Shinwu redirected his full attention to himself. Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, Uchiha Shinwu's form split into 7. Each of the 7 Uchiha Shinwu engaged in distinct tasks. 1 formed hand seals to execute the Uchiha clan's foundational illusion technique. The Naruto technique. Another wielded a sword, its blade ablaze with flames, each strike cleaving the earth and creating fissures in the ground. At a third conjured a series of sealing runes before him. At a fourth emanated green light from his palms, striving to enhance the potency of his healing ninjutsu. A fifth executed wind release ninjutsu, while a sixth unleashed fire release ninjutsu. The final Shinwu, eyes wide with the Sharingan's tomo, observed the training of his 6 clones. Alternating between employing the Naruto technique, executing sword techniques, and condensing sealing runes, his expression contemplative. The clones worked in harmony, each exhibiting remarkable strength. Witnessing this scene, the young Uchiha were left in awe. Uchiha Yuju and Uchiha Luyan stared intently at the figure moving with the swiftness of a gale, each sword strike igniting the air with fiery brilliance. Unable to suppress their difficulty in swallowing, "Is this real? Am I merely dreaming?" They pondered, "Is Lord Shinwu truly mastering the Uchiha clan's secret sword leap flame technique? How terrifying! My father, the Jainin, only exudes such presence when training in the sword leap flame." Many young Uchiha were left speechless. Nearby, Uchiha Miyuin sighed, "It's not just the sword techniques. Lord Shinwu is utilizing the shadow clone technique. With all 6 clones training simultaneously, each of his clones is formidable. Even a single clone would surpass all of us combined, and he can create 6 such clones at once." He continued, "Do you remember Uchiha Itachi? His strength is already astonishing, yet among his peers, he still falls short of Lord Shinwu's prowess. That illustrates just how formidable Lord Shinwu truly is. All right then, Uchiha Luyin and Uchiha Yuju felt utterly defeated. From what they observed, they genuinely grasped an immutable truth that had endured through the ages. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals is greater than that between man and beast. Ordinary individuals and geniuses are fundamentally different beings. However, not all felt the same crushing defeat. Uchiha Yuin and Uchiha Izumi turned their gazes toward Shinwu, diligently training not far away, their eyes filled with unprecedented resolve. Even if we are not geniuses, we must strive not to fall too far behind those who are. Uchiha Shinwu is undeniably powerful, but with effort, we can at least surpass our former selves. In the world of ninjas, prominent clans possess restorative elixirs, allowing even the youngest of children to train without restraint. Regardless of injuries, a simple bath at home would restore them, enhancing their training physique. Unbeknownst to them, the afternoon slipped away. It was time for the meeting between the Uchiha and the Shimura clans. Leading the Shimura were Shinra Kenjin, Yamashoyu, and YNSH Nai, along with a substantial number of Shimura clan ninjas and a multitude of civilian children, gathering in a formidable assembly of 400 to 500 at the back mountain of the ninja school. Within the wooded area, perched atop 8 towering trees, a team from the Root organization concealed themselves in the shadows, led by none other than Jay, Tawanzo's most trusted confidant at that moment. Their presence here was not for conflict, but rather precautionary measures. Unlike the Uchiha clan, which hardly valued the squabbles of children, Tawanzo and Sarutobi were different. They believe in instilling discipline from a young age. The intent behind this battle was crystal clear to Tawanzo. Success was the only option. Failure was not an option. That if victorious, the Root would remain uninvolved. If defeated, the Root would take over. Tawanzo had meticulously planned every detail to ensure absolute success. As this unfolded, the members of the Root felt a stirring in their hearts as they, alongside the children from Shimura Kenjin's group, beheld the approaching Uchiha children. At the forefront was a boy grasping a katana-like sword. His gaze steely, his figure radiating a golden glow. Upon catching sight of the oncoming Uchiha adversaries, Uchiha Shinwu smiled slightly, and suddenly, the sword at his side was drawn. Sword leaped flame. In an instant, Uchiha Shinwu divided into 8, each appearing in different directions, swinging their swords down toward the earth. In a heartbeat, he unleashed 93 strikes, a conflagration erupting skyward. The flame sword, all believed a sea of fire was about to engulf everything. Yet, Shinwu was measured. Upon striking the ground, it merely fractured, creating a rift across the earth for over 10 meters. Countless children fainted from the violent tremors. Shinwu sheathed his sword, nonchalantly turning his head away as he departed. What? The 8 members of the Root, including Jay, stared wide-eyed in shock. Disbelief etched across their faces. Did we fall under an Uchiha illusion? Was that truly a child of the Uchiha clan, and not an elite Nin utilizing transformation techniques? The 8 Root ninjas who had trained like lifeless husks were momentarily stunned into silence, leaving them to ponder the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. It was simply inconceivable. Yet, such was the stark reality. What signifies an elite Nin? The commoner possesses chakra at the elite Jonin level, alongside an understanding of the fundamental nature transformations of chakra and a modicum of combat wisdom. Uchiha Shinwu has mastered the 5th layer of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, with chakra energy within his body comparable to that of an elite Jonin from the Uchiha clan, and his physical prowess surpasses that of the foremost taijutsu Jonin, although he is yet to fully grasp the fundamental nature transformations of chakra. The Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique autonomously absorbs natural energy, resulting in a golden chakra that rivals the power of sage techniques, far exceeding the basic nature transformations of chakra, and even approaching the caliber of bloodline limit chakra transformations. In simpler terms, he embodies a sage-like entity of Chunin level augmented by sage chakra. Given the recent emergence of prodigious talents within the Uchiha clan, including Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shalong, it is hardly surprising that even a slight display of Shinmu's power would not evoke astonishment. After all, with talents like Naruto and the combat genius of Uchiha Itachi in existence, a minor peculiarity in Shinmu's abilities would not raise any eyebrows. After careful contemplation, Uchiha Shinwu ultimately chose to unleash his potential. At this moment, he had developed the capacity for explosive power and self-defense. Being merely 6 years old, any attempt on his life would necessitate entry into the Uchiha clan grounds until he reaches the age of 10. The likelihood of him being assassinated is virtually non-existent at this very moment. Shinwu assessed his training speed. It would typically require 8 years to elevate to the 6th layer of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique. However, due to sharing a dragon spirit sealed within Uchiha Shinwu, which aids her in absorbing greater amounts of chakra, and simultaneously drawing from her training chakra to bolster his own, Shinwu's training pace has accelerated. Thus, by the age of 10, he would likely advance further in the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique. To that point, he would possess chakra at the elite Jonin level of the Uchiha clan that if he were to reach the 6th layer of this technique. Even venturing outside would render him nearly invulnerable to assassination within Konoha. Uchiha Shinwu devised a plan, with Uchiha Shinwu providing protection externally and internal support from clan elders and Uchiha squads, revealing even a fraction of his power would pose no significant risk. Moreover, Uchiha Shinwu was gradually building her own influence, which piqued Shinwu's interest. He too wished to showcase his talents and garner the loyalty and following of certain Uchiha clan members within the family. Uchiha Shinwu nonchalantly revealed his strength, instantly stirring a tumultuous uproar within the Uchiha clan's base in Konoha, shocking all present that a singular body, accompanied by 7 shadow clones, simultaneously executing 93 sword strikes with the sword leap fire technique. Upon hearing this news, the clan's 4th elder, Uchiha Hayu, was left astounded, gazing at his eldest son, Uchiha Sifeng, and inquiring, Sifeng, if it were you, how many fire pillars could you produce with the sword leap fire technique at once? Uchiha Sifeng pondered, my chakra is somewhat insufficient, yet I could effortlessly unleash 18 sword leaps in an instant. However, Uchiha Hayu interjected, Shinwu's shadow clones can each produce over 10 sword leaps. It's astonishing, truly astonishing. Uchiha Hayu paced back and forth in excitement. He had previously heard of his son Uchiha Terahiko's offspring, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, unparalleled in strength, even outstripping the clan leader's son, Uchiha Itachi, at the same age. Yet he had assumed it merely to be childhood play. Who would have imagined that the so-called genius would be capable of such extraordinary feats? The wielder of the 3-tomo Sharingan could only manage 18 fire pillars in a single strike, while Shinwu's 8 clones could each unleash 12 to 13 pillars. One extraordinary reservoir of chakra. It could be said that the chakra of 6-year-old Uchiha Shinwu already rivals that of seasoned elite Jonin, leaving Uchiha Hayu exhilarated and anxious. After all, despite his tender age, he was his grandson. The emergence of such a genius among his grandchildren would naturally elicit surprise from anyone. The Uchiha clan, once known for its ordinary lineage, had already witnessed the rise of a singular talent in Uchiha Shinwu, and now, the Uchiha clan leader's line, Uchiha Fugaku, had also produced a top-tier genius in Uchiha Itachi. Little did they expect that even the 4th elder's line would yield a prodigy. Uchiha Hayu, having weathered countless storms as a seasoned ninja, aware of the Senju clan's demise and the extinction of the Uzumaki clan, knew well the perils that lay ahead. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, Uchiha Shinwu is indeed a talent, but a fallen genius holds no value. Here in Konoha and within the Uchiha clan, countless eyes are watching, eager to witness the downfall of our Uchiha prodigy. Relay my orders. Bring Shinwu to me. I shall personally mentor him. Additionally, summon Uchiha Masaru and Uchiha Tetsu to serve as our temporary guardians. This matter is of utmost urgency. Attend to it once. Yes, father. Upon hearing Uchiha Hayu's commands, Uchiha Sifeng's expression turned serious as he promptly departed. Danzo. The moment the news reached him, Shimura Danzo appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office, urgency radiating from him. Leaning over the Hokage's desk, he declared with fervor, hasten to recruit him into the Umbu. Allow me to cultivate him. I will undoubtedly develop him into a top-tier asset for the village. You must trust me. Rude is second to none in nurturing loyalty among ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Danzo with a somewhat displeased expression. He comprehended his old friend's sentiments all too well that in fact, he too was contemplating how to win over Uchiha Shinwu. Having previously succeeded with Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen held an inexplicable confidence in his persuasive abilities. No, rather, in his charismatic appeal, he had already devised a plan to charm Uchiha Shinwu, just as he had with Uchiha Itachi. However, he never anticipated that as he finalized his next steps, his old friend Danzo would arrive, demanding a recruit without hesitation. Was he truly so naive? Could Sarutobi Hiruzen not feel his frustration? Given their long-standing friendship, Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from being overly harsh, opting instead for a measured response. Danzo, you must understand that Uchiha Shinwu is merely a 6-year-old child, the grandson of an Uchiha elder, and the son of a leader within the Uchiha ninja squad. Individuals of his stature are not easily recruited, especially into Naruto. Do you believe the Uchiha would simply acquiesce to your outrageous demands? Then, Danzo discerned the predicament, yet pressed on, are you not the Hokage of Konoha? Given that Uchiha Shinwu has demonstrated such prowess, you could easily justify a special recruitment into the Umbu based on his abilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head once more. Even if I were to initiate a special recruitment as Hokage, the Uchiha would surely refuse. His youth is a significant factor, and Uchiha Hayu is not as lenient as Fugaku. He remains cautious of the village. Tuan Zhang's expression darkened slightly, and suddenly, with a cold demeanor, he spoke. Recently, there have been numerous rumors circulating in the village regarding the Uchiha clan, propagating the notion that they are scheming to manipulate the Nine Tails against Konoha. We can use this as a pretext to compel the Uchihas to retreat from the heart of Konoha to the outskirts. Simultaneously, we should demand the surrender of Uchiha Shinwu as proof of their innocence. Truth be told, Tuan Zhang's proposal is not without merit. If it were Uchiha Fugaku, perhaps, based on the unity between the Uchiha and Konoha, he might genuinely acquiesce. However, at this moment, having experienced the incident with Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses an unwavering confidence in his charisma. How could he possibly agree to such an outrageous demand? If such a request for holding hostages were truly made, even if Uchiha Fugaku capitulated under duress, what would Uchiha Shinwu himself consider? How could he ensure the presence of a compliant and understanding pawn? Sarutobi Hiruzen resolutely rejected. Enough. Regarding Uchiha Shinwu, I have my own judgment. Do not meddle further. I absolutely forbid you from covertly taking action against him. Likewise, I will not consent to such an absurd request for the Uchihas to offer a child as a hostage, should such an event transpire. It would undoubtedly fracture the bonds within the village and sow distrust among the various ninja clans, causing each clan to harbor suspicion and apprehension towards us. Rijan. Tuan Zhang's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, revealing his impatience and rudeness as he coldly remarked, is this yet another instance of the bonds of ninjas you often speak of? How tiresome. If you refuse to heed my counsel today, you shall surely regret it one day. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen, exuding confidence, retorted, I'm the Hokage of Konoha now. Suddenly, a loud sound of a door slamming echoed through the air as Tuan Zhang stormed out in rage. The confrontation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tuan Zhang, both vying to recruit formidable subordinates, concluded on a sour note. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed Tuan Zhang's displeasure, he paid it little mind. There are certain matters where concessions can be made, yet there are others that must remain non-negotiable. Strength is one of them, and it must always be firmly held in one's grasp. After a brief tumult, tranquility returned. During this period, Uchiha Shinwu's reputation soared. Wherever he went within the Uchiha territory, he was met with nods of respect. Even among lower-ranking ninjas, upon seeing Shinwu, they would respectfully address him as Lord Shinwu. His grandfather, Uchiha Kazuo, who typically showed little interest in him, rarely summoned Shinwu and introduced him to two ninjas from the faction of the Fourth Elder, Uchiha Junfu and Uchiha Tiefu. Kazuo stated, Junfu, 31 years old, possesses one of the rare 3-tomo Sharingan within the Uchiha clan. Proficient in Jinjutsu as well as the short sword style of Flash Sword Technique and the long sword style of Gale Sword Technique, making him 8J Nin skilled in both physical and illusionary arts. Tiefu, 29 years old, has an ordinary 2-tomo Sharingan within the Uchiha clan, adept in the short sword style of Flash Sword Technique and the long sword style of Gale Sword Technique, renowned as a master swordsman. Through this introduction, Shinwu understood that both individuals held the title of formidable Genin within the Uchiha clan. Though they bore the title of Genin, Jinfu's prowess likely reached the level of an elite Genin. Uchiha Kazuo proclaimed, "From this day forth, wherever you go, these two must accompany you, inseparable. Do you three understand?" Yes. Jinfu and Tiefu nodded in agreement without hesitation. Uchiha Shinwu hesitated momentarily, but eventually consented. Although having two bodyguards might be somewhat cumbersome, it undeniably enhanced his survival capability. He was well aware of the importance of weighing advantages against disadvantages. Moreover, Uchiha Shinwu likely recognized the circumstances surrounding Kazuo's faction. Apart from Kazuo, his two sons, Sifeng and Qingyan, were the only other holders of the three Tomo Sharingan. Bestowing one upon him was undoubtedly a gesture of goodwill, and Uchiha Shinwu certainly did not wish to appear ungrateful. After some contemplation, he nodded and departed with the two. Uchiha Kazuo commanded, "From today onward, during any clan meetings or Genin conferences, as long as I, Uchiha Kazuo, am present, Shinwu must also be in attendance." The benefits of showcasing strength soon became evident. He effortlessly acquired resources for the cultivation of the third-generation heir from Kazuo's faction. Although Shinwu was still young and lacked an official ninja title, he could participate in Uchiha clan meetings as an elder's heir and observe. Of course, in most cases, his role would merely be that of an observer. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Uchiha Shinwu had received two capable aides from Uchiha Kazuo, an urgent knocking sounded at the door of the Kazuo residence. Uchiha Shinwu displayed a look of surprise. Uchiha Jinfu stepped forward and opened the door, revealing the slender figure of a man wearing an umbu mask, tall and lean, with a finely styled head of white hair, and a sword slung across his back. Such attire and distinctive white hair, along with the covering of one eye, unmistakably identified him as Konoha's top genius from the Hokage's lineage, Hatake Kakashi, upon encountering the Uchiha. Hatake Kakashi maintained a courteous demeanor, though his tone remained notably indifferent as he addressed them. "I'm the captain of the Umbu squad. I seek Elder Kazuo. I am he." Uchiha Kazuo emerged from within, recognizing Kakashi's identity, and pondered before inquiring, "What matters require your attention?" "Here is the situation," Kakashi began to explain. "The Hokage has expressed keen interest in the matters concerning the Uchiha and the Shimura clans. He wishes for me to escort Uchiha Shinwu to the Hokage's office. There are no ulterior motives. The Hokage merely wishes to meet Uchiha Shinwu and commend him for his achievements. I ask that so?" Uchiha Kazuo mused for a moment and replied, "Jinfu, Tiefu, accompany Shinwu to the Hokage's office." "Yes." The two Uchiha aides responded without the slightest hesitation. However, Kakashi's face displayed a clear look of difficulty as he remarked, "The Hokage specifically wishes to meet Shinwu alone." Uchiha Kazuo candidly stated, "Our family is currently in a particularly sensitive situation. Shinwu possesses extraordinary talent and is among the most crucial young members of our clan. We must ensure his safety in the presence of anyone. I hope the Hokage can understand our position." Very well, Kakashi, having matured politically while accompanying Sarutobi Hiruzen through numerous battles, understood Uchiha Kazuo's concerns. He refrained from questioning who in Konoha would dare harm Uchiha's prodigy, as that would be a particularly foolish inquiry. With Kakashi leading the way and the three Uchiha following closely behind, they made their way to the Hokage's office. Shinwu contemplated deciding against engaging Kakashi in conversation, for they had little emotional rapport to discuss. Before long, they knocked on the door of the Hokage's office, revealing the startled expression of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen discreetly employed a sensing jutsu to gauge the strength of the two Uchiha. Realizing that both possessed considerable prowess, likely requiring significant effort on his part to contend with them, he stated, "I have a few words to discuss with Uchiha Shinwu. Please remain at the door. I believe that should anything occur within, you will be able to respond promptly." After contemplating the two Uchiha's intentions, Sarutobi Hiruzen sincerely remarked, instantly embodying the benevolent and amiable persona of the Hokage. Uchiha Shinwu nodded inwardly, as long as there was no use of force. He was curious to discover the true purpose behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's summons. Once both Uchiha exited, Sarutobi Hiruzen kindly addressed Shinwu. "You are Uchiha Shinwu, correct?" Upon hearing of your feats, even I was taken aback. It has been quite some time since Konoha has witnessed such a prodigious talent. Even I, at the tender age of 6, never possessed such formidable strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, cleared his throat, and then exclaimed with great enthusiasm, Uchiha Shinwu, your talent holds the potential to ascend to the rank of Hokage. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. An unprecedented quietude for a considerable duration. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Shinwu exchanged incredulous glances, both momentarily stunned into silence. Tisich, finally regaining his composure, Uchiha Shinwu could not help but voice his exasperation. I thought the esteemed Hokage had something of substance to discuss with me. It turns out it was merely this trivial matter. Who doesn't he know of my capabilities to become Hokage? Who fails to see it? Good heavens! Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly coughed up blood in disbelief. Perhaps the recent docility of Uchiha Itachi had led him into a false sense of security. Upon encountering Uchiha Shinwu, he was abruptly jolted back to reality. After all, an Uchiha is still an Uchiha. Even a child can exhibit an astonishing degree of arrogance, a few words of praise, and he thinks he is destined for greatness. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke earnestly. Uchiha Shinwu, given your extraordinary prowess, it seems somewhat inappropriate to remain an ordinary individual without any title. After careful consideration, I have decided to bestow upon you the honorable title of a Konoha Genin, along with the corresponding forehead protector. Although Uchiha Shinwu's reaction was somewhat beyond expectation, Sarutobi Hiruzen was willing to sacrifice a Genin status in exchange for the friendship of a prodigy from the Uchiha clan. After a moment of contemplation, Shinwu courteously replied, If that is the case, I thank you. Hokage. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, Uchiha Shinwu prepared to depart. It was utterly impossible for him to grovel. The utmost concession he could make was to feign the demeanor of a brainless, proud, muscle-bound youth. Wait. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected with a grave expression. Before I grant you the Konoha Genin forehead protector, I have a question to pose. What is your perspective on the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha? Konoha and Uchiha. Uchiha Shinwu scratched his head, visibly perplexed, and replied, Konoha is a village, and the Uchiha is a clan. The clan resides within the village, and there are many clans like the Uchiha within the village that is it not so. Is there some other special connection between Konoha and the Uchiha? Certainly not. Sarutobi Hiruzen clarified. What I wish to inquire about is your opinion regarding the ordinary civilians of the village. Shinwu responded, There is nothing much to say. For every kindness shown to me, I shall repay tenfold. For every slight, I shall also repay tenfold. This is the principle of my ninja way. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated this, recognizing that this philosophy seemed to possess considerable flexibility. After a moment of thought, he began to recount tales of the first, second, and fourth Hokages, who had bravely sacrificed their lives and extolled the greatness of the Hokage. He concluded with a summation. Wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire shall endure eternally. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the new leaves to sprout. This embodies the will of fire. You can rest assured that under my protection, you shall thrive. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage who inherits the will of fire, shall not fail this title, pouring forth my blood and life to nurture your growth. Did the sacrifices of the first, second, and fourth Hokages have any bearing on Sarutobi Hiruzen? As for whether they provided protection for their growth, Uchiha Shinwu was certainly observant enough to discern the truth. As Uchiha Shinwu walked along the path back to the Uchiha compound, he maintained a composed exterior, though inside he could not suppress his disdainful thoughts. The so-called will of fire was utterly pathetic, especially when articulated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It appeared even more ludicrous. However, soon Shinwu found himself unable to scoff any longer. As he and 3 others strolled through the streets, they encountered Konoha villagers who gaped in fear and revulsion at their presence. Quickly retreating into corners to whisper amongst themselves, the 3 members of the Uchiha clan all wore expressions of profound discontent. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's brainwashing held no sway over him, Shinwu reflected, It is a fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the entire upper echelons of Konoha have set their sights on me. Furthermore, it is evident that they intend to target the Uchiha. This impending threat could plunge the Uchiha's political standing into an abyss for which it could never recover. Perhaps Uchiha Shinwu suddenly considered a troubling thought. I may have underestimated the severity of the situation. If the higher-ups of Konoha were to threaten Uchiha Fugaku into surrendering me or Uchiha Sheri, Uchiha Shinwu felt that such a possibility was not unfounded. Thus, it was imperative to urgently bolster his own strength and that of Uchiha Sheri. No, to manipulate Uchiha Sheri into enhancing her power. Uchiha Shinwu surveyed his surroundings. The means by which he could augment his own strength lay in the cellular fusion techniques of Orochimaru if he could acquire the wood-release bloodline for fusion. It would propel his abilities to unprecedented heights that, of course, fusion with the bloodline of the Iburi clan was also a viable option. This seemed to be the only method available to him for rapid enhancement. He could also empower those around him. Through cellular fusion, he could share his cultivated cells, akin to those of an immortal sage, with select clansmen, although he was uncertain of their capacity to endure such a transformation. This was something he could discuss with Hiyu, as having support from the Uchiha upper echelons would make it considerably easier. However, if he sought a more stable approach, the process of blood exchange coupled with various experiments could take an indeterminate amount of time, and only one individual could adapt at a time. Concurrently, he could impart the simplified foundational internal martial arts principles of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna to Uchiha Izumi, thereby enhancing the strength of his companions. Shinwu racked his brain, recognizing that his influence was currently limited to those nearby. Conversely, Uchiha Sheri presented immense potential for collaboration. As the group entered the Uchiha clan's territory, they were suddenly greeted by Uchiha Sheri, who approached with a radiant smile. Upon seeing Uchiha Shinwu, she remarked, "I have heard about the happenings at the Ninja Academy. Members from the clan's infirmary mentioned that your physical prowess is unlike that of an ordinary Uchiha. Furthermore, when you utilize ninjutsu, golden flames emerge." Uchiha Sheri stepped closer, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Uchiha Shinwu's form. The golden flames were, in fact, a manifestation of the sage-like power exhibited when utilizing the Uchiha's pseudo-sage body techniques. The fundamental principle involved fire release, combined with a unique natural energy. Yet to the eyes of the average person, it appeared to be a naturally occurring bloodline limit, either inherent or derived from the Uchiha's bloodline, thus holding immense research value. Uchiha Shinwu was left utterly speechless. What was happening? Why was Uchiha Sheri showing interest in him? He had not even begun to contemplate establishing a connection with her. Uchiha Sheri's attention towards Uchiha Shinwu was certainly well-founded. Firstly, the dragon spirit had informed her of the separation between the physical and spiritual talents of the Sage of Six Paths, leading her to regard the acquisition of wood release or the body of the Uzumaki clan as a potential source of greater power. Secondly, Orochimaru had requested her to conduct research on cellular fusion experiments. Lastly, Uchiha Shinwu's recent emergence and the display of his exceptional physical capabilities, comparable to those of the Senju and Uzumaki, warranted attention. After weighing her options, Uchiha Sheri fervently stated, "Shinwu, I am engaged in a highly promising experimental study, and your physical prowess holds significant research value. Would you be willing to collaborate with me?" Uchiha Shinwu felt a stirring in his heart, yet he maintained an air of indifference, responding coolly, "The clan has always prohibited research on bloodlines." "I am well aware," Uchiha Sheri replied. "Rest assured, you are a genius of the Uchiha clan. I would never joke about your safety. Even if there truly exists a danger, it would likely pertain only to others, having no bearing upon you." "Listen," Uchiha Sharon declared, "I possess a secret concerning the Uchiha clan that I must share with you. Should you become privy to this secret, even without my invitation, you would undoubtedly acquiesce. Let's find a place to converse." Casting a glance at the two individuals behind Uchiha Shinwu, Uchiha Sharon continued, "Shinwu and I have some private matters to discuss. Kindly keep your distance." Uchiha Junfu and Tieshu exchanged glances and moved away together. It was evident that the Uchiha clan harbored considerable goodwill towards the talented Sharo, placing little trust in the notion that she would pose any threat to Shinwu. Uchiha Sharon led Shinwu to a relatively secluded location, seemingly shielded from prying eyes. There, She recounted the tale of the Sage of Six Paths, Indra, and Ashura, as imparted by the dragon spirit. Heavens! Uchiha Shinwu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Our clan possesses such an extraordinary lineage, being descendants of the founders of the ninja world. Is all of this truly authentic? Uchiha Xiaorong tilted her head slightly, raising her alabaster chin with pride. This is a family secret. For the sake of your cooperation, I can share it with you alone for the time being. However, you must ensure confidentiality. Yet, even without secrecy, it matters not. The outside world is rife with rumors, claiming our bloodline has forged a pact with devils. Should this rumor emerge, most would suspect the Uchiha clan is attempting to manipulate public opinion, and likely none would believe it. While there may be no concrete evidence, it is highly probable that it holds some truth that I possess experimental techniques for cellular fusion gifted by my mentor. What say you? Shall we join forces? Collaboration, indeed. Uchiha Xiaorong was eager to study Shinwu's cells, while Shinwu sought the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. However, Shinwu did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he inquired, "How do you intend for us to collaborate?" Though Shinwu had means to influence Uchiha Xiaorong's decisions, he recognized that she was an individual, not a puppet. He wished to hear her plans, for if the conditions were overly stringent, alternative approaches would be necessary. Uchiha Xiaorong, having seemingly contemplated the matter beforehand, responded with a beaming smile. "It is quite simple. At regular intervals, you would provide a certain amount of your blood, and I would require a piece of your flesh for cellular research. Should the research yield results, I can assure you that I will do everything within my power to assist you in mastering the wood-release bloodline, thereby restoring the strength of our Uchiha ancestors." What? Uchiha Shinwu, initially composed, felt his expression darken upon hearing the girl's proposal. She wanted him to first part with a piece of his flesh and periodically provide blood, with the end result being the potential aid in mastering the wood release. Who claimed that all Uchiha were simpletons? Uchiha Xiaorong's scheme was more cunning than Sarutobi Hiruzen's. Shinwu, speechless, retorted, "Xiaorong, do you presume my youth renders me easily deceived? It is not that I wish to reject you. Rather, your conditions seem to reek of deceit. Reflect upon your own words and consider if that is indeed the case." Upon hearing Shinwu's skeptical tone, Uchiha Xiaorong became flustered and promptly replied, "I am not making empty promises. Trust me. If given the opportunity, I will certainly assist you." Shinwu responded, "Xiaorong, I am not questioning your integrity. However, collaboration ought to embody the spirit of partnership. Shouldn't you consult the elders of the Uchiha clan to comprehend what true collaboration entails? Collaboration means mutual trust. You benefit, I benefit, and ultimately we both thrive. Yet your current proposal," Uchiha Shinwu bluntly stated, "you have merely recounted a tale to me. What of the cellular fusion experiment? What of the research facility? I have seen nothing of substance, and thus I have every reason to suspect you are attempting to deceive me. You have witnessed my physique and strength, which indeed possess research value. However, I have yet to see your experimental base or your techniques. After our collaboration, should I relinquish my essence, and you obtain my cells and blood, what do I gain in return? If your research yields no results, will I end up with nothing? If that is the case, who would willingly partner with you?" Uchiha Shinwu gazed at the perplexed girl before him. Patiently elucidating his points, he discerned that Uchiha Xiaorong's issue was not merely a matter of cunningness, but rather a lack of understanding regarding collaboration. It must be noted that the Uchiha clan's deficiency in intellectual figures was a significant flaw. Regardless of age or gender, the wisdom of their members seemed remarkably limited. Shinwu, aware of his own inadequacies, once barely managed to enroll in a mediocre institution and felt he could not compare himself to true geniuses. Yet, this young girl before him appeared to possess even lesser wisdom, rendering it imperative for him to guide her. After a prolonged moment, Uchiha Xiaorong finally grasped the situation, bewilderedly asking, "What do you mean? What must I do for you to be willing to cooperate in my research? Do you require payment? To be frank, my finances are currently quite strained." The mere thought of the Iburi clan's numerous members brought her an unprecedented sense of melancholy. Once affluent, her financially secure father occasionally provided her with a stipend. However, since she had taken on the financial burden of supporting the Iburi clan, her wallet had grown thin, leaving her unable to indulge in lavish expenses. Money Uchiha Shinwu replied nonchalantly, I have no interest in such matters. If you genuinely wish to collaborate, you could take me to see your research facility. Moreover, I do not require an immediate understanding of the specifics of cellular fusion technology. However, I must witness your research experiments firsthand. At the very least, I need to see a portion of your capabilities. What? Uchiha Xiaorong's eyes widened in disbelief. You wish to visit Lord Orochimaru's research facility? That is out of the question. The lab contains numerous secrets. Aside from myself and Lord Orochimaru, I cannot divulge anything to anyone Shinwu furrowed his brow, contemplating his words carefully. Xiaorong, are you aware of why Lord Orochimaru would confide in you regarding a facility that cannot be disclosed to anyone? Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Xiaorong replied, that is simply because I am his disciple. Shinwu shook his head repeatedly. You are mistaken. It is because you are an Uchiha, Shinwu candidly analyzed. The current circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan are evident. Orochimaru can be regarded as an ally of the Uchiha. Our fates are intertwined. Even the average Uchiha understands that undermining Orochimaru's interests serves no benefit to us. Furthermore, Orochimaru perceives you as a clever Uchiha. Uchiha Xiaorong was left speechless. Shenwu's analysis at this moment mirrored the words spoken by her mentor upon his departure, as well as the dragon spirit's insights. How could he possibly know such things? Uchiha Shinwu remarked, Xiaorong, how do you regard my intellect? While I may not rival yours, I assure you it is not lacking that I will certainly keep your secrets from Lord Orochimaru, besides as an experimental subject entering the facility. Whether anyone else is aware of it poses no issue, would you not agree? To expedite the acquisition of the Iburi clan cells, Uchiha Shinwu insincerely lauded her intelligence. Uchiha Xiaorong displayed signs of deliberation. However, the matter at hand had already surpassed her decision-making capabilities. When faced with a challenge beyond her understanding, one must seek assistance. Thus, Uchiha Xiaorong, in the presence of Uchiha Shinwu, turned to her consciousness's Huang heir, Shinwu, for guidance. The outcome was predictable. Shinwu would undoubtedly oppose it. Very well. After a prolonged internal struggle, Uchiha Xiaorong finally reached a decision and stated, This evening, I will conduct a small experiment, and I can take you along. However, you must promise me that, apart from the two of us, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone else for the time being. That it is because I trust you that I am inviting you. If you let this secret slip, it would be tantamount to betraying me, and our friendship would come to an end. Not a problem. Uchiha Shinwu replied with a hint of compassion in his nod. Who dares to claim that the Uchiha are arrogant and unruly? Clearly, the Uchiha family is merely filled with fools, easily swayed by a few casual words. Even the threat posed lacked any real weight. Fortunately, the individual chosen as a collaborator was Shinwu, who considered himself quite reliable, incapable of engaging in any treachery. After their conversation, the two reached a preliminary agreement, both satisfied with one another. They arranged to depart from the entrance of Uchiha Xiaorong's home at dusk and set off for Orochimaru's experimental base. Uchiha Shinwu led Zhen Fu and Tai Fu away, gradually making their way. When night fell, he returned with the two of them to Xiaorong's doorstep. Uchiha Xiaorong addressed Zhen Fu and Tai Fu, saying, Shinwu and I are heading to a highly secretive location. There is no danger anticipated, so you two must remain here for the time being and not wander off until we return. The two Uchiha Nin felt quite troubled. Whether it was Xiaorong or Shinwu, both individuals were precious to the Uchiha clan. Any mishap involving either would be an unfathomable loss, let alone both of them leaving together. Tai Fu opened his mouth, immediately intending to protest, but was halted by his elder brother. Zhen Fu spoke, Then I hope you both will return swiftly. Elder brother, Tai Fu exclaimed in disbelief, looking at his sibling. The elder brother gave him a knowing look, indicating a desire to follow discreetly, and the two brothers understood each other well. Uchiha Shinwu observed this exchange with clarity. Yet Uchiha Xiaorong seemed entirely oblivious. That's good. Uchiha Xiaorong smiled sweetly, and suddenly, a series of pale white mists swirled around her, enveloping both her and Shinwu completely. The two vanished from the sight of the two Uchiha Nin, leaving them in stunned silence. Elder brother, Tai Fu called out loudly in an instant. Zhen Fu had already activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan. However, The two brothers, wide-eyed and scanning their surroundings, found themselves utterly powerless. Have they disappeared? Uchiha Shinwu murmured. Disbelief etched across his features at the unfolding scene. Two youngsters, not particularly old, had managed to execute a stealth technique that rendered them completely invisible before two Jonin. Even elite Jonin. Uchiha Shinwu, of course, understood Xiaorong's confidence in navigating to Orochimaru's research base, which stemmed from her dragon spirit talent, the dragon concealment technique, that he was unperturbed by the sight before him. However, since this was their first encounter, Uchiha Shinwu still feigned admiration, saying, "What an exquisite stealth technique. Even the elite Jonin of our clan cannot see through your ninjutsu." Uchiha Xiaorong felt a surge of pride, yet maintained a cold demeanor as she replied, "Let us proceed quietly. Do not speak. Your words may inadvertently expose my concealment technique, thereby revealing the experimental base." Understood. Uchiha Shinwu complied without hesitation. The two moved cautiously, evading various locations where people might be present, meandering until they arrived at a hidden cave. Xiaorong took the initiative to move a large stone obstructing the cave entrance. Once they entered, she replaced the stone, ensuring that it appeared undisturbed, leaving no trace behind. Thus, the two entered the experimental base while remaining concealed. The four members of the Iburi clan stationed at the entrance observed the movement of the stone, initially displaying serious expressions. However, upon seeing no figures emerge, they soon returned to their usual demeanor. After a while, Uchiha Xiaorong indeed appeared, addressing the four individuals before her, Dongwu, Lei, Feng, and Meng. "Has there been any disturbance at the experimental base?" "None," replied the leader, Iburi Dongwu, respectfully. "Rest assured, Lady Xiaorong, we have remained vigilant at the entrance. Apart from your presence, we have detected no signs of activity." "That is reassuring," Uchiha Xiaorong stated. "Take me to see Iburi Wutai. I have important matters to discuss with him." The Iburi clan members exchanged glances with Uchiha Shinwu, feeling puzzled yet refraining from questioning further. Soon, Uchiha Xiaorong, Shinwu, Wutai, and Shuejian all gathered in Uchiha Xiaorong's laboratory simultaneously. Uchiha Xiaorong explained to Shinwu, "Today, we will conduct a rather straightforward experiment involving chakra fusion that IT is a minor experiment, and due to the minimal power involved, the likelihood of complications is low. Though we cannot entirely rule out potential issues." Xiaorong turned to Iburi Wutai, inquiring, "Are you prepared?" Iburi Wutai nodded solemnly, stating, "I will exert my utmost effort." "Good." Uchiha Xiaorong approached the experimental platform, unrolling the sealing scroll and breaking the seal, revealing a minuscule, thumb-sized, swirling mass of liquid chakra. Uchiha Xiaorong remarked, "This is the active chakra I have procured." In truth, it was a small fragment of flesh from Uchiha Shinwu's dragon spirit. Losing even a small piece of flesh would require at least 3 days for the dragon spirit to recover on its own. While it was a waste of training time, it was not a significant concern. Uchiha Xiaorong continued, "And how have you progressed with the absorption technique I entrusted you last time?" Iburi Wutai replied respectfully, "I have become quite proficient. I can certainly give it a try." As they spoke, Uchiha Xiaorong stepped aside, allowing Iburi Wutai to concentrate his chakra. A faint blue glow emanated from one of his hands, coalescing upon the golden, liquid chakra. The golden chakra gradually shrank at a visible pace until it completely vanished, leaving countless golden specks adorning Iburi Wutai's robust form. The chakra within him surged forth, merging with the golden specks, slowly forming transparent patches of gold. The chakra seemed to behave like a liquid, unrestrained, unable to contain himself. Iburi Wutai emitted a groan, evidently overwhelmed by pain as he fused with the dragon spirit's chakra. In Uchiha Xiaorong's eyes, this was merely a means provided by the dragon spirit to enhance her power. Conversely, for Iburi Wutai, it represented a pathway to augment his bloodline abilities. However, what they both remained unaware of was that fusing with tailed beast chakra was not an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of ninja history. There had once been a pair of brothers in the hidden cloud village, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, who, by chance, consumed the flesh of the Nine Tails and fused with its chakra, resulting in a dramatic surge in power, granting them strength comparable to the Nine Tails. Their unexpected success caused a considerable stir within the Hidden Cloud Ninja Village, prompting the second Raikage to command numerous ninjas and children to attempt consuming the chakra of the Eight Tails to cultivate a multitude of strong individuals for the village. Regrettably, the requirements for fusing with the flesh of a tailed beast far exceeded what others had imagined. Ultimately, the Raikage was compelled to abandon this unreliable policy. According to Shinwu's estimates, the dangers associated with a ninja fusing with tailed beast chakra could be categorized into two aspects. Firstly, there were the attributes of the tailed beast chakra itself. The 5 great ninja villages in the Naruto world often produced various geniuses who, through research on tailed beast chakra, developed an array of bloodline limits. This illustrates that tailed beast chakra inherently contains a high degree of chakra nature transformation. The power of this transformation, when comprehended by a strong individual and combined with diligent practice, could certainly be wielded with precision. However, if a stranger were to directly request the fusion of tailed beast chakra with their own, the advanced nature transformation of chakra would resemble that of wind-release chakra, akin to a sharp blade of wind. How could such a force be absorbed directly? It is akin to attempting to swallow a blade. Out of 10 individuals, 9 would likely perish in the attempt at the favorable aspect. However, is that the tailed beast chakra provided by Uchiha Shinwu originates for Dragon Spirit, which was cultivated by Uchiha Shinwu using his own dantian. This power is inherently gentler than that of the tailed beast split from the divine tree by at least tenfold. Furthermore, given Uchiha Shinwu's considerably modest strength, the power of Dragon Spirit is equally feeble. The chakra he cultivated, if absorbed by AJ Nin with a bloodline limit, would not inflict significant harm. Moreover, it is well known that consuming tailed beast chakra allows a ninja's chakra to blend with that of the tailed beast, leading to a rapid surge in chakra power, potentially even manifesting a tailed beast cloak externally. Thus, a question arises: why does chakra experience such an explosive increase when transitioning from a gaseous to a liquid state? This notion seems to contradict the principle of conservation of energy. Therefore, in the process of integrating tailed beast chakra, there exists a substantial risk. An immense influx of natural energy from the environment may surge into the body, merging with the individual's own power. The fusion of tailed beast chakra cannot possibly deplete the body's energy and mental reserves. Otherwise, even if fusion were achieved, the ninja will be drained to death. Hence, the source of the chakra enhancement can only be attributed to the natural energy present in the world, which is notoriously volatile. Even Orochimaru requires the use of cursed seals to assist ninjas in absorbing it incrementally. To consume natural energy continuously would undoubtedly lead to death. Thus, 2 significant challenges arise. Compared to the individuals from the Hidden Cloud Village, Ibulawai is undoubtedly far more fortunate, as the first factor limiting chakra fusion is nearly non-existent. His current agony primarily stems from the overwhelming influx of chaotic energy from nature. After a moment of contemplation, Shinwu suddenly extended his hand, a magnificent flow of golden chakra enveloping Ibulawai entirely. The previously frantic demeanor of Ibulawai gradually began to calm. Standing nearby, Uchiha Shinwu and Ibuli Shuijin expressed astonishment. The golden, translucent chakra surrounding Ibulawai began to expand, ultimately enveloping him completely, transforming into a semi-transparent golden silhouette. After a considerable time had passed, Ibulawai's aura began to stabilize, and the transparent chakra surrounding him gradually dissipated. Once all signs of the transformation had vanished, Ibulawai gazed at his hands in astonishment, revealing a mix of shock and delight. Uchiha Shinwu inquired uncertainly, "How do you feel now?" Ibulawai replied, "Lady Shinwu, I feel unprecedentedly well. The chakra within me seems to have undergone a tremendous transformation, increasing by no less than 5-fold compared to before. Furthermore, I can sense a significant enhancement in the quality of my chakra. I even possess a vastly improved command over clouds." As he spoke, Ibulawai whimsically transformed himself into a golden cloud, which he skillfully manipulated, expanding its range by 7 or 8 times, and subsequently contracting it just as easily. He remarked, "I sense that I now possess an effortless control over clouds and mist, enabling me to manipulate them with my mind." According to this condition, I should no longer be vulnerable to ordinary winds, though I cannot ascertain my capability against more powerful wind-release jutsu. Additionally, Ibulawai continued, I have acquired another ability, one that allows me to effortlessly control the size of the cloud, expanding or contracting it by 7 or 8 times. Uchiha Shinwu wore a peculiar expression, mirrored by Uchiha Shinwu, who also appeared unusually intrigued. They both silently recalled the abilities of the dragon spirit, the dragon concealment technique, capable of manipulating clouds and mist for stealth, as well as altering one's size to some extent. Although Ibulawai could manipulate his cloud, he seemed devoid of the ability to become invisible, and his size manipulation only applied when transformed into mist. Was this a diluted version of the dragon spirit's abilities? Despite the significant limitations of the power Ibulawai had gained, it was undeniable that his strength had been dramatically enhanced following this experiment. Firstly, his chakra power had surpassed that of an elite genin. Secondly, the smoke release could finally manifest in sunlight, and his bloodline power had been bolstered, combined with his already exceptional combat skills. At this moment, Uchiha Shinwu and Uchiha Shinwu found themselves in possession of a wholly loyal foreign elite genin. While Uchiha Shinwu lacked finesse in politics and social dynamics, her combat talent was formidable. Upon hearing Ibulawai's description, she could distinctly sense his newfound strength and felt invigorated. I initially believed that chakra fusion would require considerable time to yield results. I never anticipated that such a small amount could produce effects so swiftly. This implies that if each member of the Ibuli clan were to undergo the fusion once, it could potentially lead to a surge in chakra for all, along with an enhancement of their bloodline abilities. Ibulawai pondered briefly. It may not be that simple that I believe that if one's foundation does not reach the level of genin, and if their base is too shallow, hastily attempting it could still pose significant dangers. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Shinwu turned her gaze toward Shinwu and asked, Shinwu, why was it that Ibulawai's condition appeared dire earlier? Yet when you placed your hand upon him, there was a noticeable improvement. Shinwu surveyed the individuals before him, unconcerned, and replied, it was evident that his condition was deteriorating, with a marked enhancement in the chakra within his body, if I am not mistaken, during the fusion of chakra. The process of consumption would cause a frenzied absorption of external chakra or natural energy. My chakra is somewhat unique. It can substitute for natural energy, aiding in his absorption, thus alleviating his condition. Fool! Uchiha Shinwu's eyes widened in surprise. The other young girl, Ibuli Shuejian, standing beside her, appeared equally bewildered. The two girls exchanged glances, both realizing their shared thoughts. Was their predicament truly so glaringly apparent? Uchiha Shinwu gazed incredulously at Uchiha Shinwu. The boy before her, who was half her age, though she was regarded as the intellectual prodigy of the Uchiha clan, she was acutely aware of the truth behind her intelligence. It stemmed from the presence of a remarkably astute beast within her. In contrast, Uchiha Shinwu seemed to possess innate wisdom. After spending time conversing with Uchiha Shinwu, Uchiha Shinwu deeply felt the disparity in their intellect, leading her to view him with newfound respect. Ibulawai sincerely expressed, I am immensely grateful for Lord Shinwu's life-saving intervention. Had it not been for your assistance, my chances of survival would have been less than 30%. Thanks to your help, I have ultimately survived. Shinwu nonchalantly regarded Uchiha Shinwu, stating, I have observed your experimental base and resources. I believe that in the future, you may very well master the fusion technique of wood-release cells. Now, let us discuss our collaboration. Uchiha Shinwu eagerly nodded. I still require your blood and flesh for my research. Indeed, Shinwu affirmed, that is not an issue. He continued, while my ultimate goal is to fuse with the wood-release bloodline. It is important to note that the power of a bloodline is not limited to just 1 or 2 types. The cloud manipulation of the Ibuli clan, once refined, will undoubtedly prove far more powerful than the Moonlight clan's transparency technique, potentially unlocking abilities such as flight that in the initial stages, I will also need the blood of the Ibuli clan for research and fusion. Shun Wudao declared, aside from my blood and 1 child from the Iburi clan as a benchmark. I require 4 chunin from the Iburi clan to heed my command. Both Wu Tai and Yukimi were taken aback. Uchiha Xiaorong filled with concern, inquired, "You don't intend to subject them to some bizarre experiments, do you?" Upon hearing their master's words, the two could not help but relax, their gazes shifting towards Uchiha Xiaorong, imbued with respect and gratitude that a leader should indeed embody such commendable qualities. "Rest assured," Uchiha Shinwu Dao reassured, "I merely wish to indulge in the thrill of leadership, to gather a few obedient subordinates, and to enlist their assistance in the development of bloodline jutsu. The IT shall be beneficial for them and pose no hardships." "That is a relief." Uchiha Xiaorong exhaled deeply. Wu Tai hastily asserted, "Lord Xiaorong and Lord Shun Wu have bestowed immeasurable grace upon our clan, that I shall instruct the younger members to follow your directives diligently." The collaboration between Shun Wu and Xiaorong with the Iburi clan culminated in a resounding success. Uchiha Shinwu implicitly joined the small faction led by Uchiha Xiaorong, thereby laying the groundwork for a new power structure spearheaded by the Uchiha. Following discussions between Shun Wu and Xiaorong, they clandestinely established a small organization named Dragon Spirit, aimed at researching bloodline limits and bloodline fusion. Shun Wu and Xiaorong would serve as the dual leaders of this organization. And should any additional clans join their ranks in the future, they would, akin to the Iburi clan, submit to their command. Simultaneously, the leaders would utilize ninjutsu and various enhancement methods to elevate the strength of the clans. On Shun Wu's council, they employed jinjutsu to obscure the Iburi's memories of the Uchiha. Subsequently, they altered their appearances akin to Umbu and donned dragon-shaped masks. Thus, the embryonic form of a clandestine power began to take shape. At the root base, Shimura Danzo found himself lost in contemplation. During this period, he had exerted every effort to launch an offensive against the Uchiha, yielding fruitful results under the immense pressure from the villagers. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could no longer endure and planned to convene a meeting of all Konoha Jonin this upcoming Sunday, merely 2 days hence, to collectively discuss perspectives on the rumors and devise solutions. This was nothing short of a farce. Even Danzo scoffed that ITTO required discussion for such rumors was laughable. If there was a genuine desire to resolve them, it would merely take a word from the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely using this as a pretext to deal with the Uchiha, all while putting on a fade of righteousness. Despite his profound dissatisfaction, Danzo found himself in agreement with the third regarding the Uchiha. Thus, he reluctantly began to consider an issue for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Should he take action against Uchiha Xiaorong to guard against the machinations of that strategist from the Uchiha clan? Suddenly, two figures descended before Danzo. One figure respectfully stated, "Lord Danzo, we have discovered that when Lord Orochimaru departed, he entrusted the 49th research base we were collaborating on to Uchiha Xiaorong, who has repeatedly transported supplies to that location." The mention of the 49th research base caused Danzo to furrow his brow. In truth, the root's awareness of Uchiha Xiaorong supplying materials was not due to her lack of caution. Uchiha Xiaorong had employed sealing scrolls and utilized the Dragon Technique to transport the items, rendering it seemingly impossible for anyone to discover. However, that base frequently had messengers from Orochimaru and Danzo passing through. Given their cooperative relationship, it was common for root operatives to relay messages to the Iburi clan, which would then be passed on to Orochimaru. Following Orochimaru's participation in the Great War, this method of communication had become increasingly frequent. It was nearly impossible for Danzo's root to remain oblivious to this intelligence. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo coldly remarked, "Uchiha Xiaorong is a genius of the Uchiha clan. Her demise would undoubtedly provoke a vehement backlash from them. Should we investigate thoroughly, it may lead back to the research base. The 49th base cannot be exposed, nor can the Iburi clan. Since Danzo helped Orochimaru escape after exposing him, it is clear he fears that the connection between him and Orochimaru could be revealed. Furthermore, the Iburi clan, who are privy to their every secret, cannot afford to have any survivors. Now is not the time for contention over the position of 5th Hokage. How can we act against Orochimaru, especially with a scheme that would lead to mutual destruction? In comparison, Danzo even believes that taking action within the village, particularly in the Hokage's office, would be a far more suitable approach. Upon hearing Danzo's words, his subordinates hesitated, but Uchiha Xiaorong is indeed a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, and her stealth techniques are formidable. Aside from that location, we have no means to monitor her actions. One added with great difficulty. A colleague monitoring the Uchiha territory has repeatedly witnessed Xiaorong disappearing right before his eyes. This little brat, Danzo swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Is she truly that troublesome?" He even found himself tempted to directly infiltrate the Uchiha and brazenly eliminate the girl in her own home. One of his subordinates suggested, "Lord Danzo is merely concerned about the memories residing in the minds of the Iburi clan. We could easily silence them. If the entire Iburi clan were exterminated, then your and Lord Orochimaru's research would face no repercussions." After a moment of contemplation, Danzo shook his head, declaring, "Your ideas are all flawed. While they may appear discreet, they involve the Iburi clan, which only adds to the uncertainty. We at Root do not condone such timid actions. You should heed my plan." As he spoke, Danzo unveiled his strategy for dealing with the Uchiha. The two Root ninjas exclaimed in unison, "Brilliant, Lord Danzo. You truly are remarkable. Your strategy is simply unparalleled." Uchiha Shinwu and Uchiha Xiaorong busied themselves throughout the night, hastily returning to their clan. Just as Shinwu reclined, he felt a sudden stir in his heart. A fragment of his consciousness, having split off, observed a peculiar situation. Two Umbu ninjas adorned with masks appeared before Uchiha Shinwu's door. They knocked and entered. Upon encountering Uchiha Shinwu, the Umbu ninjas respectfully stated, "Lord Shinwu, the Hokage wishes to see Uchiha Xiaorong and has instructed us to escort her." Uchiha Shinwu paused, asking, "Do you know why the Hokage seeks Xiaorong?" The Umbu replied nonchalantly, "It seems to pertain to her promotion to Chunin. The Hokage has recently recalled that Uchiha Xiaorong possesses extraordinary talent and intellect, fully deserving of the title of Konoha Chunin. Hence the request to meet her. So that is the reason." A smile illuminated Uchiha Shinwu's face, thoroughly pleased with this excuse, harboring not a shred of doubt. He even personally went to Xiaorong's quarters to awaken her, advising her to follow the Hokage's instructions closely. The two Umbu ninjas exchanged glances and together escorted Uchiha Xiaorong to a training ground not far from the Hokage's office. Uchiha Xiaorong, puzzled, queried, "What is happening? Shouldn't we be going to the Hokage's office to meet the Hokage? Why have we come to this training ground?" The Umbu explained, "The Hokage summons you for your promotion to Chunin, and such a promotion necessitates an assessment that a place like the Hokage's office is hardly suitable for evaluating capable ninjas." Uchiha Xiaorong nodded subtly, realizing that there seemed to be a modicum of truth in those words. Upon entering the Konoha training grounds, she beheld a man at the center of the indoor training area. His body swathed in bandages and a dark expression etched upon his face. Who else could it be but Shimura Danzo? "Lord Danzo," Uchiha Xiaorong exclaimed in astonishment. "What brings you here? Where is the Hokage? Are you to preside over today's test?" "Test?" Shimura Danzo replied, his countenance as frigid as ice. "They say Uchiha Xiaorong possesses extraordinary wisdom and far-reaching vision, but at this moment, it appears such claims are grossly exaggerated. You are nothing more than a foolish little girl. The nefarious Uchiha wretch. Next year on this very day shall be your day of sacrifice," Shimura Danzo declared. "As the elder advisor of Konoha, I, Shimura Danzo, shall absolutely not permit the continued existence of such malevolent little fiends." With that, a multitude of Root ninjas emerged from all four corners of the training area. The wood-release ninja, designated A, was the first to arrive, standing guard beside Shimura Danzo. Simultaneously, a red-haired ninja of the Yamakage clan appeared, not the likes of Yamakage Kaze, but rather an elder of the clan, his chakra levels comparable to that of an elite Uchiha. The Yamakage ninja directed a body flicker technique at Uchiha Xiaorong. Meanwhile, beside the Yamakage ninja, another ninja from the Oil Woman clan spread his arms wide, summoning venomous insects. Poised for action, a barrage of shurikens flew in from all directions. Uchiha Xiaorong's expression shifted dramatically, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. What kind of jest is this? This is Konoha, the very heart of the Leaf Village. The Hokage's building is merely next door. Shimura Danzo's audacity knows no bounds. How dare he engage in such actions? As the Yamakage ninja executed the body flicker technique, Uchiha Shinwu, caught off guard, found herself in a moment of vulnerability. However, to the surprise of her adversary, just as his spirit was about to leave his body, a frog suddenly materialized before Uchiha Shinwu. The Yamakage ninja was momentarily stunned. What the? As his spirit entered the frog, the once great ninja was rendered utterly befuddled. Fortunately, the Yamakage clan's secret technique was not so cruel as to imprison his spirit within the frog indefinitely. The creature, sensing the incompatibility of its body with the spirit, actively expelled the Yamakage ninja's soul. Yet, for a considerable time thereafter, the Yamakage ninja would be unable to reclaim his corporeal form until that moment. A significant number of ninjas appeared. A police division of the Uchiha clan, comprising a full 28 ninjas, led by 4 elite genin and several genin, emerged. The ambushing root ninjas were swiftly eradicated. Uchiha Hanyu stepped forward, casting an appraising glance at Uchiha Shinwu and the fallen root ninja, as well as at Shimura Danzo, whose face was etched with unprecedented displeasure. Previously, Uchiha Kinui had discreetly informed him that the root intended to abduct Uchiha Shinwu, seemingly targeting the genius of their clan. He had been somewhat skeptical, believing that relations could not have soured to such an extent. However, the current situation presented irrefutable evidence, both testimonial and material. Even if Uchiha Hanyu was reluctant to believe it, he was compelled to accept the reality. Such audacity! Uchiha Hanyu seethed inwardly, cursing Danzo's brazen arrogance. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to suppress his fury and addressed Danzo. Elder Danzo, what is the meaning of this? How dare your root attack the genius of the Uchiha clan? Shimura Danzo remained unfazed, coldly retorting, Uchiha Hanyu, how dare you and your clan assault the Hokage's direct umbu? Do you Uchiha intend to revolt? Uchiha Hanyu, unable to contain his rage, exclaimed, the evidence is irrefutable, and yet you dare to quibble here. His gaze shifted, suddenly sensing the Yamakage ninja's soul floating above. Uchiha Hanyu unleashed his 3-tomo Sharingan, tracking the dynamic spirit, and drew his katana in a swift motion. The Yamakage ninja's life was extinguished completely. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, stating coldly, you Uchiha have killed my root genin. This matter is far from over. As he spoke, he turned with his retinue, preparing to depart. You think to leave? Suddenly, an Uchiha genin stepped forth, positioning himself in front of Danzo. Danzo's gaze turned menacing, despite the root's considerable strength, numbering around 70 to 80. The Uchiha were merely a single squad, at most 30 in number. Yet, Danzo understood that without engaging in battle, the upper echelons of his forces had already shown signs of cowardice. 3 to 1. Such an odds were insurmountable. Uchiha Hanyu! Danzo roared in fury. Are you Uchiha truly intent on rebellion? Father! Uchiha Shinfeng looked to Uchiha Hanyu. The Uchiha clan collectively gazed at Hanyu. It was evident that they had the moral high ground today. How could they compromise or retreat in such a situation? Would they still hold their heads high as Konoha's foremost clan? This required accountability. Uchiha Hanyu furrowed his brow. While today's events undoubtedly favored their clan, Danzo's identity was indeed peculiar, and no matter how they handled this, it would ignite conflict between the Hokage's faction and the Uchiha, rendering resolution exceedingly difficult. Even the experienced and worldly Uchiha Hanyu felt an overwhelming sense of predicament. Suddenly, Uchiha Hanyu turned to Uchiha Shinwu, saying, Shinwu, this incident arose because of you. You are the principal victim. What do you think we should do? Initially bewildered, Uchiha Shinwu soon regained her composure, having once again heard fragments of analysis regarding the situation. Elder, Uchiha Shinwu spoke earnestly. I propose we eliminate everyone present and detain Shimura Danzo, demanding an explanation from the third Hokage to eliminate everyone and imprison Danzo. Even the Uchiha elite who had been vociferous at the outset fell silent, wondering if such actions were too extreme. Shimura Danzo stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Such audacity! At that moment, only 4 words echoed in Danzo's mind. Such audacity! The Uchiha clan was utterly brazen. Uchiha Hanyu pondered for a moment, reluctantly stating, if the Hokage were to retaliate, we would certainly be no match for the entirety of Konoha. Uchiha Shinwu scoffed, If we endure this in silence, then it will only embolden them for a second offense. Does the elder intend to continue allowing this to happen? Are we Uchiha truly still the foremost ninja clan in Konoha? I cannot help but feel like a wronged wife too timid to raise her voice. Uchiha Shinwu, Shimura Danzo bellowed in rage. I did not misjudge you. You are indeed the most wicked little fiend of the Uchiha clan, and I regret not having discovered you sooner to eliminate you. Seemingly hearing something, Uchiha Shinwu suddenly declared, "Everyone attack! Do not let Danzo escape." With that, a multitude of root ninjas surged forth in an instant. The Uchiha clan also sprang into action. Fire style, fireball jutsu, fire dragon flame bullet, wind release, shuriken technique. All manner of ninjutsu and taijutsu erupted explosively. Numerous ninjas appeared, positioning themselves to shield Uchiha Hanyu, Shinwu, and Shimura Danzo from harm. Although the root ninjas appear to outnumber the Uchiha threefold, one by one, they fell. The signal-transmitting ninjutsu transformed into fiery feathers soaring into the sky. The entire Konoha ninja village was thrown into chaos. In the adjacent Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately grasped the situation. However, he did not rush in blindly. Instead, he dispatched Umbu to investigate the circumstances before hastily leading the charge to the forefront. At this moment, the elites of Konoha's various ninja clans had all gathered. When everyone stormed into the training ground with great fervor, they were met with a shocking sight. The root members were engaged in a fierce battle with the Uchiha clan, with dozens of root ninjas lying bloodied on the ground. Furthermore, even the esteemed Jonin from the Yamashiro clan, Yamashiro, had collapsed, his fate uncertain. The usually reserved Shimura Danzo, exceptionally, unleashed a formidable offensive to stave off the assault of several Uchiha Jonin. Hizashi, upon seeing Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo seemed to find his anchor and, with a voice strained from urgency, declared with righteous indignation, "The Uchiha clan has audaciously dared to attack a senior advisor of Konoha. As you can see, they have not only assaulted me, but have also slaughtered countless fellow villagers. Hizashi and all of you. What are you waiting for? The Uchiha's lawlessness must be dealt with. Failure to act would be an affront to our village's regulations and a disservice to the people's fury. We must act swiftly to execute these Uchiha here, and then demand accountability from Uchiha Fugaku." Shimura Danzo was consumed with righteous anger. This was no mere pretense. The actions of the Uchiha clan had truly astonished him. He had only sought a trivial excuse to confront a Uchiha prodigy, yet the malevolent Uchiha had gone so far as to obstruct him, leading a large force to do so, and even dared to attack his root ninjas directly. Such vile conduct could not be tolerated. If today the Uchiha clan retaliated and Shimura Danzo remained indifferent, it would send the message that resistance was permissible. Even if they truly rebelled, it seemed Konoha had no means to counter them. Shimura Danzo felt a mix of anger and anxiety, yet within him lingered a hint of inexplicable excitement. The Uchiha clan had finally risen against them. He had waited long for this moment since becoming Konoha's advisor. Was it not for this day? The Uchiha had long been suspected of controlling the Nine Tails, and now, in broad daylight, they had slaughtered fellow villagers. That it was indisputable that they were guilty of two heinous crimes. They deserved to suffer, if not perish entirely. Hearing Shimura Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hizashi turned his gaze toward the Uchiha clan members, his expression grave. He understood Danzo's implication entirely. If the hawkish Uchiha were to take action today, Sarutobi Hizashi would strike without mercy. However, he was aware that the Uchiha they faced, Uchiha Kazuhiko, was the leader of the neutral faction, while Uchiha Shirya's father was one of the leaders of the Dove faction. To act now would indeed be a moment of satisfaction. Yet if they were to eliminate all the neutral and Dove factions of the Uchiha, could they truly expect the remaining Hawks, led solely by Uchiha Fugaku, to maintain control? The Inazuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans standing beside Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed their brows in confusion. What was happening? How could such a situation arise? According to their understanding, the Uchiha had just formed an alliance with Orochimaru, who had a significant chance of inheriting the position of Hokage at such a time. It was inconceivable and unacceptable for them to act out of line. They had endured oppression and despair without resistance. and now that they finally saw a glimmer of hope, they erupted. Such occurrences were unheard of. As for Shimura Danzo's call to immediately eliminate the Uchiha before them, that was absurd. Not only were there several Uchiha Jonin gathered here, but defeating them would also provoke a response from the rest of the clan. War had already ignited at the borders of the Land of Lightning. Did they believe that should Konoha and the Uchiha clash today, tomorrow a Wagakure and Sunagakure would not join in, thereby igniting the next great ninja war? Nara Shikaku firmly grasped the arms of his two friends, unwilling to take the initiative. The ninjas from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, aside from raising their banners in support, were largely hesitant to engage in combat. The situation grew increasingly awkward. Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he glared menacingly at Uchiha Kazuhiko, demanding, "Kazuhiko, what is the meaning of this? What has transpired here? Is what Elder Danzo claims true? This is utter nonsense." Uchiha Kazuhiko retorted angrily, "Are we to assassinate the senior advisor? Go ask around. Is this how one conducts an assassination? We let a large force into the training ground to attack 100 root ninjas. Is that what you call an assassination? Which of your ninjas operates in such a manner? Then this seems to be a misunderstanding." Nara Shikaku timely interjected, "We ask Elder Kazuhiko to clarify the specifics of the situation." Despite the gruesome scene unfolding in the training ground where 50 to 60 root ninjas lay dead, Nara Shikaku found no inclination to pursue further investigation. Given the current circumstances, the best course of action was to downplay the matter. Otherwise, what was the plan? To eradicate the Uchiha Dove and neutral factions, or to wipe out the Uchiha entirely? If it were not for Shimura Danzo, would he dare to make such claims? Indeed. Uchiha Kazuhiko slowly nodded, stating, "Our Konoha senior advisor, Shimura Danzo, has audaciously sent people disguised as Umbu to lure our Uchiha prodigy into an ambush, taking the opportunity to encircle and kill them. Thankfully, I discovered this early. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Uchiha Fugaku, who had just received the news and rushed over from the Uchiha compound, was taken aback. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately summoned the remaining 3 elders of the Uchiha clan and their elite forces. However, he had not anticipated walking into such explosive news. Shimura Danzo's actions were intolerably outrageous. Uchiha Fugaku's perpetually stoic face darkened. Uchiha Tenka, Uchiha Kazuhiko, and Uchiha Hakadai, each of the Uchiha leaders, exhibited grave expressions. They had no doubts regarding Uchiha Kazuhiko's words. They knew the character and quality of their clansmen all too well. Although the Uchiha clan might have been a bit arrogant and stubborn, they possessed the pride of a great clan. Unless it were a farcical ruse akin to a mouse's trickery, they would not resort to lies against equals. The Hyuga, Inazuka, and Akimichi clans simultaneously pondered the situation. Danzo claimed that the Uchiha harbored ulterior motives and plotted to assassinate him, while the Uchiha asserted that Shimura Danzo was scheming against their prodigy. Whose claims were true? Nara Shikaku discreetly took a step back, joined by Yamashiro and Akimichi, who also retreated a step. That Yamashiro's clan leader, Yamashiro Hachi, looked helplessly at Shimura Danzo, expressing a bittersweet sense of powerlessness. The Inazuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans, known for their intelligence, were not easily swayed like ordinary Konoha civilians. With a moment's contemplation, they grasped the sequence of events. The village's council meeting earlier in the week had made it clear what needed to be done. The last decision made by the village, with Uchiha Sharyu showcasing her extraordinary intelligence, coincided with her sudden predicament today. Were they to be treated as fools? In the midst of Uchiha's fury, civil war was igniting, and the notion of annihilation was absurd. Once again, it was reiterated, "Let you, Shimura, take the lead in this battle." In the fleeting moment when the 3 clans of the boar, deer, and butterfly retreated, Hyuga Hizashi followed suit. Firstly, the Hyuga clan had exerted tremendous effort in this resistance against the Cloud Village, leaving them with scant strength at this very moment. Secondly, with the Uchiha clan currently holding sway, any forcible actions might provoke a sudden awakening of the Sharingan or an enhancement of their bloodline limits among the Uchiha. Noticing the hesitance among the crowd, the recently allied leader of the Oil Girl clan, Yun Jiwei, exchanged glances with Yun Jihei by his side. While others were reluctant to take action, they felt compelled to move. After all, having allied with the Shimura clan, it was only in moments of critical importance that they could truly demonstrate their worth. Although confronting the Uchiha posed a challenge, the Oil Girl clan was also a prominent family. On the surface, the Uchiha had only 5 elite jonin: Uchiha Fugaku, Tenka, Yuichi, Hakadai, and Yui. In contrast, the Oil Girl clan boasted 2 elite jonin, Yunjiwei and Yunjihei. While they might falter in a full-blown conflict, they could still serve as vanguards. Given the potential gains from Shimura Danzo's trust, their modest contributions felt trivial in comparison to. Taking a deep breath, Yunjiwei stepped forward, his countenance grave, though his words were few and his demeanor restrained. He declared with righteous conviction, Elder Danzo could never conspire to assassinate the genius of the Uchiha clan. What kind of man was Elder Danzo? Yunjiwei addressed the assembly. It is well known that all our advisors in Konoha are representatives of the people. Acting on behalf of the common folk, they are revered ninjas, beloved by all villagers and shinobi alike. Could a figure of such integrity engage in such immoral acts? Conversely, he turned his gaze toward the Uchiha clan. Though the true perpetrator of the Nine Tails incident remains undetermined, it is evident to anyone with eyes that the Uchiha were the masterminds behind it. They first orchestrated the Nine Tails incident and now send numerous shinobi to assassinate Elder Danzo. An audacious act indeed. Yunjiwei looked to Sarutobi Hiruzen and implored, Lord Third, the truth is abundantly clear. I urge you to take action. Indeed, the shinobi of the Sarutobi clan echoed loudly, their voices resonating powerfully amidst the crowd. Sarutobi Masaru, the clan leader, proclaimed, who would believe that Elder Danzo could commit such acts, and who would not believe the Uchiha could? Immediately, the shinobi of the Shimura clan chimed in, regardless of the circumstances. It is undeniable that the fallen shinobi here are numerous, is it not? We beseech you, Lord Hokage, to take a stand. We implore you for justice. The shinobi of Konoha, alongside civilian ninjas, were all aflame with indignation, united in their demand for the third Hokage to address the Uchiha. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, an Uchiha Chunin stood, blood streaming from his eyes, his gaze radiating a blinding crimson light as an overwhelming mental force surged forth. It was not merely one individual. In that moment, 17 Uchiha unlocked their Sharingan, and 2 double Tomo Sharingan evolved into 3 Tomo. A powerful and chilling aura enveloped the area, silencing the training ground in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but click his tongue. Then he declared loudly, "This matter ends here for today. We shall convene a meeting of all Jonin in 2 days. Fugaku-sama." Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Uchiha Fugaku and stated, "You have heard the sentiments expressed here. In 2 days, I expect the Uchiha to provide me and all the villagers of Konoha with a satisfactory explanation." Upon hearing the Hokage's final decree, the assembled shinobi collectively sighed in relief. Thankfully, a true confrontation was averted. Hokage-sama. Upon realizing that Sarutobi Hiruzen demanded an explanation from the Uchiha, Fugaku's expression shifted dramatically. His previously somber face turned ashen with anger. "Uchiha," Fugaku shouted vehemently. "The truth of the matter has yet to be fully clarified. Why must the Hokage demand an explanation from the Uchiha? Why not from Shimura Danzo?" Uchiha Tenka, equally incensed, cried out, "This is utterly absurd." Uchiha Itachi jumped up, exclaiming, "You're going too far." Numerous Uchiha shinobi voiced their outrage. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, casting a glance toward the leader of the Moonlight clan, Tsukikage Kaze. The Moonlight shinobi immediately shouted at the top of their lungs, "You Uchiha still dare to demand evidence? Have you not destroyed the evidence in advance, emboldened by your confidence? Hence your reckless behavior." As the Moonlight clan spoke, the shinobi of the Oil Girl clan quickly rallied in support, followed by the Inuzuka, Yuhi, Kurama, and countless others joining the fray. A once trivial altercation transformed into widespread accusations against the Uchiha from a significant portion of the shinobi. Though the Uchiha were justifiably outraged, they found it impossible to silence the multitude of voices. In mere minutes, the furious Uchiha were rendered speechless by the deluge of accusations. Each face appeared as though it had been struck by frost, deeply pained. Seeing the uproar finally subside, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Uchiha Fugaku. His expression sincere. Fugaku, understand this. My intention is not to target your clan. This is the will of the people, a wave of public sentiment, that if you believe there is any injustice, we can conduct a trust vote among the Jonin regarding this matter and the Nine Tails incident. So we may gauge the collective opinion. Upon hearing the mention of a Jonin trust vote, Fugaku's countenance became unprecedentedly grim. What a farce this so-called trust vote was. Under the guise of democracy lay the greatest form of dictatorship. How many votes would not be determined by your whims? Could you truly allow the Uchiha to participate in counting the votes? A flood of words surged within Uchiha Fugaku, yet the sheer weight of his thoughts rendered him speechless. Hokage-sama! Uchiha Shinwu stepped forward, blood seeping from her eyes as her Sharingan evolved. With great effort, she suppressed her anguish and declared, utilizing the memory retrieval techniques of the Yamashiro clan to access the memories of the fallen shinobi should clarify the situation. What a mockery this trust vote was. It represented the support of the village's shinobi for an individual, yet could not determine the true culprit. I ask all the esteemed Jonin present, which nation or village has ever used a trust vote to identify a murderer? I ask all the esteemed Jonin present, which nation or village has ever used a trust vote to identify a murderer? Though Uchiha Shinwu's voice was not loud, it rendered the assembly speechless in an instant. Reason holds weight wherever it is found. Conversely, unreasonable claims, regardless of how many voices are raised in their defense, are utterly fruitless. The civilian ninjas of Konoha, alongside numerous shinobi, although some are particularly loyal to the third Hokage and others were more aligned with the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, could only leverage the public's outrage to condemn the Uchiha clan. However, it was utterly impossible to invert the truth, to forcefully proclaim black as white, just as one cannot convince a crowd that a deer is a horse by mere insistence. Such a feat was beyond the current power of the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. Seeing the loyalty of Tsukikage Kaze extinguished in an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that pinning the blame on the Uchiha was nearly impossible. Shimura Danzo, too, seethed silently. Uchiha Shinwu, this young wretch, is indeed the most nefarious among the Uchiha. With a cold and detached gaze, Narashikako let out a quiet sigh, pondering. Once the Uchiha truly possesses their own wisdom, they indeed become exceptionally difficult to deal with. I wonder how Hokage-sama and Elder Shimura will choose. After a brief silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively remarked, it is indeed my oversight. I completely forgot the necessity of promptly gathering evidence. He then turned to Kakashi Hitaki, instructing, quickly collect the bodies of all the ninjas here and send them to the coroner's department for a thorough examination. We must arrive at a conclusion from the evidence that will satisfy everyone. Sarutobi then glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and Shimura Danzo, stating, the incident at the training ground is temporarily on hold. I will limit the coroner's department to swiftly uncovering the truth. This matter will be addressed at the joint Jonin meeting in 3 days. Everyone can rest assured, Sarutobi declared firmly. I will not wrong any innocent person, nor will I allow any villain to go unpunished. Now, Shimura Danzo and Kakashi will remain. The rest may disperse. Uchiha Fugaku stepped out of the training ground, relieved, and made arrangements for the Uchiha clan, speaking gravely. We will hold a family Jonin meeting tonight, and Uchiha Sharon will also attend to discuss solutions for this incident. The crowd responded in unison. Given the magnitude of the situation, even if the clan leader wished for them to return and rest, sleep would elude them. Not just tonight, but for several nights to come, the Uchiha circumstances would likely be unprecedentedly dire. Groups of people began to leave, preparing for the evening's meeting. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku had a moment of clarity, recalling a matter of utmost importance. Although the truth of tonight's events had not yet been fully investigated, most Uchiha, perhaps all clan members, had already concluded that the truth was that Danzo had targeted their prodigy and the Uchiha elders had intervened. The result was this. Rather than holding Danzo accountable, the Uchiha were expected to provide an explanation. Although action had not been taken, if it were not for Uchiha Sharon's final remark, the situation would likely have unfolded in such a manner. At this moment, the incident had already stirred the emotions of many present. However, this was merely a portion of the clan's ninjas. There were still stationed troops, as well as numerous ninja families and civilians. If this matter were disclosed to all Uchiha, would they not become incensed, seeking justice from the village and Hokage-sama? Despite Uchiha Fugaku's frequent stern countenance and piercing gaze, which earned him the moniker Fugaku the Fierce-Eyed, he was, in truth, a genuine pacifist. Deep down, he was averse to intensifying the conflict between the clan's ninjas and Konoha. In fact, out of concern for his clansmen's inflated confidence leading to disputes with Konoha, he had concealed the awakening of his Manjiki Sharingan. He had previously made numerous sacrifices to alleviate tensions between the village and the clan. If today's events ignited widespread outrage, potentially culminating in minor skirmishes that escalated into larger conflicts, the consequences would be unimaginable. The mere thought of this sent a chill down Uchiha Fugaku's spine. Everyone, return immediately, he commanded suddenly, instructing the ninjas nearby to summon all clan members back. The crowd was taken aback. However, given the order from their clan leader, they offered no resistance and complied. Their eyes were filled with anticipation as they gazed at their grim-faced leader, secretly speculating what remarkable insights he might share. The four elders listened attentively, their demeanor respectful. Uchiha Sharon displayed a curious expression, while the Uchiha Kamui concealed within her body could not help but reveal a look of intrigue. After careful consideration, Uchiha Fugaku finally resolved to speak, stating in a solemn tone, "Regarding everything that transpired at the training ground today, none among us Uchiha shall disclose it. If clan members inquire, simply inform them that it was no significant matter, a minor altercation between Konoha's ninjas and our Uchiha, which has already been resolved." Uchiha Fugaku asserted, "The truth of this matter need only be known and handled by us. The clan has no need to be informed should they learn of it. They would undoubtedly become incensed, fostering discord with the villagers. Such a situation could even lead to a full-scale conflict between the village and the Uchiha, and we must not allow that to transpire." Silence fell, enveloping the space in an unprecedented stillness. Almost every Uchiha present found themselves in a state of bewilderment. What had our esteemed clan leader just proclaimed? That we must conceal the truth from our clan members. And the rationale behind this secrecy was that knowledge of the truth would incite outrage among them, leading to discord with Konoha. Would this not escalate into an all-out war between the village and the Uchiha? Why should we Uchiha be concerned about such matters? Damn it! Uchiha Kamui, having just prepared to practice his techniques, felt his focus shattered in an instant, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His once tranquil mind felt as though it had been doused with cold water. Could the Uchiha truly be salvaged? Through incredulous eyes, he gazed at Uchiha Fugaku within the crowd. Not only did each clan member question whether the village would engage in warfare with the Uchiha, but even Uchiha Kamui found himself pondering this issue. Would the village truly go to war with the Uchiha? Certainly, the village would not engage in such a conflict. It was evident to all that even a fragmented Uchiha clan would not provoke the village into war. If the Uchiha stood united, there would be no possibility of conflict whatsoever. What nonsense about war! The Nine-Tails incident had already brought the forces of the Cloud Village to their doorstep. If another internal strife were to erupt within the Uchiha, would other ninja villages not take advantage? While the Uchiha's power might not match that of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha's intelligence division, as well as the Nara clan, were equally apprehensive in the world of ninja. Aside from a few conspirators and ambitious individuals, who does not fear war? Wait, soon, a ninja responded. Uchiha and Yuji both expressed their anxiety, given the magnitude of today's events, witnessed by so many ninjas. The truth could only fall into two categories. Either we Uchiha assassinated Danzo, or Danzo sought to eliminate our Uchiha prodigy. If we do not disseminate this information among the clan, the village ninjas will undoubtedly spread their own version of the story. If it comes from them, it will become an entirely different narrative. Clan members, unaware of the truth, would likely believe the village's account, and Uchiha and Yuji broke out in a cold sweat. I could see that point. Nearly everyone might think that it was he, Uchiha, and Yuji, alongside Uchiha Sharon, who led a large group to ambush Danzo. Was the clan leader truly making this decision to prevent a war between the Uchiha and Konoha? Was he genuinely willing to sacrifice both himself and Uchiha Sharon? Uchiha and Yuji not foolish, swiftly considered this alternative and began to sweat profusely. In that moment, he could no longer maintain any semblance of neutrality. He had to speak up. If he remained silent, he would surely lose his life today. After a brief moment of confusion, Uchiha Sharon also grasped the situation. The clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, intended to sacrifice both her and Uchiha and Yuji. Unlike Uchiha and Yuji, who spoke with some restraint, Uchiha Sharon directly asked in disbelief, "Are you truly planning to hand us over to quell Danzo's fury?" When Uchiha and Yuji and Uchiha Sharon voiced their concerns, an uproar erupted among the Uchiha. Unthinkable. This decision is utterly absurd. If today's events were truly the fault of their clan, it would be one thing, but what exactly did they do wrong? They did nothing. The real transgressor is Shimura Danzo. Yet their clan must resort to such a humiliating concession. The Uchiha ninjas are filled with indignation, their frustration reaching a boiling point. What? To surrender you and Xianglong? Where does this notion even arise? Uchiha Fugaku is enveloped in confusion. He cannot fathom why the concealment of this matter necessitates the surrender of Uchiha and Xianglong. After listening to a few discussions among the clan members, he finally comes to a realization. Uchiha Fugaku bursts into laughter, nonchalantly stating, "Elder Heio, Xianglong, you both have completely misunderstood. I merely suggested keeping this matter confidential among our clan members. I never mentioned surrendering either of you. One is a genius of the Uchiha, and the other is a revered elder. Both are brothers of the Uchiha. How could we ever relinquish you?" Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's explanation, Uchiha Heio finds himself even more perplexed. He questions if the village's sentiments are all pointing towards us assassinating Danzo. Then under pressure, wouldn't the clan have no choice but to hand us over? Has Elder Heio lost his wits? Uchiha Fugaku dismisses this concern, asserting, though the village may be rife with various opinions, much of the discourse is merely unfounded rumor. True decisions must rely on evidence. Today, Xianglong's words were indeed profound. I asked the esteemed Jonin present, which nation or village employs a Jonin trust vote to identify a murderer? Splendid, simply splendid. Uchiha Fugaku praises. This statement is not only uplifting, but also embodies righteousness, as you all witnessed upon Xianglong's utterance. Everyone fell silent. Uchiha Shinwu has descended into utter despair. Within the consciousness of Uchiha Xianglong, Shinwu cannot restrain himself from speaking. Might we not simply kick this clan leader down? Uchiha Xianglong replies, somewhat at a loss. That seems impossible, for among the Uchiha, all elite Jonin recognize that clan leader Fugaku holds the foremost position. The Uchiha is a clan that reveres strength. Only one who stands at the pinnacle can assume the role of leader. Uchiha Shinwu asserts, "If you trust me, let us speak one after the other, following my lead. Otherwise, with Fugaku as clan leader, the entire Uchiha clan may be doomed under his leadership." Uchiha Xianglong nods. Through their time spent together, she has developed profound trust in Longling. After all, a person who wins one battle, then another, and continues to triumph will gradually quell any doubts among their soldiers. Uchiha Xianglong believes that whatever Longling asserts is undoubtedly correct. Longling states. Uchiha Xianglong responds, "The words of the clan leader are undeniably accurate and hold substantial reasoning. If the clan leader has no further matters to discuss, it would be best for you to withdraw, lest you disrupt our Uchiha's assembly of ninjas." What? Uchiha Fugaku, who had been filled with admiration and satisfaction, suddenly freezes. "What did you say?" Uchiha Fugaku can hardly believe his ears, gazing incredulously at Uchiha Xianglong. He has always held her in high esteem, and especially after today's events, his admiration has only deepened. He never anticipated that one he so greatly valued would openly utter such words before so many. How could this be? How dare she say such a thing? Why would she say it? In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes transform into the three-tomo Sharingan, an unprecedented and terrifying aura emanating from his gaze. It must be acknowledged that Uchiha Fugaku possesses the qualifications to lead the Uchiha clan through sheer strength. His three-tomo Sharingan, unmatched in both ocular power and intimidation, surpasses that of any other ninja of equal rank. None among the Uchiha dare to meet his gaze. This phenomenon is no mystery to those who have traversed time. Uchiha Fugaku outwardly displays a three-tomo Sharingan, yet internally he has endured relentless humiliation, perpetual concessions, and constant contemplation of his clan's fate. His Sharingan has long since evolved, reaching the level of the Manjiki Sharingan. Though it appears as the three-tomo Sharingan, its core is that of the Manjiki. Such ocular prowess is beyond what ordinary elite jonin can withstand, as Uchiha Fugaku's fierce glare sweeps across the assembly. Silence envelopes the crowd. His expression is darker than ever, an inferno of rage surging within him. Uchiha Fugaku fixes his blood-red eyes upon a young clansman before him, his murderous intent palpable. In a low, menacing tone, he demands, "Repeat that." Uchiha Sharon. Uchiha Fugaku's voice turns frigid. Perhaps many have forgotten, and the younger generation remains unaware of how Uchiha Fugaku, ascended to the position of clan leader. The Uchiha are unlike those in the village. Fugaku, became clan leader through my own strength and absolute combat prowess. Not through some so-called jonin vote. My unwillingness to engage in petty squabbles does not imply that I lack temper. It does not mean that you may treat me, your clan leader, with disdain. Apologize, Uchiha Fugaku barks. If you apologize now, sincerely and earnestly, guaranteeing that such an incident will not recur, Fugaku, will not hesitate to grant you a chance today. Otherwise, even considering Uchiha Shinwu's reputation, I must adhere to clan regulations. Clan leader, Uchiha Hokage, the leader of the loyalist faction, interjects urgently. Please, clan leader, quell your anger. Uchiha Sharon did not mean it. She is merely a child, speaking without a filter. Uchiha Fugaku's icy gaze sweeps over Uchiha Hokage, who feels as though the grip of death has seized his throat, all his anxious words swallowed back. Uchiha Fugaku's voice is chilling. What she means is clear. Uchiha Fugaku, am not a fool. Can you not see? Uchiha Shinwu cannot contain his rage. He realizes now. Uchiha Fugaku's personality is an extreme dichotomy. When facing outsiders, he is submissive, exhausting all means to protect their interests. Yet in front of his own clan, he strikes with a heavy hand. At the slightest hint of dissent, he swiftly suppresses any opposing voice. How can such a person exist in this world? What kind of environment could forge such a peculiar character? Yet this very oddity has become the clan leader, poised to dictate their fates. Uchiha Sharon takes a deep breath and speaks slowly. A month ago, when the village was engulfed in the Kyubi disturbance, and the Uchiha, were needed for support, the clan leader commanded everyone to remain on standby, resulting in our clan being condemned by the village and branded as suspects. Uchiha Sharon continues. Surely, the clan leader has not forgotten this matter. Uchiha Fugaku frowns. I am discussing your actions. Why do you digress and bring up this issue? Uchiha Sharon replies. If it were not for this incident, why would I have uttered such words? Had the clan leader not forcibly commanded the Uchiha to mobilize, only to subsequently bear the blame for the Kyubi disturbance, why would I have spoken thus? If it were not for the clan leader's orders silencing all clan members, placing all blame upon myself and Uchiha Heiho, why would I have said such things? Uchiha Sharon asserts. The clan leader questions why I would say such words. Why not reflect upon your own actions and consider what you have done to provoke such a response? Uchiha Fugaku cannot help but furrow his brow deeply. The once fierce aura has noticeably diminished. He is ultimately distinct from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The series of actions taken by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were fundamentally driven by a desire for personal gain and a lust for power. In contrast, while Uchiha Fugaku's deeds may not be particularly remarkable, it is undeniable that every action he undertook was with the well-being of his clan in mind. If it were not for his unwavering dedication to his kin, he would not have endured to the extent of awakening his Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku stated, Are you suggesting that, because of these matters, you wish for me to withdraw and refrain from participating in the Uchiha Ninja meeting? He continued, Everything I, Fugaku, have done has been devoid of selfish motives. I have poured my heart and soul into the welfare of every clan member, and yet you treat me in this manner? Do you hold any regard for my leadership, my care, or for the sacrifices I have made? Uchiha Sharon saw no need for explanation and directly replied, The so-called leadership and sacrifices of the clan leader merely resulted in our people being unable to avoid conflict. raising suspicion among the villagers and ultimately branding our entire family with a label of suspects. The clan leader's so-called leadership and sacrifices led us to the battlefield, forcing our clan to bleed and weep, only to end up as the hidden culprits behind the Nine Tails incident. The clan leader's so-called leadership and sacrifices allowed our kin to conceal the truth during the assassination of our family's prodigy, letting rumors spread unchecked, thus solidifying the evidence against both myself and Uchiha Kagami, ultimately resulting in our betrayal. With a sense of helplessness, Uchiha Shoron added, "If this is the clan leader's interpretation of leadership and sacrifice, then I can only implore on behalf of all Uchiha for the clan leader to reduce the extent of such sacrifices for the family." Regarding Uchiha Fugaku's contributions, Uchiha Kamina, with the assistance of Uchiha Shoron, merely articulated a fraction of them, that a significant portion remains unspoken. For instance, during the Third Shinobi World War, he led the entire Uchiha clan to single-handedly fend off an entire ninja village, achieving remarkable feats. Furthermore, in his pursuit of the Hokage position, he commanded his clansmen to the front lines, sending them to their deaths. It is not that one cannot strive for merit or aspire to the Hokage position. However, one must at least consider the environment of the village. In the context of Konoha, how could the Uchiha clan expect to vie for the Hokage position? Is the position of Hokage attained solely through military exploits? The higher the achievements, the greater the peril. Moreover, your sacrifices and bloodshed occur in obscurity, unnoticed by all. Upon hearing Uchiha Shoron's words, every Uchiha present fell into silence. Such bizarre occurrences orchestrated by Uchiha Fugaku were not isolated incidents, but rather repeated offenses, leaving the gathered assembly bewildered. In the past, a series of events, combined with Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan's intimidation, had not elicited significant concern. However, now, when all matters were consolidated and presented before everyone, Uchiha Fugaku's image became exceedingly unreliable. Any discerning individual could discern that Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, was profoundly untrustworthy. Even Uchiha Hakadai, who had always been unwaveringly loyal to Uchiha Fugaku, could not suppress a sigh of resignation. But Uchiha Fugaku interjected suddenly, unwilling to accept defeat. On the day of the Nine Tails incident, if we had not acted as we did, how could we prove that our clansmen were all present? How could we demonstrate that Uchiha did not partake in the Nine Tails incident? Although the outcome was unfortunate, was there any other means to establish our innocence? Uchiha Shoron sincerely replied, "Indeed, this was the only method to prove Uchiha's innocence. However, why, after establishing our innocence, do we still find ourselves under suspicion, beset by various rumors?" Uchiha Fugaku earnestly stated, "We proved our innocence to Lord Hokage, yet the rumors stemmed from the villagers." "Incorrect," Uchiha Shoron retorted emphatically. "While the rumors may originate from the villagers, they also implicate Lord Hokage. In Konoha, no rumors should ever exist. Ninja are acutely aware that rumors undermine the village's unity. Any rational leader would not allow the emergence of such rumors. Rumors represent discord, treachery, and the enemy. Who is Lord Hokage? He commands the Umbu, who wield life and death over the entire village. He could effortlessly eradicate all rumors and unify the village. Yet under his leadership, Uchiha has not found solidarity with the village. Instead, rumors have proliferated, suggesting that Lord Hokage is complicit in their spread. What is attributed to Lord Hokage is synonymous with the villager sentiment. The villagers' rumors echo Lord Hokage's intentions. Uchiha Shoron continued, "This is a deception so transparent that even a child could discern it. As the clan leader, how can you fail to see through such trivial machinations?" "Indeed," Uchiha Hakadai remarked with puzzlement, "I have always sensed something amiss, as if spies were scheming to sow discord. It appears that all of this has been tacitly approved by Lord Hokage." Uchiha Shoron questioned. Under the leadership of the clan leader, the Uchiha clan has evidently proven its innocence. Why, then, do we still remain under suspicion? Has the clan leader ever contemplated this issue? Uchiha Fugaku fell silent. At that moment, he truly had nothing to say. He had retreated, but to no avail. His frustration and dissatisfaction simmered, yet he had never contemplated why they still faced suspicion. Uchiha Fugaku was engulfed in confusion. At this moment, he was ensnared in a labyrinth of questions. Why was it so? Why, having proven their innocence, did the Hokage and the villagers still harbor doubts and target them? This enigma eluded his understanding. He could not comprehend how such a situation had arisen. Uchiha Shinwu sighed and inquired, "Has the clan leader commanded the clansmen to gather information on the Sarutobi clan? Are you aware of how many ninja, civilians, and children the Sarutobi clan possesses?" Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. All the Uchiha were stunned. Hardly anyone had anticipated that Uchiha Shinwu would pose such a question. Uchiha Shinwu continued, "The clan leader has not conducted any investigation. But I have. The current total population of the Sarutobi clan is approximately 11,000, with over 3,000 ninjas, and their upper ninjas outnumber ours by nearly threefold, totaling around 120. However, their visible presence is limited to merely 30 individuals, and the number participating in the Upper Ninja Conference is quite sparse. Do you understand why the Uchiha clan is deemed the largest clan in Konoha, while the Sarutobi strength is tenfold greater than ours?" Why? All the Uchiha were left aghast, each one shaken by the overwhelming might of Sarutobi Hiruzen, hadn't they been designated as the foremost ninja clan in Konoha. Alongside their astonishment, even Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but feel a profound sense of imbalance. How could it be so unbalanced? Clearly, the Uchiha were the foremost clan in Konoha, yet their strength was merely a fraction of the Sarutobis. As for whether Uchiha Shinwu truly possessed knowledge of the Sarutobi clan strength, or if the Sarutobi clan was genuinely so formidable, it seemed no one cared anymore. Uchiha Shinwu asserted, "Why? The situation before us is as clear as day. This strength should inherently belong to our clan. Yet it has all fallen into the hands of the Sarutobi clan, allowing them to secretly develop and grow, ultimately supplanting us and becoming the true foremost ninja clan in Konoha." Clan leader and esteemed clan members, can you not see this? With composure, Uchiha Shinwu declared the Nine-Tails incident, the battlefield of Kumogakure, and the assassination of prodigies. None of these events bear any relation to our culpability. What is paramount are the resources at our disposal. The emergence of this rumor is clearly the result of the Sarutobis coveting our Uchiha resources, specifically our clan's estate located in the heart of the village. The four esteemed elders of the Uchiha clan gazed in a state of bewilderment at the young girl before them. Silence enveloped the assembly, each individual consumed by a tempest of anger, yet equally ensnared by a sense of helplessness. The faint whisper of doubt lingered. Had they erred in some manner, prompting their estrangement from the villagers of Konoha? Upon uncovering the truth behind their plight, a profound silence fell over them, and one dared question whether the Sarutobi clan truly possessed such formidable power. The likelihood was too great to dismiss. None would stake their credibility on such a conspicuous claim, least of all Uchiha Shinwu, who, as a member of the Uchiha, naturally inclined towards faith in her I essayed to say. Uchiha Hokage murmured, "That all the trials we have faced over the years stem from a covert adversary targeting us." Uchiha Tianhu remarked, "Could it be that Lord Hokage has been orchestrating our downfall all along?" Uchiha Shinwu concluded, "From the very outset, our clan has committed no transgressions that it is other forces that have relentlessly conspired against us. Sarutobi Hizashi has been in power for 28 years, and for the entirety of that duration, we have been the subjects of his machinations. Our retreat over these years has led to a disparity in strength between our clan and the Sarutobi that now exceeds tenfold. Retreat, compromise, further retreat, further compromise. Now we find ourselves in a position where we are nearly devoid of the strength to retaliate, yet we continue to be besieged by unending persecution and schemes that this juncture. The clan leader persists in advocating for retreat, urging compromise, and pleading for concealment, discouraging any notion of combat." Uchiha Shinwu questioned, "How long must we continue to retreat? How much longer must we compromise? Are we to yield until the disparity in strength between the Uchiha and the Sarutobi reaches 100-fold, and only then consider resistance? I implore the clan leader and all present. If we reach such a point, will the Uchiha still possess the capacity to resist?" Uchiha Hokage, a staunch pacifist, was the first to speak up, asserting, We can no longer afford to compromise or retreat. While we still have the means to resist, we must take action. Otherwise, our enemies will only grow more insatiable, and the rumors will never cease. Oppression will remain eternal. The hawkish leader, Uchiha Shinwu, vehemently declared, I shall summon our clan members to launch an offensive against the Sarutobi clan, and if they desire our demise, let us ensure that we perish together, leaving them no respite. Indeed, another hawkish leader, Uchiha Shinwu, echoed loudly, I shall join Shinwu in this endeavor. Uchiha and Shinwu were swiftly restrained by their kin. Uchiha Fugaku, despite his somewhat weakened stance, recognized the recklessness of Shinwu and Shinwu's fervor. Even if the truth was laid bare, inciting such actions would undoubtedly result in civil war. Would the Uchiha, even in victory, emerge unscathed? Uchiha and Shinwu urged, Lady Sharon, at this juncture, we, the Uchiha, along with these elder statesmen, find ourselves devoid of options. The fate of our clan rests in your hands, and we do not ask that you restore all that we have lost, but rather that you preserve what remains. Do you believe this to be achievable? Uchiha Sharon responded, If it is merely to safeguard what we currently possess, I believe it is feasible as long as the hawks are willing to temper their ambitions and heed my guidance. And the doves refrain from engaging in conflict with the hawks. I am confident that united in purpose, no one would dare to strike against us. I believe we can not only defend what we hold dear, but also reclaim what we have lost. Sharon, Uchiha Shinwu proclaimed with fervor, I, Uchiha Shinwu, pledge to follow your every command. Though I may appear fervent in my desire to obliterate the Sarutobi clan, we are all aware of the impossibility of such an endeavor. Thus, we can only voice our frustrations, never to act upon them. Uchiha Shinwu continued, With our current numbers, we cannot hope to rival Sarutobi Hisashi. Our sole reliance lies with you. You have perceived the dangers of compromise that eluded Fugaku's awareness. In this moment, I place my faith solely in you. If Shinwu declares that we shall heed your commands, then all shall obey. Should anyone dare to oppose, I, Uchiha Shinwu, shall be the first to confront them. Uchiha Shinwu promptly added, It is known throughout the Uchiha that I, Shinwu, have always stood united with Elder Shinwu. Clan leader, Uchiha, and Shinwu proclaimed, From this day forth, Uchiha Sharon shall be the new leader of the Uchiha clan. Those who dissent are no longer worthy of the Uchiha name. Indeed, Uchiha Shinwu and Uchiha Shinwu echoed in unison. Though few in number, the Uchiha present represented the overwhelming majority of the clan sentiments. Uchiha Hokage, the most trusted confidant of Uchiha Fugaku, turned to face him, exhaling deeply before declaring, I, Uchiha Hokage, also endorse Uchiha Sharon. Clan leader, they chorused in reverence. The bloodlust in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes gradually dissipated. Revered among the ninjas of Konoha and the enemies of the four great nations as Fugaku of the fierce eyes. His gaze was formidable enough to intimidate even the elite jounin of the Uchiha clan. Even at this moment, he retained the strength to single-handedly alter the course of events, commanding the obedience of all. He remained the undisputed leader of the Uchiha. Yet, at this moment, as he gazed upon Uchiha Shinwu and Shinwu, known for their rebellious spirits, he found it arduous to subdue their defiance, even with his unmatched prowess. However, before the youthful girl standing before them, both men chose to relinquish their pride and openly acknowledge their lack of strategy. Uchiha Hokage, once his loyal subordinate, and his son, Uchiha Gyo, a trusted aide, now boldly opted to support a younger successor without hesitation. Uchiha Fugaku comprehended the reason behind this shift. It was wisdom. Uchiha Sharon had showcased her intellect, winning the hearts of the Uchiha through her sagacity, while Fugaku had relied solely on strength to assert his dominance. Thus, the era of Uchiha Fugaku drew to a close. Uchiha Shinwu exhaled deeply, tears of blood welling at the corners of his eyes. Only he understood the immense difficulty of the preceding moments. A single misstep in his words could have provoked a fierce backlash from Uchiha Fugaku, whose power, though unseen, was formidable enough to subdue the entire Uchiha clan. Yet against all odds, he triumphed, securing a decisive victory that rendered Uchiha Fugaku incapable of resistance, and stripped him of the will to oppose. Witnessing the jubilant cheers of his clansmen and the silence of the former leader, Uchiha Shinwu finally recognized the truth. The era of Uchiha Fugaku had concluded. At this moment, the Uchiha belonged to Uchiha Shinwu, and it was also the dawn of a new age for Uchiha Shinwu. I shall seize control of the Uchiha and forge a powerful clan that obeys my command. Uchiha Shinwu closed his eyes and then opened them once more. When he finally opened his eyes again, the ordinary Sharingan had transformed into a pair of eerie, blood-red eyes, resembling a four-pointed pinwheel. The kaleidoscope. No one could have anticipated that Uchiha Shinwu would, at this moment, directly break through from the double Tomo Sharingan, leaping over 2 stages to attain the level of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Just moments ago, he had recounted the plight of the Uchiha clan through Uchiha Shinwu, but on the surface, it seemed like merely a simple statement. Yet, only those who lived through it could truly grasp the profound fear and dread that enveloped the Uchiha under the rule of Uchiha Fugaku. Even a 6-year-old child was consumed by worry and fear day after day, constantly anxious for their own life and the safety of their family. This seemingly simple remark contained Uchiha Shinwu's aspirations and ambitions to seize control of the Uchiha, to transform the clan, and to forge a new legacy. That he practiced the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique, which endowed him with remarkable spiritual in-release talent, coupled with the formidable physical prowess granted by the technique. His innate gifts in terms of physicality were even more pronounced. The combination of these two aspects meant that with just a slight emotional stimulus, he could awaken his eyes or elevate his bloodline's power. Today's stimulus was overwhelmingly intense. Far beyond what Shinwu could have anticipated, he unexpectedly relied on words pertaining to the survival of his clan, triggering an explosive surge of in-release power, forcibly breaking through to attain the kaleidoscope Sharingan. With the emergence of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, vast amounts of in-release energy coalesced, significantly enhancing the strength of the chakra within him, while subtly boosting his Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique. Initially, he had estimated that it would take 4 years to advance from the 5th to the 6th layer of this technique, likely achieving it by the time he turned 10. However, at this moment, he believed it could be accomplished in merely 2 years. At the age of 8, he would already be more than capable of mastering the 6th layer of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Technique. If he could utilize the cell fusion experiment to merge his cells, this time frame might be further reduced. Patriarch Uchiha H looked towards the young but newly appointed leader of the Uchiha clan, respectfully inquiring, "What should our clan do next?" Uchiha Shinwu replied, "We must undertake 3 critical tasks. First and foremost, we need to prepare for the possibility of war. The clan should mobilize elite ninjas to form a guard unit, taking turns to defend the Uchiha, in anticipation of any rash actions from the village that could lead to a devastating conflict. We must ensure that at all times, our clan possesses 5 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan, with numerous ordinary clan members safeguarding every corner of our family. Secondly, the protective barrier of the clan has not been updated in many years. It requires repairs and enhancements. I will instruct the sealing team to attend to this matter, and I will select a trustworthy guard team to oversee the protection techniques and maintenance. Lastly, once these 2 tasks are completed, we must not conceal the events of today from our clan members and the common folk. We must be transparent about everything, especially regarding the strength of the Sarutobi clan and their conspiracies involving rumors and persecution. This is not only about us, the Uchiha. We can also discuss the matters concerning the Hokage clan and Hokage Sakumo, but only allow clan members to deliberate on these issues within our territory. Furthermore, we must clarify Uchiha Shinwu's accountability regarding today's events. Uchiha Shinwu articulated, "The power of our Uchiha bloodline can only truly awaken in the face of extreme despair and the fervent hope for change. These circumstances serve as the very nourishment for our strength. Concealing them serves no purpose, for spoken words can transform into power." Finally, she declared, "Elder Tianhua and Elder H, you shall oversee the selection of the guard unit. Elder H, you and my father, Shinwu, will be responsible for the sealing team and the barrier. Elder Bada, you will handle the dissemination of information to the public and our clan members." Every task was assigned with meticulous clarity. The Uchiha dispersed from a training ground. Uchiha H returned to the residence, while Uchiha Shinwu discreetly followed by his side, ostensibly assisting Uchiha Shinwu in the work of the sealing team. In reality, Uchiha Shinwu was aiding Uchiha H in managing clan affairs, a guise that also served as a means of surveillance. Within the Uchiha, there had long been spies from the Sarutobi clan, aside from the possessed Uchiha Shaorong and the well-acquainted Uchiha Izumi. Shinwu was reluctant to place his trust in anyone else that he harbored suspicions towards Uchiha H as well. Entrusting the crucial sealing barrier matters to H was also a strategic decision, as Shinwu knew that his presence would facilitate monitoring. Contemplating the current predicament of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shinwu's main body accompanied Uchiha H, suddenly splitting off a shadow clone to meet with Uchiha Shaorong. After seizing the Patriarch's position, the sealing barrier, the Uchiha Guard unit, and the dissemination of truth were three paramount tasks, but many other crucial matters remained to be addressed. Uchiha Shinwu intended to discuss with Shaorong how to proceed with the other issues. The incident at the training ground served as a catalyst, initiating a profound transformation within the entire Uchiha clan. It was not merely the Uchiha. Within Konoha, numerous ninjas and high-ranking officials were embroiled in heated disputes due to this affair. TRU, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was seething with rage as he glared at his close partner and friend, Shimura Danzo, vociferously rebuking him. Do you even realize what you are doing? Do you comprehend the chaos your actions have incited in Konoha? You have nearly jeopardized the strength of the village and could have prematurely ignited the fourth great ninja war. Enough, Danzo, unfazed by Hiruzen's tirade, maintained his composure. The monkey before him was putting on quite the show. Why had he taken action against Uchiha Shaorong? Why had Root targeted her? Did the monkey truly believe that the responsibility rested solely on his shoulders? Wasn't this task initiated by Hiruzen himself? Hiruzen's anger stemmed from a sense of disappointment. How could Danzo, with his experience, allow such a significant blunder to occur? It was merely an assassination of an Uchiha prodigy, a mere 12 or 13-year-old girl, and yet he had failed to execute it discreetly, instead allowing the Uchiha to seize the upper hand. Danzo was utterly incompetent, unworthy of his responsibilities. Hiruzen was undoubtedly a qualified Hokage. Yet, Danzo was far from a competent right-hand man. However, upon deeper reflection, within Konoha, and indeed the entire ninja world, there is no one more capable than Danzo to fulfill this role. Reluctantly, Hiruzen resolved to forgive him for the time being. Since this incident has already transpired, let it serve as a lesson that I expect that such a situation will not occur again. The unspoken implication was clear. The next time, it must be executed with greater finesse. Danzo and Hiruzen had shared a tacit understanding for many years, and naturally, they were attuned to each other's thoughts, instantly grasping the leader's intent. After their mutual reproaches, they finally began to address the aftermath of this incident. Danzo nonchalantly remarked, "In truth, there is no need to overthink this matter. The Uchiha clan is one with which we have dealt multiple times. Such an event might be significant for other clans. But for Uchiha Fugaku, it is hardly a major issue. Don't you remember? Third, previously, when Uchiha Bito's eyes were transplanted into Hitaki Kakashi, the Uchiha were equally incensed, eager to engage in a bloody confrontation with the village. Yet, what happened? Uchiha Fugaku suppressed everyone and mandated that the Uchiha must not hold grudges over the matter. Once again, Shimura Danzo coldly and disdainfully presented a series of examples, accompanied by a scoff of derision, if I am not mistaken. Regarding this incident, although Uchiha Fugaku may be angered and indignant, once he regains his composure, he will come to understand that the strength of our village far surpasses that of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku would not dare to act recklessly. As long as he refrains from taking action, his subordinates within the Uchiha will also remain passive, allowing us to rest easy. Furthermore, Shimura Danzo speculated objectively. My assumption may even be somewhat conservative. Given Fugaku's temperament, it is highly probable that he will not only concede, but may even surrender Uchiha and Shion to negotiate with us. What is the assassination of an Uchiha genius? After all, a trivial matter. This time, my actions in the training ground were indeed somewhat cautious. I should have executed the assassination directly in the streets. What could the Uchiha do in response, upon hearing Danzo's analysis? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded silently. In truth, Danzo's analysis mirrored his own thoughts. Based on past experiences, it was undeniable that the Uchiha clan would choose to retreat. The Uchiha were merely fierce in their reputation. In reality, there was not a single one among the shinobi who would dare to genuinely resist. While Sarutobi Hiruzen shared this sentiment, he still expressed a hint of concern, saying, "We must exercise caution and not press too hard. One must remember, a cornered rabbit may bite." Danzo retorted coldly, "I concede that if it were indeed a rabbit, it might react fiercely when cornered. However, are the Uchiha truly akin to rabbits? They are even inferior to such creatures." "Ha!" Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo exchanged knowing smiles. Having held the reins of power in Konoha for 28 years, they were well-versed in matters such as these, their experience far too rich to be troubled by the current situation. At this moment, the two were not merely planning to leverage the upcoming meeting in 2 days to compel the Uchiha to yield. They were even contemplating forcing the Uchiha to surrender Uchiha and Shion, as well as Uchiha Sheri. They were confident that if Fugaku possessed any wisdom, he would undoubtedly make a prudent decision, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were engaged in their discourse. Believing the situation was firmly in hand, a sudden and heavy sound of a door slamming open reverberated through the room. Hiruzen's trusted aide, Hatake Kakashi, burst in, visibly flustered, and upon seeing the two men, exclaimed loudly, "Third Hokage, this is terrible. The Uchiha, the Uchiha." The third Hokage furrowed his brow, displeased, and said, "Speak slowly, do not rush. What has happened with the Uchiha?" Kakashi, now a renowned elite genin of Konoha, was urged to maintain his composure. "Do not startle at every minor issue. It reflects a lack of steadiness." "Understood." Kakashi nodded earnestly, calming himself before responding. "Our 8th Umbu squad was tasked with monitoring the Uchiha leaving the training ground." Uchiha Fugaku did not immediately disperse his clan members. Instead, he gathered them and made certain arrangements on the spot. "Oh," Sarutobi Hiruzen's curiosity piqued. "What arrangements did Uchiha Fugaku make?" Kakashi's expression turned grave. "It seems that Uchiha Fugaku intends to take action against Uchiha and Shion, as well as Uchiha Sheri." Unfortunately, the two did not remain passive. Particularly, that little brat, Uchiha Sheri, kept speaking up. "Due to the distance and obstructions, we couldn't see clearly. However, we have a rough understanding of the outcome. All the elders and shinobi of the Uchiha clan abandoned Fugaku and elected Sheri as the new clan leader." I could see this moment. Uchiha Sheri had indeed ascended as the new leader of the Uchiha clan. "What did you say?" Sarutobi Hiruzen sprang up from his desk in the Hokage's office. "What?" Danzo's expression also shifted dramatically. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were left stunned by this thunderous revelation. "How could this be possible?" Danzo exclaimed. "That little girl, Uchiha Sheri, is someone I know all too well. Although she is hailed as a genius of the Uchiha clan and has even caught Orochimaru's attention as a disciple, we all know she has merely awakened a single Tomo Sharingan and is but a lowly Uchiha genin. How could such a mere genin qualify to become the clan leader? The Uchiha shinobi have always prioritized strength above all." "Cough, cough." Hearing Danzo's analysis, Kakashi awkwardly coughed to draw attention, reminding her Sharingan has already evolved to a double Tomo. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but furrow his brow, growing serious. "That girl, Uchiha Sheri, does not harbor any fondness for our Hokage faction." Danzo retorted, "What you say is utterly nonsensical. I have just attempted to assassinate her. Any rational individual would not have a favorable impression of us." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's already darkening expression grew even more somber. He waved a hand, signaling Kakashi to leave the office. Kakashi cast a deep glance at Danzo before exiting. Once outside the Hokage's office, Kakashi took a deep breath. Since the passing of his teacher, he had been closely following Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had nurtured him as a trusted aide. Being in constant proximity to Hiruzen, he had become privy to many secrets regarding the Hokage and the Root organization. To be honest, over the past decade, he had never imagined that the underbelly of Konoha was so filthy. The Hokage had seized his teachers and his wife's inheritance, sending the teachers orphaned to the slums, providing only meager support while dispatching numerous personnel to monitor him. Due to the deaths of his father and teacher, Kakashi's heart felt as if it were encased in ice. Although he felt immense dissatisfaction, he refrained from inquiring further. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had explained, this is to protect the safety of the Jinchuriki and to temper the will of the Jinchuriki. Only those who grow up in harsh environments can potentially become exceptionally strong Jinchuriki. Kakashi believed him. Hiruzen had claimed that the Uchiha harbored ulterior motives, scheming for the position of Hokage and orchestrating the Nine Tails attack. They had to be weakened and struck at all costs. Kakashi believed that too. But did he truly believe it? If he had genuinely believed it, he would not have hesitated to assist Hiruzen during the collapse of Konoha. Deep within, Hatake Kakashi harbored a flicker of disbelief. Although Hiruzen's explanations were entirely reasonable and appeared flawless, a lie is still a lie. Observing the interactions between the two men closely, he sensed that the third Hokage was not as simple as he seemed. Sigh. With a long exhale, Hatake Kakashi turned to leave in the Hokage's office. Shimura Danzo felt an unusual sense of unease mixed with irritation, declaring, "What a useless fool Uchiha Fugaku is." After living for over 40 years, he proves to be so incompetent, incapable of dealing with a mere child. Now that the situation has escalated to this point, what shall we do? Uchiha Sherry will undoubtedly spare no effort in demanding an explanation from us. Sarutobi Hiruzen, equally troubled, furrowed his brow and replied, "Do not fret. She is merely a child. The upheaval within the Uchiha can bring both disadvantages and significant advantages to us, but we must identify the aspects that work to our benefit and take the initiative to strike, ensuring we maintain the upper hand. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the reasons behind the Uchiha clan's unanimous support for Uchiha Sherry, which has rendered the formidable Uchiha Fugaku completely powerless to resist." Danzo immediately interjected, "I shall investigate the truth of the matter at once." As he spoke, Danzo summoned his root subordinates and instructed Jia to lead a team to uncover the details of the incident. By the way, Sarutobi Hizashi continued, with Uchiha Xiaorong gaining power, Uchiha Fugaku and his faction will surely be unwilling to relent. Perhaps we can seize this opportunity to fracture the Uchiha clan, utilizing a portion of them for our own ends. Thus, the strategy of balancing the Uchiha against themselves not only has not failed, but may yield even greater results. Bring in the person. Sarutobi Hizashi called, summoning two Umbu. He spoke clearly. "Go summon Uchiha Fugaku here." The two Umbu swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's residence, where he had just returned home, looking disheveled. Uchiha Mikoto and their son, Uchiha Itachi, were unaware of Fugaku's resignation. As Fugaku settled down, urgent knocking sounded from outside the courtyard. Uchiha Itachi opened the door, and the two Umbu entered, stating directly, "Lord Fugaku, the Hokage summons you." "The Hokage summons me?" Uchiha Fugaku chuckled with a hint of self-mockery. Had it not been for Uchiha Xiaorong's analysis, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that the Sarutobi clan had grown so formidable. He had unwittingly bestowed countless Uchiha powers upon them, completely unaware. Sarutobi Hizashi had deceived him grievously. I could see this moment. What further schemes could Sarutobi be concocting? Did he intend to exploit the residual value left by Uchiha Fugaku? Having swindled his wealth, did he now wish to manipulate his people? Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said, "Please return and convey to the Hokage that I am no longer the leader of the Uchiha clan. Though I remain a jonin of Konoha, I have chosen to withdraw, dedicating myself solely to family matters, and will no longer concern myself with the Uchiha or Konoha. There is no purpose in summoning me. I have nothing to say and do not intend to partake in any matters. The Hokage's regard for me is no different than that of an ordinary elder." The two Umbu exchanged glances, offering no words of persuasion, and turned to leave. Uchiha Itachi stood, dumbfounded, watching the departing Umbu, gazing at his father's imposing figure, unable to suppress his dissatisfaction. How could his father behave in such a manner? The Hokage's summons was clearly a sign of respect and closeness towards the Uchiha, yet he had outright rejected the opportunity. What was his father thinking? Did he truly harbor treasonous intentions, seeking to incite a conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, thereby allowing other villages to take advantage and plunge the citizens of Konoha into turmoil? Moreover, what did his father's statement about no longer being the leader of the Uchiha clan imply? Mikoto, Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku called for his wife and son to join him in the hall. Speaking candidly, are you both feeling quite perplexed about today's events? Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow deeply, but remained silent. Uchiha Makoto, a tad bewildered, responded, Indeed, I find it quite puzzling. Fugaku, in the past, you would often display eagerness upon receiving a summons from the third Hokage, yet today is different. Furthermore, you claim you are retiring. What is the meaning of this? Quite simple. Uchiha Fugaku replied nonchalantly, I have entrusted our clan to a more reliable and trustworthy member to manage. With her at the helm of the Uchiha, I believe she will perform far better than I ever could. What? Uchiha Makoto was momentarily struck dumb. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but raise his head, staring in astonishment at his father. Upon realizing what had been said, Uchiha Makoto breathed a sigh of relief, casually remarking, Perhaps relinquishing the position of clan leader is for the best. The tensions between our clan and the village are evident to all, escalating without any sign of resolution. Moreover, the Uchiha are fragmented, exceedingly difficult to manage. Although, Fugaku, you have strained yourself, the clan members remain ungrateful, and the situation continues to deteriorate. If you were to let them be, it might even yield better results. Simultaneously, Uchiha Itachi began to contemplate internally. What type of person was his father, Uchiha Fugaku? Through their prolonged interactions, Uchiha Itachi had developed a comprehensive understanding of his father. On the surface, his father appeared to be a pacifist, wholly devoted to upholding the village's policies and the Hokage's decrees. In truth, only Uchiha Itachi knew that Uchiha Fugaku was merely masquerading as such. He was not an unadulterated dove. For instance, Uchiha Tenka and Uchiha Itachi had always thrived on chaos. These two individuals could be considered the greatest plagues within the Uchiha. Their arrogance and that of their followers had driven a wedge between the village and the clan. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku allowed such behavior to persist, offering little more than verbal admonishments. This indicated that while his father presented himself as a dove, he was in fact a hawk within the Uchiha. As Uchiha Itachi matured, along with his exchanges with Shursui and the third Hokage, he gradually forged his own beliefs and thoughts that he felt he had completely discerned his father's true nature. It was precisely due to his father's leniency that the Uchiha clan had devolved into its current state. After this reflection, Uchiha Itachi silently nodded. His father's resignation could very well be a fortuitous development. With a father who constantly contemplated a coup as the clan leader, it was inevitable that the Uchiha would ultimately find themselves at odds with the village, even risking war. If the new leader could manage better than his father and firmly discipline Uchiha Tenka and Uchiha Itachi, compelling them and their subordinates to behave, that would be even more favorable. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Itachi curiously inquired, if father has resigned, then who is the current leader of the Uchiha clan? Is it Uchiha Hokage? Or his mind flickered through the names of various high-ranking Uchiha, only to dismiss them one by one, as none of them seemed fit to assume the mantle of the new clan leader. Even with Uchiha Fugaku's voluntary resignation, these individuals lacked the authority to command the respect of all. Uchiha Makoto also bore a confused expression. Although she had devoted herself to household matters, she was not entirely ignorant of the clan's circumstances. Apart from her husband, Uchiha Fugaku, there was no other individual within the Uchiha who possessed the power to command the entire clan's respect and obedience. Seeing his wife and son react to this distressing news with curiosity rather than disappointment, Fugaku felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Truly, they were his wife and son, rational and unambitious, placing no value on power. Uchiha Fugaku nodded with satisfaction, saying, perhaps none of you would expect this. Not even I could have foreseen it. The daughter of the esteemed shinobi Shikuki, Uchiha Xiaorong, at merely 12 years of age, has effortlessly won over all of the Uchiha, including the 4 elders and 10 captains, who unanimously endorse her as the new clan leader. This was not my decision. It was a spontaneous call from the clan members themselves. Even the unruly Elder Tenka and Elder Yuichi have sworn to obey Uchiha Xiaorong from this day forth. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Uchiha Fugaku praised without a hint of discontent. Uchiha Xiaorong is indeed a genius of our Uchiha clan. Itachi, she is not only a prodigy of our clan, but also a role model you must learn from. In the future, if the opportunity arises, it would be best for you to communicate with her. It will be immensely beneficial for you. Uchiha Xiaorong. How could this be? Uchiha Itachi's refined countenance suddenly bore visible apprehension and rage. What nonsense was this? He had initially assumed that the newly appointed leader would be a Uchiha Dove, even more trustworthy of the third Hokage than his father. Clearly, he had been overly naive. Apart from himself and his brother Shursui, how could there be anyone else in the Uchiha who genuinely believed in the will of fire, wholeheartedly considering the well-being of the villagers of Konoha? Uchiha Xiaorong is quite the intriguing little spirit, and surely Uchiha Itachi is well aware of her character. During the inaugural Uchiha clan meeting, she boldly pointed out that the clan's resistance against the Hidden Cloud was merely a scapegoat for the Nine-Tails incident, resulting in many clan members being unable to contribute to the village. Subsequently, Uchiha Xiaorong voiced her opinions several times, each laden with palpable animosity towards the third Hokage. This young girl stands in stark contrast to both Shursui and myself. Not only does she harbor disdain for the village, but she is also resolute in her stance on Uchiha policies, undoubtedly exacerbating the rift between the Uchiha and the village. Uchiha Xiaorong, should you dare to proceed in such a manner, Uchiha Itachi shall not spare you. In the fleeting thoughts, Uchiha Itachi's eyes opened and closed, his original double tomo Sharingan undergoing a swift transformation, evolving into the three-tomo Sharingan. As the Umbu ninja approached Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Kanwu dispatched a shadow clone, also making his way to Uchiha Xiaorong's doorstep at that moment. Uchiha Xiaorong was directing Uchiha Tenka and Uchiha Yuichi, two elderly figures, as they scrambled to organize the 10 major teams of the Uchiha clan. Although both Uchiha Tenka and Uchiha Yuichi possessed three-tomo Sharingan and were indeed elite jonin of the Uchiha clan, their advanced age rendered them less capable than the younger captains of the Uchiha forces in battle. Uchiha Xiaorong had gathered intelligence on all the ninjas from the clan, excluding the 3 departing teams. Coupled with the awakening of her three-tomo Sharingan during this incident, the Uchiha clan now boasted a total of 17 three-tomo Sharingan across its 10 teams. Moreover, one individual needed to ensure the safety of Uchiha Kanwu. After much deliberation, she divided the internal security team into 3 separate battalions, each led by 5 three-tomo Uchiha, supported by approximately 90 ninjas of various ages. These individuals would rotate in shifts to guard the Uchiha territory daily. Simultaneously, Uchiha Xiaorong assigned a trusted three-tomo jonin as a bodyguard for both herself and Kanwu as the clan leader. Her protective measures could not be simplistic. Considering the loyalty of Obligua, Uchiha Xiaorong contemplated promoting him to her side, establishing the Uchiha Umbu. However, she first needed to test Obligua's loyalty before allowing him to don a mask and manage the clan's darker affairs. 2 elite jonin would form the core of the Uchiha's protective battalion. One an elite Uchiha jonin responsible for liaising with the 3 major battalions, and the other a formidable ninja from another clan, tasked with handling covert assassinations. Upon Uchiha Kanwu's arrival, Uchiha Xiaorong displayed a look of confusion and invited him into her quarters, inquiring with astonishment, "Were you not assisting Elder Yu in dealing with the Uchiha barrier? What brings you here so suddenly? How goes the resolution of the clan's barrier?" Uchiha Kanwu nonchalantly replied, "The location of the barrier is not far from here. I utilized a shadow clone to facilitate my presence. Furthermore, with Elder Yu and Jonin Shemu, both experienced ninjas managing the task, our success is assured in merely half a day's time. The original barrier has been repaired and fortified, rectifying all previous flaws, and we are now in the process of establishing a second layer of barrier, which should be completed in 2 days prior to the village-wide Jonin meeting on Sunday." Indeed, Uchiha Xiaorong nodded in agreement, remarking, "Your urgency in coming here must signify more than just this matter. What else is on your mind?" "Actually," Uchiha Kanwu hastily interjected, "I seek your counsel regarding the arrangement for former clan leader Uchiha Fugaku." Uchiha Xiaorong furrowed her brow, contemplating to arrange for Uchiha Fugaku at this time would be imprudent. He would likely harbor feelings of animosity towards me. Regardless of my arrangements, they could incite his wrath, leading to significant discord among the clan. Thus, I intend to leave him unassigned, as though nothing has transpired. Regarding Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Kanwu suggested, I possess a somewhat immature perspective. Oh, Uchiha Sharon's curiosity was piqued. Uchiha Kanwu continued, while Fugaku presents a fa-ade of weakness externally, he is quite domineering internally. This demeanor does not befit a clan leader. However, setting aside his title, as a ninja, he is not without merit. For instance, he is not power-hungry and demonstrates an aptitude for maintaining the greater good, as well as a knack for compromising with higher-ups. If we can appeal to his emotions and reason, we may gain his trust. Perhaps we could even pressure Uchiha Fugaku into making concessions, much like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Sharon inquired, what are your specific plans? Uchiha Kanwu outlined his strategy. After consulting with the dragon spirit within her, the two young individuals swiftly reached a consensus to visit Uchiha Fugaku together. Upon arriving at Uchiha Fugaku's residence, they found him elucidating the circumstances to his wife and son. Uchiha Itachi, hurriedly responding to the door, was taken aback to see Uchiha Sharon, Kanwu, and the accompanying protective ninjas that a wave of frustration washed over him. Alas, Shirsue's eagerness to serve and protect the citizens of Konoha had led him to join the three Uchiha teams at the front lines. Otherwise, he would have sought Shirsue's counsel for strategies. By the way, Uchiha Itachi mused, although Shirsue is absent, the third Hokage remains. Consulting Shirsue may be less effective than approaching the third. Furthermore, the third might be unaware of the internal specifics. I must relay all occurrences within the Uchiha to him. With this thought, Uchiha Itachi exhibited no intention of entertaining the two visitors, instead turning to his father and stating, Father, you and Sharon, Kanwu continue your discussion. I just remembered something urgent and must step away for a while. Without waiting for Uchiha Fugaku's response, Uchiha Itachi employed the body flicker technique, vanishing in an instant. Uchiha Fugaku gazed in silence at the direction his son had departed, gradually sinking into contemplation. Subsequently, he and his wife invited the two youngsters to sit. Uchiha Fugaku inquired with surprise, Clan Leader Sharon, what brings you here this time? Uchiha Kanwu replied, Fugaku-sama, to speak candidly, we have come with a request. Oh. Uchiha Fugaku responded, I am but a mere idle individual now. I cannot fathom how I might assist you. Uchiha Kanwu countered, Fugaku-sama, you are far too modest. Your prowess is well known within the Uchiha clan. Should you claim second place, none would dare assert themselves as first. Though Uchiha Fugaku maintained a placid demeanor, internally he relished the praise, dismissing it with, enough of flattery. Please state your purpose plainly, having been a seasoned leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku had expelled all surveillance factions within the clan as a result of establishing the Uchiha Protective Team. Uchiha Kanwu took the opportunity to speak candidly, stating, Fugaku-sama, are you not aware of our current predicament? At this very moment, there are three critical issues that require resolution. Oh, the Uchiha clan's current circumstances? Uchiha Fugaku, while appearing weak externally, was not entirely uninformed. He was aware of the Uchiha situation. Hearing Kanwu's words, Uchiha Fugaku fell silent. The Uchiha clan had long faced the looming threat of discord with Konoha and its citizens. Although Uchiha Sharon's revelation unveiled that the true mastermind behind the scenes was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the underlying tensions remained unresolved. However, the individual in question is the esteemed third Hokage, while the Uchiha clan is infamously known as the notorious practitioners of demonic contracts, making it difficult for anyone to believe such claims. The core issues plaguing the Uchiha clan remain unresolved. Aside from this predicament, it is widely acknowledged that the family, facing ostracism from the village and other clans, is dwindling in numbers and growing increasingly feeble. My unwavering desire to establish a legacy, even to the extent of becoming Hokage, is driven by the ambition to leverage the Hokage's prestige to improve relations with the villagers. Fugaku remarked, I have thought of two matters, yet I find myself unable to conceive of a third. Uchiha Shinwu replied, firstly, there is the issue of our clan's population. Although the Uchiha possess formidable strength, the stark reality is that we are few in number. We cannot compare to the Sarutobi clan, which has quietly flourished over countless years. Even when juxtaposed with the Hyuga clan, we hardly find ourselves in a superior position. Coupled with the villagers and shinobi clan's exclusion, We must devise alternative strategies to bolster our numbers. Fugaku acknowledged, I have considered this point, but what role can I play in it? Uchiha Shinwu smiled. It is unrealistic to expect the villagers and shinobi to support us. Yet if the village intends to ensnare us with its rules, why should we adhere to their regulations? Shinwu continued, my proposal is quite straightforward. In today's shinobi world, there exists a plethora of wandering ninjas and displaced citizens. Why not dispatch some of our clan members to seek out trustworthy individuals, gather them, and provide refuge within the Uchiha clan? This, Fugaku gasped, are you suggesting we introduce or purchase people from outside? If the villagers are unwilling to accept us, we should abandon the village entirely and engage with the people of the Land of Fire and other regions. Fugaku, being a man of principles, immediately sensed the impropriety and remarked, the temporary residency rights of Konoha Ninja Village are held by the Hokage. If he is unwilling to allow others to enter, we, the Uchiha clan, would be utterly powerless. Uchiha Shinwu, unperturbed, countered, Lord Fugaku, take a moment to observe the current state of the Uchiha. Our clan not still part of the Umbu and root, capable of surveillance at will. How many of our clan members do they truly know? To speak frankly, Shinwu continued, if the Uchiha clan wishes to achieve independence and ensure that Danzo and Sarutobi do not dare to act against us lightly, we must first conceal our true strength. At no time should the power of our clan be revealed to the Sarutobi, since from this day forth, our strength will remain unknown to anyone. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen possibly discern that we have introduced new members? Fugaku pondered, still astonished. What about the village's protective barriers? He inquired. Shinwu responded, that is quite simple. From our investigations, we have identified 2 experts within the Uchiha capable of dispelling barriers, as long as new members enter the vicinity of Konoha Ninja Village. We could effortlessly establish a steady influx of individuals into the Uchiha, providing them with shelter. The only issue with our plan is the need for a powerful shinobi to safeguard our clan members during their travels. To ensure that the plan does not falter, Shinwu had articulated his points clearly, and Fugaku understood the gravity of the situation. Even Uchiha Mikoto grasped the implications. With a smile, Uchiha Mikoto said, so, you mean to request Lord Fugaku's assistance in accomplishing this task? His strength is indeed significant, and if supported by a few elite Uchiha, the success of this endeavor is highly probable. However, Mikoto added, it ultimately requires prolonged absence from the village, which may entail risks. Ha ha, Fugaku chuckled. Though he felt intimidated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he regarded such tasks with utmost confidence. After a moment contemplation, he stated, speak freely. What are your requirements? How many individuals should I bring back at intervals? And where shall we meet? You must have considered these details thoroughly. Provide me with 10 Chunin as aides, and I will ensure the successful execution of this mission. Uchiha Shinwu and Uchiha Shirong exchanged glances, both visibly invigorated. Uchiha Shirong respectfully stated, our plan is to make a round trip every 3 months, utilizing Uchiha ninjas to relay messages. Ideally, we aim to introduce 100 individuals at a time, focusing on women and fallen clansmen. This is not a mandatory task. Lord Fugaku may adjust the requirements as necessary. Agreed, Fugaku replied without hesitation, retrieving the family heirloom summoning scroll and inquiring, who will liaise with me? I shall take on that role, Uchiha Shirong offered, inscribing her name upon the scroll. And what of the second matter? Fugaku pressed. Shinwu responded, the second issue is equally pressing, the presence of traitors within our ranks. These individuals continuously relay our clan's information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shirong and I are currently identifying suspicious members, but have yet to uncover many. However, Lord Fugaku's son, Uchiha Itachi, shares a close relationship with the third Hokage. It is said that at the Ninja Academy, his ties with the Sarutobi clan are stronger than those with the Uchiha. Fugaku fell silent, and Uchiha Mikoto appeared troubled. Shinwu continued, Lord Fugaku, I hope to bring Itachi along. This would allow him to distance himself from Sarutobi Hiruzen and utilize his abilities for our clan's benefit. Frankly, we're not particularly concerned about Sarutobi discovering our population influx. After all, how grave could this be? Is it a crime worthy of annihilation? Cautious by nature, Fugaku contemplated the matter and found no issues. Nodding in agreement, he then inquired, "And what is the third concern?" Shinwu replied, "The relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha is evident to you. Lord Fugaku, while we, the Uchiha, are reluctant to engage in conflict and prefer not to escalate tensions, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the third Hokage and Danzo may resolve to fight us to the bitter end. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario. What if the Uchiha were to face annihilation?" Fugaku queried, "What are you implying?" Shinwu elaborated, "Even if the Uchiha were to be exterminated, we would still have you, Lord Fugaku, and Itachi, along with several unassuming clan members in such a time. It is crucial that our kin have a reliable place to turn to." After some reflection, Uchiha Shinwu confidently stated, "What does Lord Fugaku think of the Star Ninja Village in the Bear Country? My intent is not to seize their territory by force. The Uchiha possess knowledge and heritage that we can leverage for trade. However, should they prove obstinate and unreasonable, there would be nothing more to discuss. I have faith in your capabilities, Lord Fugaku. Your prowess would render the conquest of the Star Ninja Village a trivial matter." Upon hearing this, Fugaku nodded repeatedly. A viable plan for the expansion of their clan had emerged, and he would do everything in his power to contribute to its success, truly realizing his worth. Although he currently lacked the position of clan leader, Fugaku felt a renewed sense of purpose and significance. Thus, Fugaku and Uchiha Shirong exchanged the Uchiha clan's roster, while Uchiha Shinwu finalized the arrangements for 10 accompanying members with double tomo Sharingan, as the 10 Uchiha ninjas prepared to depart from the homeland they had known since childhood. They were engulfed by a profound sense of loss, as if they were leaving behind the most crucial elements of their lives. Yet, upon learning that their mission lay outside Konoha Ninja Village, aimed at forging a brighter future for the Uchiha, they felt a glimmer of hope, as if they could effect change and shape their destinies. Among 10 ninjas, one awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan amidst a subtle melancholy and fervent yearning. By the time Uchiha Itachi received praise from Sarutobi Hiruzen and hurriedly departed the Hokage's office to return to his clan, Uchiha Fugaku and the 10 elite Nin had already made all necessary preparations, merely awaiting Itachi's arrival. Casting a glance at his son rushing back from the Hokage building, Uchiha Fugaku said nothing, but calmly remarked, "Since you have returned, hasten to pack your belongings. Do not keep everyone waiting for you alone." Upon hearing this and observing the gathered Uchiha ninjas at his home, Itachi instinctively sensed something amiss and quickly inquired, "What has happened? Where are we going?" With a grim expression, Uchiha Fugaku replied, "It is nothing of great importance. Merely a small mission to undertake. I, along with 10 ninjas from our clan, shall participate in this task, and you, Itachi, will accompany us to a mere small mission." Although Uchiha Itachi found this somewhat peculiar, given the present circumstances, there seemed to be no other explanation than to venture forth on a mission. After all, his mother and Sasuke remained in the village, and his father was unlikely to be so heartless as to abandon his wife and son. Thus, he reasoned, it was nothing of great concern. After all, would Uchiha Itachi truly fear embarking on a mission? Consequently, the group set off with their modest packs towards the land of bears. Uchiha Shion and Uchiha Kinui stood at the village's edge, silently watching their departure. Uchiha Kinui suggested once more, "Though Fugaku has taken Itachi, a significant cause of concern, away, we, the Uchiha, must swiftly enhance our own strength. We should directly invite the reclusive Iburi clan into the Uchiha fold, allocating a territory within our clan grounds for their residence. While they may not freely roam within Konoha for now, allowing them to operate under the Uchiha banner poses no issues. Furthermore, departing from the Uchiha would enable them to integrate as part of our clan. In doing so, not only would the Iburi clan perceive a glimmer of hope for familial resurgence, fostering gratitude towards us, but dismantling the laboratory strongholds would also mitigate numerous security risks. Additionally, binding the Iburi clan's fate with ours would tighten the bonds of life and death, honor and disgrace between our two clans." Uchiha Shion nodded, choosing not to intervene personally, and directly dispatched a large contingent to transfer the equipment from Laboratory Number 49, along with the Iburi clan members concealed therein. To the Uchiha grounds overnight. Point 3. Significant developments swiftly reached the ears of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The Uchiha's 3 Tomo, Nin mobilized to swiftly suppress the Umbu, monitoring the Uchiha clan, capturing all individuals and casting them into the nearby forest of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi led their team of ninjas away, their destination unknown, while the village's guardians conducted routine inquiries, only to be violently repelled as the large group departed. Uchiha Shion introduced a bloodline ninja clan from the shadows of the village, integrating them into the Uchiha territory. Point 3 pieces of news, each more dire than the last, ignited the fury of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. In their minds, the Uchiha clan had already crossed the line with the first incident, justifying immediate action. Yet both refrained from making a move. The Uchiha's actions were undeniably excessive in their eyes. However, the words spoken held no real fault. The Uchiha clan had concluded scrutiny and dispatched their members to the battlefield, effectively absolving themselves from the status of suspects. Being under Umbu surveillance was a choice the Uchiha had made willingly. In truth, what would it matter if they resisted? Would they not still be regarded as suspects even if they were not? Should this matter be disclosed, they would possess no moral high ground to target the Uchiha. Fugaku and Itachi's departure could easily label them as rogue ninjas, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of losing Itachi, a valuable asset, so easily. Thus, it could only be deemed a minor infraction on their part for leaving the ninja village. However, the last piece of news left Sarutobi Hiruzen seething. Orochimaru, Danzo, you two wretched fools, incompetent allies. It was no wonder Hiruzen was incensed. The first 2 events, while significant, paled in comparison to the third, which truly rocked the foundations of Konoha's Hokage's policies regarding the Uchiha clan. Since the time of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the 2 previous Hokages had painstakingly sought to limit the Uchiha's growth and influence. Now, the Uchiha clan was openly forming alliances with other ninja clans and even importing an external clan to join their ranks. Logically, as Hokage, Hiruzen should never allow such a situation to unfold. If this truly occurred, he ought to mobilize forces to demand accountability, both to reprimand the Uchiha for overstepping boundaries and to investigate the Iburi clan's memories for any signs of treachery. However, from what Hiruzen understood, the Iburi clan's entrance into Konoha was not orchestrated by the Uchiha, but rather facilitated by Orochimaru, with Danzo's involvement in its development by the time it had reached Uchiha Shion. It had long since transpired. If an investigation were to be conducted, it would be the misfortune of Orochimaru and Danzo, not Uchiha Shion. Orochimaru was now the commander of the border, while Danzo was untouchable. Even Uchiha Shion's acquisition of Laboratory Number 49 might not have progressed to experimental stages, leaving her with little culpability. At best, blame could be directed toward Orochimaru and Danzo. Thus, the prospect of investigating memories was futile. Hiruzen could only pursue the first option, using the Uchiha's harboring of external forces as a pretext to confront them if memory searches were not feasible, and it could not be established that the Iburi clan were spies from another village. Then even if the Uchiha sheltered outside ninja, what charges could Hiruzen levy against them? Pondering deeply, Hiruzen realized that the 3 actions taken by the Uchiha clan were all worthy of severe punishment. Yet, these 3 actions lay bare before all, and he, as Hokage, found himself utterly powerless as Hiruzen wrestled with his thoughts. Danzo, ever resourceful, offered numerous strategies that I have long warned you. The Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. If we do not swiftly eradicate this malignant presence, it will undoubtedly retaliate against us. How does that sound? Have I been proven right? Danzo remarked nonchalantly, indifferent to the gravity of the situation. Hiruzen cast a wary glance at Danzo, hesitatingly inquiring, even if we wish to eliminate the Uchiha now, what means do we possess? Would it be plausible to publicly declare the Uchiha as inherently evil, suggesting they had forged pacts with demons and held culpability in the Nine-Tails incident, thereby rallying all ninja clans against them? Impossible! The thought barely formed before Hiruzen extinguished it himself. This approach would only allow him to command a handful of clans allied with the Sarutobi and Shimura families, as well as Konoha's civilian ninjas. To truly mobilize the likes of Inuzuka, Nara, and Hyuga clans, among others, was a fanciful dream if these prominent clans of Konoha chose not to intervene. Even a few elite Uchiha could easily breach several ninja clans with mere commoners and lesser ninjas. By that time, confronting the Uchiha clan would not only prove futile, but would significantly undermine one's own strength. Unlike Sir Toby Hiruzen, who is known for his meticulous considerations and possesses remarkable foresight to account for every facet of a plan, Shimura Danzo's approach is undoubtedly more simplistic, grounded in an inexplicable confidence regarding the strength of his rude organization. Danzo remarked, "Hiruzen, you are overcomplicating the issue. Dealing with the Uchiha does not necessitate your convoluted tactics of gathering evidence and mobilizing the various shinobi clans." While such a display of force may seem impressive, the Uchiha are not without their voices, and they might very well engage in counterarguments. Instead, why not take decisive action? Let us deploy the barrier core to encase the entire Uchiha clan within a barrier, sending in a multitude of root ninjas for a covert assault that, in just one night, we could eradicate the Uchiha clan entirely. Of course, Danzo insisted vehemently, we must also pursue Uchiha Fugaku, who has fled at this moment. After we eliminate the entire Uchiha clan, I will dispatch my subordinates from the root for a manhunt. Hiruzen, initially expecting profound insights from Danzo, was taken aback by his reckless proposal. You intend to set a sealing barrier and plunge into combat with the Uchiha within it. Do you honestly believe that victory will be assured? Do you think our root possesses two Manjiki Sharingan at this moment? Listen to me. Hiruzen emphasized gravely. The Uchiha were once quite compliant, that we could afford to allow them some freedom. But their recent actions have starkly revealed their nefarious ambitions that we cannot overlook this. Compassion must give way to decisive measures. We may have to swiftly eliminate them. However, the situation in Konoha is precarious, and the village cannot withstand another major internal conflict. Even if we must remove the Uchiha, we cannot create a spectacle nor weaken the village's strength. Otherwise, the fourth great ninja war could erupt at any moment. We must adopt a gradual approach, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, which is the most prudent and indeed the only viable method. Our first step should be to compel the Uchiha to relocate their clan, distancing them from Konoha and reinstating our surveillance through the Umbu and the root. Danzo, seething with indignation, retorted, "What if I insist on handling the Uchiha in my own way? What if we strike tonight?" "Absolutely not," Hiruzen replied firmly. "A small lapse in patience could jeopardize our greater strategy. We must proceed methodically." Danzo, frustration evident in his tone, countered, "Uchiha Sharon is not Uchiha Fugaku. Forcing her to yield may not guarantee compliance. Yet she continues to grow stronger. Your method may not suffice against the Uchiha, who are already on the path to resurgence." Hiruzen insisted, "We must still proceed step by step." Danzo, brimming with rage, declared, "One day, you will regret this." Hiruzen, equally resolute, responded, "I am the Hokage now." With that, Danzo stormed out. Hiruzen, rubbing his temples in distress, instructed Kakashi, who had been lurking in the shadows, summon Narashikako, and we must unite every possible ally to confront the Uchiha with our utmost strength. Understood. Kakashi swiftly exited through the window, soon returning with a middle-aged ninja sporting a ponytail and a laid-back demeanor. Upon seeing Hiruzen, Narashikaku respectfully addressed him, "Hokage-sama." Hiruzen continued, "Shikaku, I presume you have heard of the situation regarding the Uchiha clan?" "Indeed, I have heard a bit," Shikaku replied, a hint of regret in his voice. Though Uchiha Fugaku was not one to smile often, he was reliable and had a warm disposition that I never anticipated he would step down so swiftly. Hiruzen clarified, "It is not merely a resignation. Fugaku has led 10 Uchiha ninjas to abandon the village. The current predicament for the Uchiha is not merely the change of leadership, but rather the new leader's lack of goodwill towards Konoha." He added, "Have you heard that the Uchiha clan has allied with another ninja clan as their vassals?" "What a surprising development," Shikaku exclaimed, quickly grasping the implications of the Uchiha's intentions. That it was evident that under Uchiha Sharon's leadership, the Uchiha had completely abandoned the fade of cooperation with Konoha and opted for a strategy of unabashed development. Regardless of the consequences, The crux of the matter was that Konoha could not afford to engage in conflict at this juncture. Shikaku expressed his concerns. I implore you, Hokage-sama, to consider this carefully. A rash action against them could severely weaken our village and provoke other ninja villages to take advantage of our turmoil. Hiruzen had expected Shikaku, a wise strategist, to offer a more profound perspective, yet he was met with a similar reluctance to provoke too much pressure for fear of inciting civil war. In the past, he and Danzo had collaborated to corner Fugaku and Itachi, who feared internal strife and consequently retreated. Now, the Uchiha were advancing boldly, while the elite of Konoha seemed to falter in their resolve. The stark contrast left Hiruzen feeling immensely frustrated. After considerable contemplation, Hiruzen